When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love.
Nej.
The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts.
Cha-ching.
Look well into thyself. There is a source of strength which will always spring up if thou wilt always look. Do not indulge in dreams of having what you have not, but reckon up the chief of the blessings you do possess, and then thankfully remember how you would crave them if they were not yours. The object of life is not to be on the side of the majority, but to escape finding oneself in the ranks of the insane. Here is a rule to remember in future when anything tempts you to feel bitter. Not, this is misfortune, but to bear this worthily is good fortune. Accept whatever comes to you woven in the pattern of your destiny, for what could more aptly fit your needs? You don't have to turn this into something. It doesn't have to upset you. To live a good life, we all have the potential for it if we learn to be indifferent to what makes no difference. Think of yourself as dead. You have lived your life. Now, take what's left and live it properly. Death smiles at us all, but all a man can do is smile back. The best revenge is not to be like your enemy. Your mind will take the shape of what you frequently hold in thought, for the human spirit is colored by such impression. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength. It is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live. Never let the future disturb you. You will meet it, if you have to, with the same weapons of reason which today arm you against the present.
Oh, I got a kill. Nice.
Very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking. Loss is nothing else but change, and change is nature's delight. Man's true is to do the things he was made for.
Fuck.
True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. Not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears, but to rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient. What that is so wants nothing. Begin at once to live. Each separate day as a separate life. It is not because things are difficult that we do not dare. It is because we do not dare that things are difficult. We all sorely complain of the shortness of time, and yet have much more than we know what to do with. Our lives are either spent in doing nothing at all, or in doing nothing to the purpose, or in doing nothing that we ought to do. We are always complaining that our days are few, and acting as though there would be no end of them. A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials. bravest sight in the world is to see a great man struggling against adversity. Every night, before going to sleep, we must ask ourselves, what weakness did I overcome today? What virtue did I acquire? Throw me to the wolves, and I will return leading the pack. Life is never incomplete if it is an honorable one. At whatever point you leave life, if you leave it in the right way, it is whole. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. You want to live, but do you know how to live? You are scared of dying, but tell me, is the kind of life you lead really any different to being dead? The greatest blessings of mankind are within us and within our reach. A wise man is contented with his lot, whatever it may be. Man is affected not by events, but by the view he takes of them. As is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters. Sometimes, even to live is an act of courage. If you really want to escape the things that harass you, what you're needing is not to be in a different place, but to be a different person. Until we have begun to go without them, we fail to realize how unnecessary many things are. We've been using them not because we needed them, but because we had them. He suffers more than necessary who suffers before it is necessary. Youthful enthusiasms, you'll be able to use them better when you are older. It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more is poor. If a man knows not to which port he sails, no wind is favorable. Luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. From this instant on, vow to stop disappointing yourself. Separate yourself from the mob. Decide to be extraordinary and do what you need to do now. What ought one to say then as each hardship comes? I was practicing for this. I was training for this. Fortify yourself with moderation, for this is an impenetrable fortress. If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. No great thing is created suddenly, any more than a bunch of grapes or a fig. If you tell me that you desire a fig, I will answer that there must be time. Let it first blossom, then bear fruit,
Then ripen.
First, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. When you are offended at any man's fault, turn to yourself and study your own failings. Then you will forget your anger. The trials you encounter will introduce you to your strengths. Remain steadfast, and one day you will build something that endures. Something worthy of your potential. The world turns aside to let any man pass who knows where he is going. Attach yourself to what is spiritually superior, regardless of what other people think or do. hold to your true aspirations, no matter what is going on around you. You may fetter my leg, but Zeus himself cannot get the better of my free will. Seek not the good in external things. Seek it in yourselves. On the occasion of every accident that befalls you, remember to turn to yourself and inquire what power you have for turning it to use. It is the nature of the wise to resist pleasures, of the foolish to be a slave to them. Caretake this moment. Immerse yourself in its particulars. Respond to this person, this challenge, this deed. Quit evasions. Stop giving yourself needless trouble. It's time to really live. If you want to be a writer, write. The key is to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. Be discriminating about what images and ideas you permit into your mind. No man is free who is not a master of himself. If anyone tells you that a certain person speaks ill of you, do not make excuses about what is said of you, but answer. He was ignorant of my other faults, else he would not have mentioned these alone. It is impossible to begin to learn that which one thinks one already knows. Do not seek to have events happen as you wish, but wish them to happen as they do happen, and all will be well with you. Never depend on the admiration of others. There is no strength in it. Personal merit cannot be derived from an external source.
If you are the smartest person in the room, then you are in the wrong room. I am not afraid of an army of lions led by sheep. I'm afraid of an army of sheep led by a lion. Think of yourself as dead. You have lived your life. Now take what's left and live it properly. If anyone can refute me, show me I'm making a mistake or looking at things from the wrong perspective, I'll gladly change. It's the truth I'm after, and the truth never harmed anyone. What harms us is to persist in self-deceit and ignorance. The goal of life is living in agreement with nature. When it is obvious that the goals cannot be reached, don't adjust the goals, adjust the action steps. Pleasure in the job, but perfection in the work. Nothing that goes on in anyone else's mind can harm you, nor can the shifts and changes in the world around you. And where is harm to be found? In your capacity to see it. Stop doing that and everything will be fine. Let the part of you that makes that judgment keep quiet, even if the body is attached to it, stabbed or burned, or stinking with pus, or to put it another way, It needs to realize that what happens to everyone, bad and good alike, is neither good nor bad. That what happens in every life, lived naturally or not, is neither natural or unnatural. To know what you know and what you do not know, that is true knowledge. Disgraceful for the soul to give up when the body is still going strong. Determine that today you will overcome yourself of the day before. Tomorrow you will win over those of lesser skill, and later you will win over those of greater skill. If you think in terms of a year, plant a seed. If in terms of 10 years, plant trees. If in terms of 100 years, teach the people. I have become so great as I am because I have won men's hearts by gentleness and kindness. To hold it together when everyone else would understand if you fell apart, that's true strength. The mind is the most powerful thing in the world. The mind has capabilities that are so unknown. And being able to tap into that is on the other side of suffering. All men die, but not all men really live. The essence of knowledge is having it to use it.
How am I lagging? Like, what the fuck's going on?
Not to live as if you had endless years ahead of you. Death overshadows you. While you're alive and able, be good. It takes less courage to criticize the decisions of others than to stand by your own. One joy dispels 100 cares. There is nothing outside yourself that can ever enable you to get better, stronger, richer, quicker, or smarter. Everything is within. Choose a job you love, and you will never have to work a day in your life. Victory is reserved for those who are willing to pay its price. You are what you think. To be like the rock that the waves keep crashing over, it stands unmoved, and the raging of the sea falls still around it. The man who asks a question is a fool for a minute, The man who does not ask is a fool for life.
Ouch.
The successful warrior is the average man with laser-like focus. Don't complain about the snow on your neighbor's roof when your own doorstep is unclean.
The fuck does that even mean?
Study the past if you would divine the future. I never did anything worth doing by accident, nor did any of my inventions come by accident. They came by work. It is more shameful to distrust our friends than to be deceived by them. Do external things distract you? Then make time for yourself to learn something worthwhile. Stop letting yourself be pulled in all directions, but make sure you guard against the other kind of confusion. People who labor all their lives, but have no purpose to direct every thought and impulse towards, are wasting their time, even when hard at work.
Damn. No, I got D-ranked.
Derives from the integrity
Oh well.
of the home. The more things you can do to get outside of that zone that makes you feel good, the stronger your mind is going to get. It starts getting used to doing things like this. It's not fun, but now my mind is used to it. Anyone can find the switch after the lights are on. Not to borrow the strength of another, nor to rely on one's own strength. To cut off past and future thoughts, and not to live within the everyday mind. Then the great way is right before your eyes. The ideal man bears the accidents of life with dignity and grace, making the best of circumstances. The only reason why I became successful was because I went towards the truth. As painful and as brutal as it is, it changed me. It allowed me in my own right to become the person who I am today. When you see a good person, think of becoming like him or her. When you see someone not so good, reflect on your own weak points.
Bro looks tired.
Those who are able to see beyond the shadows and lies of their culture will never be understood, let alone believed by the masses.
Or wait, no, I'm dumb.
If virtue promises happiness, prosperity, and peace, then progress in virtue is progress in each of these. I slept and dreamt life is beauty. I woke and found life is duty.
Duty.
I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. They must often change who would remain constant in happiness and wisdom. It is during our darkest moments that we must focus to see the light. It may seem difficult at first, but everything is difficult at first. But where life is more terrible than death, it is then the truest valor to dare to live. Any person capable of angering you becomes your master. Sweat more during peace, bleed less during war. There is nothing impossible to him who will try.
I wanted to build some trenches, but I also don't want my tanks getting stuck.
You've been stranded thousands of miles from home with no money or possessions.
Oh shit!
Such a
Oh
predicament
shit!
and curse their awful name.
God damn it.
But for Zeno of Cyprus, it became the foundation of his life's work and legacy. The once wealthy merchant lost everything when he was shipwrecked in Athens around 300 BCE. With not much else to do, he wandered into a bookshop, became intrigued by reading about Socrates, and proceeded to seek out and study with the city's noted philosophers. As Zeno began educating his own students, he originated the philosophy known as Stoicism, whose teachings of virtue, tolerance, and self-control have inspired generations of thinkers and leaders. The name Stoicism comes from the Stoa Poikile.
I want to blow it up. God damn it! I want the kill for it.
Where Zeno and his disciples gathered for discussion. Today, we colloquially use the word stoic to mean someone who remains calm under pressure and avoids emotional extremes. But while this captures important aspects of Stoicism, the original philosophy
No, I want the
was
kill.
more than
Get
just
away
an
from it, you
attitude.
punk. You
The
fuck.
Stoics believed that everything around us operates
Bro.
according to a web of cause and effect, resulting in a rational structure of the universe,
God damn it.
which they called logos. And while we may not always have control over the events affecting us, we can have control over how we approach things. Rather than imagining an ideal society, the Stoic tries to deal with the world as it is, while pursuing self-improvement through 4 cardinal virtues. Practical wisdom, the ability to navigate complex situations in a logical, informed, and calm manner. Temperance, the exercise of self-restraint and moderation in all aspects of life. Justice, treating others with fairness even when they have done wrong. And courage, not just in extraordinary circumstances, but facing daily challenges with clarity and integrity. As Seneca, one of the most famous Roman Stoics, wrote, "Sometimes even to live is an act of courage." But while Stoicism focuses on personal improvement, it's not a self-centered philosophy. At a time when Roman laws considered slaves as property, Seneca called for their humane treatment and stressed that we all share the same fundamental humanity. Nor does Stoicism encourage passivity. The idea is that only people who have cultivated virtue and self-control in themselves can bring positive change in others. One of the most famous Stoic writers is also one of Rome's greatest emperors. Over the course of his 19-year reign, Stoicism gave Marcus Aurelius the resolve to lead the empire through 2 major wars while dealing with the loss of many of his children. Centuries later, Marcus's journals would guide and comfort Nelson Mandela through his 27-year imprisonment during his struggle for racial equality in South Africa. After his release and eventual victory, Mandela stressed peace and reconciliation, believing that while the injustices of the past couldn't be changed, his people could confront them in the present and seek to build a better, more just future. Stoicism was an active school of philosophy for several centuries in Greece and Rome. As a formal institution, it faded away, but its influence has continued to this day. Christian theologians such as Thomas Aquinas have admired and adopted its focus on the virtues, and there are parallels between Stoic ataraxia, or tranquility of mind, and the Buddhist concept of nirvana. One particularly influential Stoic was the philosopher Epictetus, who wrote that suffering stems not from the events in our lives, but from our judgments about them. This has resonated strongly with modern psychology and the self-help movement. For example, rational emotive behavioral therapy focuses on changing the self-defeating attitudes people form about their life circumstances. There's also Viktor Frankl's logotherapy. Informed by Frankl's own time as a concentration camp prisoner, logotherapy is based on the Stoic principle that we can harness our willpower to fill our lives with meaning, even in the bleakest situations.
Imagine being able to stay calm and collected in the middle of a traffic jam, or facing a difficult conversation with your boss, or even dealing with a personal crisis. This is the power of Stoicism,
Bro.
an ancient philosophy that has helped people for
Fuck
centuries
you.
to live happier and more fulfilling lives. Stoicism teaches us that the only thing we can truly control is our own thoughts and actions.
Really?
Everything else,
Aw, I
from
don't
the
have.
weather to the
Fuck,
economy
man.
to the behavior of others.
I could have swore I had
By accepting this
TNT
reality,
or
we
whatever.
can free ourselves from the anxiety and frustration that comes from trying to control things that are outside of our reach. Stoicism also teaches us to focus on what we can control, which is our own character and our actions. By striving to live a virtuous life, we can create a sense of inner peace and contentment that is not dependent on external circumstances. In this video, we'll explore 10 profound lessons from Stoicism that can help you achieve inner peace and mastery over your emotions. Join us on this journey of self-discovery as we explore the ancient wisdom of Stoicism and learn how to apply it to our modern lives. Lesson number 1. Embrace what you can control. Epictetus, the Stoic sage, offers us a fundamental lesson that serves as the cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, the dichotomy of
I think
control.
we won.
At the heart of this teaching is the recognition that our lives are subject to a fundamental division between elements we can control and those beyond our influence. This concept is pivotal in cultivating a calm and composed demeanor, even in the midst of life's uncertainties. In essence, Epictetus advises us to invest our energy and attention in those aspects of life that fall within our sphere of control. These include our thoughts, actions, intentions, and responses. By directing our focus to what is genuinely within our power, we can navigate life with a sense of purpose.
God damn
It
it.
is the acknowledgement that our internal world is under our dominion that forms the bedrock of our tranquility. Conversely, external events and circumstances which often elude our sway are to be acknowledged as outside the realm of our control. Just as an archer, as exemplified by Epictetus, can aim carefully, draw the bowstring with precision, and release the arrow skillfully yet remain uncertain of the flight's outcome, we must learn to release our attachment to outcomes we cannot govern. This release is not an act of resignation, but an embrace of equanimity in the face of life's inherent unpredictability. Epictetus's metaphor of the archer, who derives contentment from knowing they've exerted their best effort regardless of the target's fate, serves as a potent reminder of the Stoic approach to life. It encourages us to concentrate on our intentions and the dedicated efforts we put forward, accepting that the results are subject to a multitude of external factors. In essence, Stoicism reminds us to seize the reins of our inner world, embracing the dichotomy of control as a powerful tool to maintain a calm and composed disposition in a world where much remains beyond our influence. By concentrating our energies on what we can shape, we free ourselves from the burden of attempting to govern the uncontrollable, allowing us to discover serenity in the knowledge that we've done our utmost with the tools at our disposal. Lesson number 2, the power of acceptance. In the grand tapestry of Stoic philosophy, few figures stand as tall as the Roman emperor and philosopher Marcus Aurelius. His profound insights, often chiseled in the timeless monument of Meditations, resonate through the ages and illuminate one of the most powerful lessons in Stoicism, the lesson of acceptance. Marcus Aurelius guides us through a profound exploration of the human condition, acknowledging the inevitability of both triumph and tribulation. Life, as he observes, is a symphony of ups and downs, a constant ebb and flow. Within this ever-shifting landscape, there exist circumstances beyond our influence, elements we cannot control. Marcus Aurelius, in his role as a Stoic sage, extols the virtue of accepting these immutable truths. To accept, in the Stoic sense, is to embrace the reality of life's unpredictability and impermanence. It is to release the chains of attachment to specific outcomes and to walk in harmony with the unceasing rhythm of the universe. In Marcus Aurelius's words, resistance to the natural course of events leads only to turmoil and distress, like a ship struggling against the relentless current. The Stoic perspective on acceptance is akin to setting sail on the sea of existence without a fixed destination, yet with an unwavering faith in the voyage itself. It is an invitation to relinquish the desire for unyielding control and instead flow with the ever-changing stream of life. To dance with the music of the cosmos, whether its notes are serene or
The fuck's a
tempestuous,
special weapon?
is the embodiment of Stoic temperance. In the realm of Stoicism, this lesson forms the bedrock of inner
Is
peace and
bayonet
tranquility.
considered special
It urges
weapon?
us to open our arms to life's capriciousness, to savor the sweetness of success, and to weather the storms of adversity with grace. The power of acceptance, as illuminated by Marcus Aurelius, is a beacon that guides us through the labyrinth of existence, allowing us to greet each moment, each circumstance with an equanimous heart. It is the serenity of embracing life in all its unpredictability, finding profound...
I gotta go bathroom.
serenity in the midst of its ever-shifting landscape. Lesson number 3, practice mindfulness. Seneca, the venerable Stoic philosopher whose wisdom has transcended the ages, illuminates a crucial lesson for those seeking calm and composure in the midst of
no,
life's
that's not gonna work.
tempests. The practice of mindfulness. In the Stoic lexicon, mindfulness is a compass guiding us to the shores of the present moment.
God, my knee fucking
offering
hurts.
sanctuary from the ceaseless turbulence of past regrets and future uncertainties. In its essence, mindfulness is the art of inhabiting the now, of immersing oneself in the present moment with profound awareness. It is the antidote to the affliction of rumination, the ceaseless churning of the mind over past sorrows and future anxieties. Seneca's Stoic teachings beckon us to pay homage to the beauty and profundity of the present, recognizing that it is the only time that holds genuine existence. The practice of mindfulness, as outlined by Seneca, is not confined to the extraordinary moments of life, but extends its embrace to the ordinary and mundane. It encourages us to witness life's tapestry with a keen eye, from the remarkable to the seemingly inconsequential. In doing so, we detach ourselves from the tormenting clutches of regret and the paralyzing grip of worry. This Stoic mindfulness, a precious tool for preserving inner calm and clarity, acts as a bridge to the precious now, connecting us to the profound simplicity of the present. It is an art that grants us the ability to fully engage with our current circumstances, to savor each breath, and to relish the beauty that unfolds in every heartbeat. In the practice of mindfulness, we discover a timeless sanctuary where the mind finds solace, a place where inner tranquility is nurtured and composure is cultivated amidst the swirling tides of existence. Lesson number 4, cultivate resilience.
Oh, what?
In the vast landscape of Stoic wisdom, the lessons of resilience echo as a resounding anthem, and it is Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher par excellence, who raises his voice to teach us the profound art of confronting adversity with unwavering fortitude. To Epictetus, adversity is not a foe to be feared, but a chisel that sculpts the masterpiece of our character. Stoicism, with its roots deep in the natural order of life, imparts the fundamental truth that challenges are the warp and weft of existence. Stoics, embodying this wisdom, do not perceive adversity as an obstacle or a source of suffering, but rather as an opportunity, a crucible that tempers and refines their inner metal. Epictetus beckons us not to wilt before the storms of life,
Damn it.
but to stand steadfast, like the unyielding
Oh, fucking
oak
wrong button. What am I thinking?
unshaken by
Holy
the
shit.
tempest. The essence of this Stoic perspective lies in the profound realization that it is not the events themselves, but our judgments, reactions, and the choices we make in the face of adversity that hold the power to distress us. It is the lens through which we view life's trials that shapes our inner tranquility. To cultivate resilience in the Stoic vein is to walk the path of personal development and to recognize adversity not as a scourge, but as a tutor. Stoicism teaches us that in the crucible of hardship, we discover the true extent of our strength, and it is through facing life's tribulations with courage and unwavering resilience that we emerge, like tempered steel, with a character fortified by the trials we have endured. The Stoic perspective on adversity harmonizes seamlessly with the Stoic belief in the sovereignty of choice. Epictetus, in his sagacity, urges us to confront challenges not with trepidation, but with the valor of a warrior. For it is through our
it's
responses
right there.
to
Wow, I'm
external
blind.
events that we preserve the sanctity of our inner calm and composure. It is the gift of resilience that allows Stoics to navigate life's tempestuous seas with an unswerving gaze, unwavering even in the face of the most turbulent storms. Lesson number 5, choose your response. Epictetus, the venerable Stoic sage whose wisdom has traversed the annals of time, bequeaths to us a profound lesson of immeasurable value, the power of choice in our responses. Within the Stoic philosophy, this lesson stands as an indomitable pillar, a lighthouse guiding us through the tumultuous seas of existence. Epictetus, with unwavering conviction, imparts the truth that while the tides of external events may remain beyond our dominion, the helm of our responses is firmly within our grasp. This, he proclaims, is the essence of Stoic wisdom. In the Stoic sanctum, Where inner calm and composure reign supreme, the locus of control is resolutely internal. Stoicism, a philosophy grounded in profound self-mastery, extols the sovereignty of our responses to life's multifarious challenges. It is in this sacred space that the Stoic virtues, wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, serve as guiding stars, illuminating the path to maintaining inner tranquility. Epictetus, with his sage counsel, invites us to contemplate the nature of our judgments and reactions, particularly in the crucible of adversity. It is through this introspection that we awaken to the profound truth that we possess the sacred gift of choice, the ability to consciously craft our responses to the myriad external events that unfold in our lives. The Stoic approach to responding sagely to life's vicissitudes is akin to a masterstroke on the canvas of existence. It is the choice to align our responses with the Stoic virtues, to confront life's tribulations with the wisdom of sages, the courage of heroes, the justice of righteous hearts, and the temperance of those who tread the path of inner mastery. The Stoics' arsenal, laden with the wisdom of Epictetus, is a bastion of inner peace, impervious even to the fiercest storms. Through conscious choice and alignment with Stoic virtues, we forge a shield that preserves our serenity in the face of adversity. It is the Stoics' clarion call to navigate the labyrinthine corridors of life with grace and resilience, for in the crucible of conscious choice, we find the crucible of enduring inner peace. Lesson number 6. Limit excessive desires. In the illustrious tapestry of Stoic wisdom, woven with threads of reason and virtue, Seneca's counsel on the Stoic principle of moderation stands as a masterpiece in itself. A sage known for his profound philosophical essays on virtue and personal development, Seneca extends to us a lesson of paramount importance, a lesson that beckons us to curb the tempestuous desires that often threaten to engulf our inner calm. At the heart of Stoicism lies the belief that excessive desires, like turbulent seas, have the power to cast our lives adrift, leaving us in a perpetual state of turmoil and discontent. The Stoic sages, in their unwavering pursuit of inner tranquility, recognize the perils of unbridled longing for wealth, status, and material possessions, far beyond what is necessary for a life of virtue and wisdom. Seneca,
where the fuck did the other one
Stoic
head?
sentiment, imparts his wisdom, rooted in the belief that authentic contentment finds its dwelling in the sanctuary of limited desires. It is a lesson that encourages us to navigate the labyrinthine corridors of existence with the rudder of meditation, guiding us toward the tranquil harbor of inner peace. The Stoic path, as illuminated by Seneca's wisdom, beckons us to simplify our desires, seeking only that which is requisite for a life marked by goodness and virtue. In this simplification, we unearth the precious gems of contentment and tranquility, independent of the capricious winds of external fortune. The Stoic practice of limiting excessive desires becomes the lodestar, ensuring the maintenance of a calm and composed disposition. It is within the walls of this ancient wisdom that we discover the profound truth that the fervent pursuit of external treasures is but a fleeting mirage, and the true treasures lie within, waiting to be unearthed. Seneca's teachings stand as an enduring testament to the Stoic commitment to inner mastery and the temperance of desires, forging a path that leads to the sacred sanctuary of inner calm. Lesson number 7. Be virtuous. The essence of Stoicism, as nurtured and cherished by the great Stoic philosophers like Epictetus, Seneca, and Marcus Aurelius, resides in the unwavering commitment to virtue, a commitment that lies at the very heart of this ancient philosophy. The Stoic virtues, comprising wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, become the compass guiding us toward a life marked by inner composure and tranquility. In the rich tapestry of Stoic wisdom, the virtues occupy a hallowed place. They are the moral lodestars that beckon us to navigate life's tempestuous seas with grace and wisdom. These virtues, etched into the annals of Stoic thought, are not mere abstractions. They are the pillars upon which the Stoic ideal of living in harmony with the natural order of the universe rests. Wisdom, the first of these virtues, serves as a beacon of light, illuminating the path of reason and discernment. It calls upon us to cultivate a deep understanding of the world and our place within it. The Stoic sages, such as Epictetus, understood that wisdom is the foundation upon which all other virtues are built. With wisdom as our guiding star, we gain the capacity to see the world as it truly is and to discern between the fleeting and the enduring. Courage, the second virtue, stands as the sentinel guarding the fortress of our moral character. It calls upon us to face life's challenges with steadfastness and resolve. In the Stoic lexicon, courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. It is the unwavering determination to confront adversity with inner fortitude. Seneca, through his teachings, extols the importance of courage in forging a character marked by resilience and unwavering resolve. Justice, the third virtue, extends its mantle of righteousness over the Stoic path. It beckons us to live in accordance with the principles of fairness and moral rightness. The Stoic philosophers,
God, I'm so
drawing
bad with the
inspiration
German
from the
weapons.
wellsprings
Holy
of
hell.
justice,
Oh my
guide
god.
us toward making decisions that are rooted in equity and virtue. The pursuit of justice ensures that our actions align with the moral order of the universe, fostering inner tranquility and composure. Temperance, the final virtue, serves as the guardian of moderation and self-restraint. It reminds us to exercise control over our desires, for it is through temperance that we discover the gateway to true contentment. Seneca, in his philosophical essays, emphasizes the importance of simplifying our desires and seeking only that which is essential for a virtuous life. In the temperance of desires, we uncover the wellspring of inner calm, irrespective of external circumstances. These virtues, championed by various Stoic philosophers, converge to shape a life that exemplifies the Stoic ideal. They serve as the lodestar, guiding us through life's turbulent seas with grace, wisdom, and unshakable inner peace. By adhering to these virtues and allowing them to permeate our thoughts and actions, we maintain a calm and composed disposition, reflecting the Stoic commitment to inner harmony and ethical living. In the mosaic of Stoicism, the virtues are the vibrant colors that compose the image of a life lived in harmony with the eternal truths of the cosmos. Lesson number 8. Understand the transitory nature of life. In the profound and timeless verses of his meditations, Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, delves into the essence of life, a life imbued with transience. His teachings are a testament to the wisdom that accepting the ever-changing nature of existence is a cornerstone for maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. Through the lens of Stoicism, Marcus Aurelius imparts a lesson that is perhaps one of the most pivotal for achieving inner serenity. He invites us to embark on a philosophical journey that involves acknowledging the ephemeral and transient aspects of life. The Stoic recognition of this reality, often referred to as the transitory nature of life, is not a harbinger of despair. Rather, it serves as a cornerstone of strength that can lend profundity to our existence. The core of this lesson is the understanding that nothing in the realm of human experience, be it the moments of joy or the trials of adversity, is immutable. The universe, in its eternal ebb and flow, weaves a tapestry of constant change. The Stoic sage does not resist this cosmic dance, but chooses to waltz in harmony with it. With grace and wisdom, Marcus Aurelius urges us to unburden ourselves from the weight of attachments to those fleeting moments that shimmer like stars across the night sky, and to the material possessions that hold our attention for but a brief interlude. He teaches us to appreciate these moments and possessions as they come into our lives, but also to let them go when the time for departure arrives. In doing so, we unearth an inner sanctuary of calm and composure, impervious to the external tempests. Accepting the impermanence of all things, as championed by Marcus Aurelius, acts as a salve for the soul. It allows us to put into perspective the vicissitudes of life. It liberates us from the bondage of anxiety that stems from clutching onto what was or what might have been. Through this Stoic teaching, we become the architects of our inner fortitude, crafting a character marked by resilience in the face of life's inevitable changes. In understanding the transitory nature of life, we pave the way for a profound sense of inner tranquility. We recognize that our capacity for calm and composure transcends the rise and fall of external circumstances. It is an enduring presence, much like the stars that continue to shimmer in the night sky, irrespective of the fleeting clouds that pass before them. Marcus Aurelius, through his Stoic wisdom, invites us to bask in the light of this understanding, offering us the opportunity to savor life's moments while retaining an unwavering sense of inner peace. Lesson number 9. The value of gratitude. In the profound tapestry of Stoic philosophy, woven with threads of wisdom and resilience, there exists a gem that sparkles with profound insight, the value of gratitude. This lesson, championed by Seneca, one of Stoicism's eminent philosophers, illuminates the path to inner calm and contentment, irrespective of life's challenges. It guides us to celebrate not only life's triumphs but also its tribulations, for it is through the lens of gratitude that we find serenity even in the face of adversity. Seneca, in his essays dedicated to the concept of gratitude, masterfully extolled its virtues. He beckoned us to redirect our gaze from what we may lack to what we have, to find solace in the present moment, and to embrace the treasures that often go unnoticed. In this Stoic practice, we unearth a potent tool for sustaining a profound sense of inner peace. The core of Seneca's teachings on gratitude is a gentle reminder that the act of being thankful is not contingent on the abundance of our possessions, but rather on our ability to perceive life's blessings in their myriad forms. In this sense, gratitude is not a mere response to life's easy moments, but a profound acknowledgement that even amidst the tempest's fury, there is a shelter of calm to be found. By cultivating a sense of gratitude, we recalibrate our relationship with life. We learn to see the splendor in the ordinary, the lessons within adversity, and the preciousness of every fleeting moment. Seneca encourages us to be content with the present, recognizing that the treasures of life are not commodities to be acquired, but experiences to be cherished. The value of gratitude, as illuminated by Seneca, acts as a guardian of our inner peace. It teaches us to ceaselessly reflect on the blessings that have graced our journey. In doing so, we discover that gratitude is an elixir that transmutes the base elements of despair and longing into the gold of contentment and serenity. In moments of challenge, a heart steeped in gratitude does not falter. It finds strength even in the midst of adversity, for it recognizes that the trials of life too are teachers. As Seneca would remind us, the Stoic spirit does not waver in the face of hardship. Instead, it flourishes, drawing nourishment from gratitude's deep well. In the Stoic tradition, the value of gratitude is an unwavering companion that ushers us towards a profound sense of tranquility. It elevates us above life's tempestuous waves, revealing the serenity that lies in embracing the blessings, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. With Seneca's wisdom, we come to realize that practicing gratitude is not a mere response to life's joys, but a steadfast embrace of the beauty found in life's most trying moments. With every breath, every heartbeat, and every fleeting moment, we are presented with opportunities to unearth the treasures of gratitude. Seneca's Stoic legacy beckons us to cherish the present, not in spite of life's challenges, but because of them, and to savor the beauty that surrounds us. It is in this luminous practice that we discover a profound sense of tranquility and calm, even amidst the tempests of existence. Lesson number 10. Keep learning and growing. In the profound tapestry of Stoicism, where wisdom is woven with threads of resilience and temperance, we find a radiant lesson that beckons us to embark on a lifelong journey of self-improvement. Epictetus, one of Stoicism's luminaries, stands as a steadfast guide in this pursuit, revealing that the path to inner calm and composure is paved with the stones of personal growth. The Stoic commitment to self-improvement is a recurring theme in the philosophy, finding resonance across different Stoic philosophers. Epictetus, in particular, carries the torch of this lesson with unwavering conviction. He invites us to tread a path of perpetual growth, emphasizing that this commitment is a treasure trove of wisdom that equips us to navigate life's challenges with grace and sagacity. At the heart of this Stoic doctrine lies a profound realization that life is an unceasing voyage. We are not static beings, but vessels of potential, forever capable of evolution. The commitment to lifelong learning and growth is an unyielding call to action, a reminder that no matter where we stand, there are yet horizons to explore and virtues to cultivate. The Stoic pursuit of self-improvement aligns harmoniously with the quest for wisdom and tranquility. It is an acknowledgement that inner calm and composure are not static attributes, but dynamic processes enriched by the ceaseless quest for understanding. Epictetus encourages us to strive for wisdom, as we would for a precious gem, knowing that it is the compass that guides us through the labyrinth of existence. The Stoic journey of self-improvement finds its pulse in the ebb and flow of life's experiences. We are not called to perfection, but to progress, not to stagnation, but to steady growth. This Stoic lesson echoes through the corridors of wisdom, whispering that there is no final destination, but an endless odyssey of becoming a better version of ourselves. In embracing this lesson, we learn to navigate life's challenges with resilience and fortitude. The Stoic spirit finds strength not in the absence of adversity, but in the quest for growth which adversity often catalyzes. We discover that setbacks are not roadblocks but stepping stones, and every trial is a teacher. The commitment to lifelong learning and growth is a lighthouse in the tempest, a source of calm in the face of life's challenges. It is a testament to the Stoic principle that, regardless of external circumstances, we are the masters of our inner world. The more we learn, the more we grow. And the more we grow, the better we become at weathering the storms of existence. In the echoes of Epictetus's teachings, we find an invitation to celebrate the journey of self-improvement, to revel in the process of learning, and to honor the endeavor of growth. It is a lesson that assures us that, with every step taken on this path, we come closer to the heart of Stoicism, a life marked by inner calm, composure, and the pursuit of wisdom. In a world filled with distractions and uncertainties, Stoicism offers a timeless and practical guide to maintaining calm and composure. By embracing these 10 lessons from Stoicism, inspired by the wisdom of different Stoic philosophers and embodying the virtue of temperance, you can navigate life's challenges with grace, wisdom, and inner peace. The Stoic temperance becomes your anchor, guiding you through the storms of existence and helping you keep calm in the face of adversity. As you embrace these Stoic lessons, you discover a profound sense of tranquility and equanimity that enables you to thrive, regardless of life's challenges. Stoicism's enduring wisdom reminds us that inner peace and composure are not dependent on external circumstances, but are cultivated within, through the practice of these valuable lessons.
Out of all the ancient Hellenistic schools of philosophy, the most famous today is undoubtedly the Stoics, or Stoicism. There are incredibly successful YouTube channels, podcasts dedicated to Stoicism. A lot of you may have read the Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. There are books, conferences, and people who use Stoicism as a way to perform better at their corporate job. Indeed, the exposure that many people will have had when it comes to the Stoics is a version that is, let's say, a bit shallow, where certain aspects of Stoic thought is used to, for instance, optimize productivity or gain wealth or worldly success. It's a movement that has today been dubbed Broicism. The word Stoic, as in a person being stoic, is often used today to describe someone that is emotionally distant, right? That doesn't have any emotions, doesn't feel anything, is simply driven by their rational thinking and not by emotions. And frankly, a lot of the depictions of Stoicism or understandings of Stoicism that many people have today would probably make some of the actual ancient Stoics turn in their graves. But this is only a part of the story. So what is the full story? What is Stoicism? Where does it come from? And what are some of its philosophical and maybe religious teachings? Stoicism is a school of philosophy that developed in ancient Greece during the so-called Hellenistic age. Indeed, Stoicism was probably the most widespread and popular school of philosophy in the Hellenic world right up until the rise of Neoplatonism in the 3rd and 4th centuries, but would of course continue to have an influence even to this very day. It was founded in Athens, that most central of ancient cities for philosophy. Its very name, Stoicism, comes from the Greek term stoa poikide, which means painted porch, and refers to a literal porch that stood right next to the agora or marketplace in Athens. It was here, in the middle of the bustling city,
Let's
that the
go.
first Stoics would gather to purposely
Easy
engage
game.
the public. The founder of Stoicism is often said to be Zeno of Citium, a figure originally from Cyprus who is said to have studied philosophy under the famous Cynic philosopher Crates. And there are indeed some significant similarities between Stoicism and the Cynics. But Zeno is also said to have studied with other philosophers, and the school that he started was unique and original in very important ways. While Zeno is considered the founder, the fundamental features of the philosophy, of course, developed over time with his successors. He was first succeeded by a guy called Cleanthes, and then by the figure Chrysippus, who is one of the most significant figures for the formation of classic Stoic doctrines and is often considered the greatest of all the Stoics in history. Chrysippus lived in Athens just like the other Stoic leaders. Unlike some other traditions that we have discussed, the Stoa was actually a literal school in the sense of a connected group of people with a leader, and Chrysippus was one such significant head of this school. He is said to have written an insane amount of works, over 700 books, in which he presented his interpretations of Zeno's ideas and the basics of Stoicism. It gives me no pleasure to tell you that not a single of these works have survived. We do know of Chrysippus' ideas and significance, though, through references and quotes in other works, and can thus get an idea of his thought. The importance of this guy for Stoicism cannot be overstated. He made significant innovations in all kinds of philosophical fields, perhaps above all
Is that
in
the one I
logic,
just... Yeah,
and
that's
we will
what am I
have time to
thinking?
get into some of these ideas soon. Now, Stoicism is one of the so-called Hellenistic schools of philosophy, alongside other major groups like the Skeptics of the Platonic Academy and the Epicureans, as well as, of course, the Cynics, Peripatetics, and others. And they would frequently engage in polemic and debate with these other schools, especially the Skeptics, who were their kind of arch enemies. And in order to understand Stoicism, it's helpful to get a grasp of this larger philosophical environment. Indeed, one thing that unified all of these schools was their reverence for the figure of Socrates. The Stoics, the Skeptics, the Cynics, the Epicureans, they all claimed to represent the ideas of Socrates, at least in some sense. The problem was, they all interpreted what those ideas were differently. We know of Socrates and his activities mainly from the discourses of Plato, and those who followed Plato and his academy, the academics, of course looked to Socrates as a fundamental role model. And while the earliest academy was concerned with trying to figure out what the actual doctrines of Plato were, very shortly thereafter there was a major shift in focus. Instead, the academics seemed to glean from the dialogues the main theme of skepticism. Socrates or Plato wasn't representing an actual doctrine or doctrines to be elucidated, but rather challenging anyone's claim to absolute knowledge. Thus, the Platonic Academy became the school known as the Skeptics, whose main philosophical characteristic is pretty much right in the name. They believe that we can't reach certainty or true knowledge about anything at all in the world, although there can be different levels of plausibility, at least in some schools or branches of skepticism. This is, of course, a very short and generalizing presentation, but that's the gist of the school. The Epicureans, a school founded by the figure Epicurus, was hedonistic in nature. They believed that what should be sought in life was pleasure, albeit in moderation. Indeed, another one of the features that all these philosophies touch on or deal with is a kind of goal in life, something called ataraxia, which means something like absence of disturbance or trouble, perhaps loosely translatable to something like contentment. Sometimes it's translated as happiness, but that doesn't quite do it justice. So how does one achieve this state of ataraxia? And connected to this, what is the nature of a good life? What is it that is good at all? Good being defined here as something that is desirable for its own sake. For the Epicureans, the answer was pretty simple. The highest good in life is pleasure. pleasure is the only thing that is valuable in this world. Since they were materialists, this seemed a pretty obvious conclusion. But it isn't hedonism in the more crude sense. The ideas of Epicurus are actually a lot more nuanced than that. He suggests a kind of ascetic lifestyle as the best option, where true pleasure is the ataraxia, or contentment, that comes with a moderate lifestyle and the pleasures that result from it. The academic skeptics had a different idea. To them, no certain knowledge was available to humans, so we are to suspend judgment of anything we know, realize that we know nothing for certain, and it is only in this state of mind that ataraxia is reached. For Aristotle and the Peripatetics, the highest good in life is eudaimonia, something more close to well-being or living well in general. So what's the position of the
I don't want
Stoics?
mine being close to someone
They
else's.
did not believe that the highest human good was well-being or happiness or health or pleasure or any of these things. Indeed, to the Stoics, all these things were indifferent, without any intrinsic value. The only thing that is truly valuable, the only good in this world, is virtue. Nothing else can bring a person to contentment or quote-unquote happiness, not wealth or physical health or not power or pleasure, only virtue. But what does this mean? How is a Stoic to actually live his or her life? We're given a seemingly clear-cut answer by the second scholar or leader of the Stoics, Cleanthes, when he says that the goal of life, the telos, is, quote, living in agreement with nature. To live a life in accordance with nature is a recurring theme in all of Stoic ethics. But you might ask,
Hey.
we'll return to Stoic ethics soon, but it might do as well to get a sort of overview of the philosophy in general first. So in Stoicism, philosophy is often divided into three main categories or parts: logic, physics, and ethics. It is the ethical teachings of Stoicism that have become particularly famous today, but the other parts are also equally important to understand in order to get a sort of full picture of this whole. To many, logic is the basis from which all philosophy must start. This is sort of jumping off aspects of philosophy, right? Today, logic might be obvious things are logical. In philosophy, logic is actually a kind of science. It's a way of studying, examining the nature of truth and how we can know what's truth. Logic was very important to the Stoics. In some ways, it's a kind of prerequisite for the other two categories. In one comparison, philosophy is seen as an egg. The shell is logic, the egg white is physics, and the egg yolk is ethics. This hierarchy is that Sisyphus is the structure, logic as shell, ethics as white, and physics as the yolk, but logic is always the sort of first or outer, the shell in this analogy, right? Now, I am not a logician, so if I actually attempted to do a deep dive into Stoic logic, it would probably turn out not so great. What I can do is briefly mention that Stoic logic is a very significant thing in the history of philosophy. Stoics developed logic in a way that would become very influential, and in particular Chrysippus is strongly associated and seen as the sort of originator of a lot of Stoic logic. Chrysippus, in fact, is sometimes viewed as one of the greatest logicians in all of history. He was truly a genius in many, many ways, and this was one of them. Throughout history, however, the logic of Aristotle has been the most famous and widely used, at least up until the modern period. And the logic of Aristotle and that of the Stoics are different in some fundamental ways. As a very brief summary, Aristotle's logic is a categorical one based on syllogisms. A classic syllogism will be something like all A equals B and all B equals C. That must mean that all A also equals C. Or, to replace the letters with actual words, Socrates is a man, all men are mortal. That must mean that Socrates is mortal.
Ever.
Stoic logic is instead based on propositions and their relationship. For instance, a classic Stoic proposition: if it is day, there is light, but it is day, therefore it is light. Chrysippus was, again, a very important figure. What is it about these propositions that make them true? Some philosophers would argue that a proposition proposition is true as long as the second part isn't, as a matter of fact, false when the first one is true. So, for example, if I said, if it is they, then I am great at explaining logic. That would be considered true by some philosophers, including Philo of Megara. Because none of those two statements are necessarily false, although you could of course argue about the second part. Chrysippus didn't agree, however. He basically held the idea that a proposition can only be true if the opposite of the consequence, that is the second part, would falsify the first part. You could say, if it is they, then I am bad at explaining logic, and that wouldn't change anything. Whether I am good or bad at explaining logic has no bearing on whether it is they. But if you take a proposition that would be considered true according to Chrysippus, such as the already mentioned classic, if it is day, there is light, then things are different. Because if the second part isn't true, if it is dark, for instance, then the first part can't be true. If that is the case, then that must mean that it is night rather than day. In other words, if it is day, there is light, is a true statement. Chrysippus gives us 5 argument forms, the first of which is the one that we've already given. If it is day, there is light, but it is day, therefore there is light. The second argument form can actually clarify the point we were making about the relationship between part A and B. This form goes, if it is day, there is light, but there is not light, therefore it is not day. We're not going to go through all the argument forms or go deeper into this topic now, but these are the basic characteristics of Stoic and Chrysippan logic, which thus differs in some significant ways from Aristotelian logic. Needless to say, the Stoics consider logic to be very important for philosophy, and in some ways as a kind of starting point or prerequisite to go into the other 2 categories, physics and ethics. The physics of this school is really interesting. First of all, there is no metaphysics in Stoicism. This is because there is literally nothing beyond physics to contemplate. The Stoics, in other words, are materialists. They hold that everything that exists are bodies, or matter. Even the human soul and God are ultimately material, physical things. There is no immaterial first cause like in Aristotle, immaterial souls like in Platonism, and certainly no world of forms. At the same time, though, they also posit that there is a kind of active, intelligent principle that rules the universe. The universe, in other words, is kind of divided into 2 aspects, an active aspect and a passive aspect. Matter, sometimes called prime matter, is the passive principle in the world. There is an active one too. The world is ordered according to reason and intelligence by a force that they call the logos. We thus once again encounter that word, which is often translated as word, such as in the Gospel of John, where quotes, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The word logos means a whole lot more than just our concept of word. It's very difficult to translate, but among other things, it encapsulates a kind of principle of reason. Logos as reason orders things. It's a faculty of human reason, but also a more kind of universal principle of reason. Especially in Stoicism, where the logos is the governing intelligence that orders the whole cosmos, and is identified with God or Zeus. Indeed, there are some sections of Stoic writings that are quite pious and surprisingly devotional in nature. Quote, most glorious of immortals, mighty God, sovereign king of universal nature, piloting this world in harmony with law, all hail. This pantheistic god of the Stoics is identified with nature.
Wait,
itself.
really? Jesus
It is
fucking
something that
Christ.
stands apart from nature and the world, and all of it in some way. It is, as we said, the active aspect of the world, which is part of all things. But remember, the Stoics are materialists, so this god is not something immaterial present in the world, but also somehow a physical thing. Indeed, it is also often called by the term pneuma, which is often translated as breath or fiery breath. God is a kind of fire. Not literally, of course, but in the sense of being a very subtle kind of matter, similar to fire or breath. It is physical, but somehow permeates all things, being identical to nature itself. All these terms are often used interchangeably by the Stoics. God, nature, logos, the whole, pneuma, to denote the same concept, this monistic or pantheistic idea of God as some kind of unity that is unity that permeates all things. A Explaining the view of Chrysippus, Alexander of Aphrodisias wrote that he, quote, assumes the whole of substance is unified by a certain pneuma, which extends throughout it by means of which it is held together and remains together, and by which the whole is in sympathy with itself. It fundamentally this a pantheistic God that is reason itself. Thus nature is perfectly and reasonably ordered. Everything happens according to the will or providence of this God or Logos, and everything is thus preordained. This also leads to the characteristic Stoic idea of determinism. When we read the Stoic writings, we find that they are often concerned with this idea of how God orders all things according to perfect reason, and that we are to appreciate the perfection of the world, or at least to see everything that happens or changes as indifferent. The Logos is, after all, identical to nature, including our own nature. Human beings are special in this case because we are creatures that have a rational mind. Thus, we are participating in the divine Logos. We are being God, simply by being creatures with minds. This is why we see in the writings of Marcus Aurelius, for example, that he refers to the divine within. God is within and without. It is everywhere. It is nature itself, and it moves and changes according to the reason of the Logos, which is also identical to itself. And this is what it means to, quote, live according to nature, to align oneself with the way that nature works, with the divine Logos. And this, of course, has significant ethical consequences. Because of this physical outlook, the whole universe can be said to be a single thing. Marcus Aurelius says in his Meditations, quote, think always of the universe as one living creature, comprising one substance and one soul, how all is absorbed into this one consciousness, how a single impulse governs all its actions, how all things collaborate in all that happens, the very web and mesh of it all. This leads very naturally to another key feature of Stoic physics that would be very influential for later developments too, which is the idea of cosmic sympathy, or sympathia. This is basically the notion that all things in the universe are interconnected and interdependent on each other. A speck of dust on some planet in a faraway solar system has a direct connection with my thumb, or with you, or with the trees outside. Everything is connected in an almost occult, esoteric way, because after all, everything is one thing. But all along, this interconnectedness is also somehow physical to the Stoics, just as God and pneuma is material, even though later figures such as the Neoplatonists would interpret these ideas of sympathia in more metaphysical ways. To the Stoics, reality is an interconnected web, where all things are connected to everything else, which also allows them to explain occult things like divination and esoteric reading, which we'll also return to more later. While this idea of sympathia is often traced to the Stoic thinker Posidonius and later thinkers in particular, and maybe partly as a result of his Platonizing tendencies, you can find ideas that approximate it from earlier periods of Stoicism as well. Indeed, the strongly monistic worldview that was part of the Stoas since the very beginning kind of necessitated this. If everything is one thing, and God is identical to that all, then everything must be connected in some way. We even saw a possible example of this in Chrysippus from that earlier quote, where he is said to have held that, quote, the whole is in sympathy with itself. This idea of sympathia has been a core feature of Stoicism for most of history, but became perhaps most prominent during what is often called the Middle Stoa, with figures like Posidonius and his colleagues, who are often said to have implemented certain aspects of Platonism into the Stoic worldview. It would later be taken up by figures like Plotinus and the Neoplatonists, as well as by the writers of the Hermetic literature, and would become very influential throughout history in esotericism, mysticism, and philosophy generally. But Stoicism is, of course, a comprehensive philosophy. Just like all other ancient philosophies, it wasn't just about theorizing or thinking about all these questions on an intellectual plane or an intellectual sense. It was also about actualizing these ideas in your life and living life according to what they saw as the true way of looking at the world. Living a good life, in other words. How was the Stoics supposed to live or implement these ideas? And this is where we get into the topic of Stoic ethics. Indeed, Stoicism is famous today primarily for its ethical teachings or ethical ideas. Maybe most people have encountered Stoicism through all these different YouTube channels or podcasts or Instagram posts or books maybe that talk about Stoicism. These sources often primarily focus on, first of all, the later Stoics, the Roman Stoics, and also almost exclusively with ethical teachings and ethical ideas. How to live your life, how to be less anxious maybe, how to get up in the morning, all these kinds of aspects. And very rarely do they deal with equally as important aspects of Stoic doctrine like logic and physics. When we talk about Stoicism, scholars often divide it into three distinct phases. First, the early original Stoics in Athens, such as Zeno, Cleanthes, and Chrysippus. This is where the school was born and established its fundamental doctrines. Then there is the Middle Stoa, or Middle Stoicism, including figures like Panaetius and Posidonius, which had their center in Rhodes, and among other things, seem to have implemented certain Platonic ideas into the system. And lastly, there is the Late Stoa, sometimes called Roman Stoicism, which is basically when the school migrated to the Roman Empire and the Roman writers. Many scholars also question the simplistic division of and without a doubt, the Roman Stoics and their ideas that the majority of people are familiar with. Many of us have read the famous works of Seneca, the discourses of Epictetus, and of course the meditations of Marcus Aurelius. All of these belong to the Roman Stoic, which have some specific characteristics. Among other things, it is often said that the Roman Stoics had a particular focus precisely on ethics. And none of this is surprising and can be pretty easily explained, because indeed it is only the Roman Stoics whose writings have survived to any significant degree. We don't have any full surviving works by the early Stoics or even from the Middle Stoa, but we have plenty of stuff from the Romans. So it's only natural that it is these thinkers that are the most famous, and that the characteristic features of their writings are the thing that most people associate with Stoicism as a whole, even though of course Chrysippus deserves all the love that he can get. So what do the Stoics teach in terms of ethics? Well, we've already a quote attributed to Cleanthes and sometimes to Zeno that one's goal or telos should be to live in accordance with nature is at the core of the Stoic life. We now know a bit more what that nature is. With all our knowledge that we've now gained of Stoic physics in particular, we can now sort of rephrase that sentence to also say to live in accordance with God or with Zeus, to live in accordance with reason or logos, or even to live in accordance with yourself, since all of these are seen as identical statements. The world is logos and is governed and shaped by this logos. We, as humans, are also creatures of logos or reason, and so for us to live in agreement with the logos at large, with the whole, as it is often called, means to align ourselves with the way nature works, almost to see and approach the world from the perspective of that divine inside, from the perspective of Zeus or God, as it were. The way to achieve this is to pursue the only truly good in this world, virtue. The Stoics were unique compared to other schools in that they considered all other good things in life, reputation and such things, as totally indifferent. None of those things are either good or bad, and none of them, in themselves at least, can lead to human happiness. And neither can they, of course, harm you or lead to an unhappy life, again, in themselves. Health in itself is neither good or bad and can never lead to happiness, for instance. Only virtue can. And virtue to the Stoics is identified with knowledge, especially knowledge of things as they are, according to the logos of the universe. All forms of virtue are a kind of knowledge. Being a good or kind person, which is a virtue, is a kind of knowledge. It's based on you knowing that it is right to be good according to the reason of the whole. This may sound harsh or weird to you. Why would you not consider health to be a good thing? Does this mean that the Stoics don't care if they are healthy or if they have food to eat? This is a good point, and actually a point that they were very much criticized for by their opponents at the time, like the skeptics. But, as you might expect, the ideas of the Stoics aren't so crude. While there were some early Stoics that went the more extreme way, Chrysippus and basically everyone that followed, basically all the Stoics, instead held the idea that some indifference, such as health or moderate wealth, are preferred indifference. It is preferred by a Stoic to be healthy rather than sick, and they will do their best to avoid getting ill, of course. This is also, in a way, according to nature, to not want to be sick. Or that we all, of course, prefer to have food on the table rather than to starve. But the Stoics also recognize that none of these things, although they are preferred, will ever bring happiness in themselves, and they thus remain indifferent in that sense. It is a somewhat complicated doctrine, and many of the ancient critics still didn't buy it, but that's the general idea. Virtue and knowledge are the only thing that also yourself rather than so your own virtue, so to say. Those of you who have read the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius or the Discourses of Epictetus will recognize many of these themes. Constantly, they will remind us to remember death, that death is quickly approaching and can happen at any time. Thus, we are to focus on that which truly matters, living virtuously and not getting caught up in things that ultimately have no value and will disappear. The Stoics encourage a moderate lifestyle, not necessarily a fully ascetic one, but one where worldly pleasures are to be avoided, or at least seeking them out for their own sake is to be avoided, so to say. Quote, wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. One all-important principle of Stoicism is a kind of dichotomy of control. There are two kinds of things we can experience in this life. Things we can control and things we can't. If you're troubled by something that you can't control, say for instance you are sitting in a comfortable position, you can simply do something about it. Change your position. Or, to take a less trivial example, maybe you have done something unkind to someone and feel anxious about it. In that case, you can perhaps apologize to the person in question. On the other hand, there are things in this life that you cannot control. The weather, age, or again, the fact that you're going to die. These things, since we cannot control them, have no use getting upset about because, again, there's nothing we can do about it. Everything is ruled by the providence of God or reason, including your approaching death, and to get upset about your own death is useless. A person with virtue who is aligned with nature sees his death as just another change, as an inevitable part of the way of nature or of God. To be upset about death is just as irrational as to be upset about the blooming of flowers in the spring or the fact that a garment turns into a butterfly. It is the same change, the same nature and reason doing what it does, and is simply out of your control. Instead, the virtuous person accepts all things that happen as part of the universal reason, as an expression of the providence of God. As Marcus Aurelius beautifully puts it, quote, so one should pass through this tiny fragment of time in tune
Third
with
way.
nature.
Wait, no, I'm going
Leave
the
it
right way.
gladly, as an olive leaf fall when ripe, blessing the earth which bore it, and grateful to the tree which gave it growth. And the same attitude should be used to face all happenings in life, especially those that are out of your control. Not to be fazed by things that happen, even though they may be sad or unbeneficial, because they are, after all, simply the workings of universal reason and the interconnected oneness of all things. Everything is always precisely as it should be. According to the Stoics, no external thing can actually hurt us, that is, hurt our soul. Obviously, someone can stab you with a spear and you will be physically hurt, but nothing external can truly affect or hurt our true self, our soul, but ourselves. When we are hurt by external things or circumstances, it is not those things themselves that hurt us, but our perception or judgment of those things. Someone can say something really mean to you, but that doesn't really hurt you. Only if you judge that mean thing as hurtful or choose to look at it as such, then it hurts you. But it is only your judgment that does the damage. This is why we find in the Stoic writings an emphasis that we are not to care about what other people think. Fame, reputation, praise, or unconstructive criticism, it doesn't matter. It has no value. It is, again, indifferent. The only thing we should focus on is our own soul, to make sure that we make ourselves honest, non-judgmental, and all other such virtues. Going back to the idea of control, it is after all only ourselves that we can control. We cannot control what other people think about us, only how we act and behave in life. So all our effort should go towards making sure we are virtuous individuals. Stoic ethics is often associated with this kind of cold, distant, and detached attitude. And it is kind of true, even though it is a bit of a caricature. The Stoics do emphasize a kind of detachment in life, to accept things as they come, since they are the workings of God, and then to be equally happy to let them go.
I got time for this shit.
To let go of things
Come on.
we cannot control. Marcus Aurelius puts it in a brief but very powerful statement, quote, "Accept humbly, let go easily." Stoicism is thus very much a philosophy of self-control. One is to use one's reason, that faculty of oneself that is divine after all, and align it to the general reason or logos of the whole. And this also means
Fucking
avoiding
hate
what
this
the Stoics
stupid
call
ass game.
passions. Life is full of such passions or emotions, and they are often divided into 4 general categories: distress, fear, lust, and delight. Each of these, of course, have subcategories of passions or emotions that should be avoided or controlled, things like anger, lust, jealousy, sadness, envy, etc. To the Stoics, the passions are essentially misunderstandings or false attributions of value. They are the result of us falsely concluding that something has goodness or not, when really everything but virtue is, as we said, indifferent. If we feel a great sense of lust, in general or for a specific person, this is because we have falsely attributed value to achieving the aim of our desire, the pleasure of sex. But this pleasure has no intrinsic value. Instead, the Stoic practices self-control. He or she attains knowledge and virtue by understanding the way the world works, the workings of the logos, and his own place in this reality. When they have achieved this knowledge or virtue, they no longer misidentify all these passions with what is good, instead being able to see the big picture, so to say. We don't grieve, at least not incessantly, when someone passes away, because we understand this is simply the laws of nature, the will and providence of God. Simply another change in a world that is constantly undergoing change. There is no difference in value between a baby being born and an old man dying. It's all the same change, and it is only us that judge them as either good or bad, as suffering as a result of our judgment. When we have self-control and conquer the passions, we can find true contentment, ataraxia, the absence of pain, by living out virtue. And this shouldn't be seen as the Stoics being completely cold and emotionless. This is the caricature I mentioned earlier. They don't tell us to not feel emotions, but rather to approach them from a reasoned perspective, to understand them properly with a clear mind, and thus experiencing them with moderation, you could say. The Stoics often wrote about feeling joy or pleasure, but to not be sad when it inevitably goes away. That's the key part. This becomes especially potent when we read the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius, who was, after all, the Emperor of Rome during one of the heights of the empire's power. Reading his Meditations, we find a person who is surrounded by pleasure in a certain sense, although he often writes from the kind of trenches of Germania in wartime, which probably wasn't all that pleasurable. But he often talks about how one can be an emperor, to live in a palace and have access to all these pleasures, maybe to enjoy them to some degree, but still to be a Stoic philosopher and still to remain a virtuous person. It's all about not letting those passions or pleasures control you, not to attribute value or goodness to these things in themselves, but still being able to live them. You accept joy when it comes, and you equally accept sadness and pain when it arrives, but you don't hold on to any of it when it goes away. Instead, the important part is to practice virtue, to be a good person, which, according to Marcus, involves loving children, caring for your kin, being generous, and having genuine affection. Not some cold, calculating, emotional robots as many others imagine themselves. This is a very important thing for me to understand. There is considerable nuance and depth to these ethical ideas, and we shouldn't understand them in too simplistic of a way. Quote, "In your fits of anger have this thought ready to mind, that there is nothing manly in being angry, that a gentle calm is more human and therefore more virile. It is the gentle who have strength, sinew, and courage, not the indignant and complaining. The closer to control emotion, the closer to power. Anger is as much a sign of weakness as is pain." So self-control is obviously very important, to focus on self-improvement, to take the opportunity we have in this very fleeting moment of our life to focus on that which is actually important, to be a good person, to improve ourselves, to live virtuously. time, this might sound strange or paradoxical when you consider another key aspect of Stoic thought, which is of course their determinism. Since everything is controlled or governed by God, or pneuma, or logos, and everything is that whole, this also means that everything is precisely as it should be and couldn't have been any other way. It also means that our lives as individuals, our decisions and actions, are also predetermined and beyond our control. Stoicism seems to say that we don't have any free will at all. This is true, but there is more going on here. The Stoics indeed hold that everything is determined by cause and effect. Every cause necessitates its effect, and everything is predetermined. In other words, everything is fated according to fate. Not just the outcomes of things, but every detail about how things happen is already determined by the chain of cause and effect that have continued since the beginning. Everything we do is already determined. But the Stoics still very much argue for the importance of moral responsibility and for the idea that our actions are still up to us. How is this possible? Well, the Stoics adopted a position that has come to be called compatibilism, which is, very simply put, the idea that the ideas of free will and determinism are compatible with each other. This idea is still popular among philosophers today and have of course been understood in somewhat different ways across history. But the Stoics argue that our actions are indeed determined to a certain degree. Certain causes initiate how we will act. Different still act differently based on their inner condition and state of mind. A certain person will respond to a situation in a certain way because of the way that she is, because of her character. You can still thus praise her for it, at least if it's a good action, right? Our actions are still up to us because we still choose how we act. Chrysippus used an interesting comparison to explain this. Here, we are told to imagine someone pushing a cylinder down a slope. The cylinder will roll, whereas if it was some other object, like a rock, it will behave in another way, perhaps bouncing around here and there, or maybe if you try a cube, it will not roll at all. As Cicero tells Chrysippus' argument, quote, "As a person who has pushed a roller forward has given it a beginning of motion, but has not given it the capacity to roll, so a sense presentation, when it impinges on the will, it is true impresses and as it were seals its appearance on the mind, but the active assent will be in our power. And as we said in the case of the roller, although given a push from without, as to the rest, will move by its own force and nature. The way we react to a cause is therefore still up to us." This honestly perhaps isn't the best argument though. It still seems like the shape of the cylinder or the way that it rolls is still sort of predetermined by its shape, for example. It doesn't really it doesn't solve the problem of having both free will or having things being up to us and this strong determinism. The point here is that the inner aspect, the inner nature, the nature of the cylinder is what makes it roll a certain way, even though there was a cause that sort of initiated its movement to begin with. The scholar Dorothea Friede gives another analogy where we imagine someone offering a bribe to a certain person. That person can choose to accept or deny the bribe, and his decision will be determined by what kind of person he is, his inner nature, so to say. In other words, it's still up to him whether or not to accept the bribe, but he wouldn't have done either without the initiating cause of that other person offering the bribe to begin with. She goes on, quote, "That there is a regular pattern of behavior does not diminish our responsibility. It just brings out a fact that we have come to terms with anyway, that we are preconditioned by our personality. This does not rule out the possibility of improvement. Experience can affect the inner conditions of an individual in such a way that he or she learns to avoid hastiness in his or her reactions to immediate impressions. Therefore, society's reprimands and rewards are not futile. There may be a lasting effect on a person's inner nature." So the Stoics, through this compatibilism, can uphold both determinism and moral responsibility and self-improvement, although this compatibilism has been criticized and questioned by their critics across history too. These are thus key characteristics of the Stoic school of philosophy. We are focused on its three main categories or aspects: logic, physics, and ethics. And in all of these ways and through these categories, this school, of course, very influential and very, very important for the history of philosophy. But another area in which the Stoics have been very influential, and one that may be surprising to some, especially given the fact that they were materialists and associated with this very strong rationalism, is that they have been very influential also in the field of esotericism and in esoteric hermeneutics in particular. Have you ever encountered a mystic or philosopher who will read or study a text like the Bible or the Quran, or maybe like the old classic epics of Homer, for instance, and argue that what is said on the surface of the text isn't the actual true meaning of the text, or at least that the text has different levels of meanings and hidden meanings and all this stuff? I'm sure you've encountered this before, especially if you follow this channel. And this is what is often referred to as esoteric hermeneutics, or esoteric interpretation. Again, many philosophers in history are associated with this kind of attitude and this kind of reading of scripture. And perhaps surprisingly, this whole thing kind of starts with the Stoics. If you remember, the Stoics consider everything to be connected. The whole universe is essentially one thing, in which there is a sympathy between all different parts. This also means that everything is determined in a way. There is a necessary causal chain of events. Because of this, a sage who knows where to look can read the world, so to say. This is, in fact, how things like divination works, which the Stoics definitely believed in. We can read the world around us to predict things in the future. Things like the stars or other natural phenomena are like signs that point to a certain thing or a certain outcome. And the same can be said about text. The active part of the world is the logos, and everything is and is determined by that logos. This means that this logos, or truth, expresses itself in different ways. There is, in other words, a perennial truth expressed by the logos throughout history, a Stoic truth, of course, but sometimes hidden in obscure language. The Stoics are some of the first thinkers on record to take the old myths about the gods, especially in texts by Homer and Hesiod, and read them esoterically. They believe that the text says one thing on the surface, but really means something else on a deeper level. The stories about the gods and all their escapades actually reveal something deeper about the universe, and of course about Stoic doctrine, that perennial truth that we talked about. And a true sage can read text like that and extract the true meanings from the surface sentences. This kind of idea and reading of text would of course become incredibly influential. For example, with figures like Philo of Alexandria in the 1st century AD, we see philosophers start to apply similar techniques to the Bible, which would have far-reaching consequences for not only Judaism, but the very formation of religions like Christianity and Islam. In other words, Stoicism has been an incredibly important philosophical school. It was, as we said, probably the most widespread and most popular school in the Hellenistic age until around the time that Neoplatonism arrived, and it basically disappeared pretty quickly thereafter. But even so, its ideas would survive in different forms throughout history. Plotinus and the Neoplatonists took many of these Stoic ideas and adapted them into their system, such as that of Sympathia, for instance. And even later philosophers like Spinoza are often argued to have been greatly influenced by the Stoics. And when you compare the two, it becomes pretty clear. Spinoza famously believed Even a god that was identified or identical with nature. The whole term pantheism was basically coined to explain his philosophy. There is only one substance, and that substance is God, identical to the concept of nature. And this is obvious.
Have you ever found yourself amid rush hour on public transportation, packed like sardines, only to be met with the unmistakable scent of sweat from the individual before you? Well, this situation may trigger some irritation, especially when this person turns out to be a loud-mouthed, antisocial asshole, arguing with a friend on the phone on speaker mode. And when someone calls him out, he just blurts out some cuss words and proceeds his behavior. We've all been there, encountering nasty people in the outside world. Assholes are everywhere. They're on the bus, on the train, on the streets, in restaurants, at work, in traffic, and in our private spheres. These difficult people from all corners of the world and all walks of life just don't know how to behave. Or perhaps they do know, but don't even bother doing so. How do we deal with such people? Well, it turns out that the ancient Stoics have some answers. Dealing with difficult people is a common theme in Stoic literature. They spoke about deceptive brothers, bad fathers, people who pushed in the public baths, and those who flushed their manners and sense of hygiene through a public toilet. So what can we do about loud and smelly commuters, unpleasant co-workers, or even abusive or narcissistic people we share our houses with? In the previous video, we spoke about the choice of being alone and why such a choice often arises from painful past experiences with other people. This video goes deeper into dealing with these and other difficult people, including those who smell bad, through the lens of Stoic philosophy and some relevant personal experiences. After Epictetus was banished from Rome along with other philosophers, he traveled to Nicopolis, a city in northern Greece, where he remained for the rest of his life. In Nicopolis, he founded a philosophical school, and among his students was a young and bright man named Arian. Without Arian, it's likely that we wouldn't be discussing the high-esteemed philosopher Epictetus today, as he wrote down a vast collection of lectures and created a pocketbook with his teacher's most important lessons. One of these lessons features a cornerstone of Roman civilization: bathing.
Right.
Public bathhouses were prevalent in the Roman Empire, and the Roman bathing culture, which was based on that of the ancient Greeks, spread throughout the whole of the Mediterranean. Bathing was predominantly a social practice. Romans visited the bathhouse to meet with friends and invite them to parties, and politicians dwelled there to collect support from the people. Even the super wealthy, who could afford private bathing spaces, frequented the public baths because of their social aspects. The bathhouses provided citizens a place to work out, meet people, relax, and have fun. But you probably would have guessed it. As a great variety of people visited such crowded public spaces, there wasn't a shortage of assholes. You know, those who splashed water on purpose, came to steal, or believed that the bathhouse was their property and behaved accordingly. Yes, when reading Stoic texts, we can see that, in many ways, human nature hasn't changed, and that difficult people are a timeless occurrence. So what did Epictetus suggest regarding handling the difficult people of that day? Epictetus told his students to remember the nature of their activity. We can attribute specific characteristics to every action. In the bathhouse, for example, there are things we can expect when we go there, even though we may not like them. People splashing the water, pushing others, using abusive language, shouting, intimidating, or doing a cannonball, if that was a thing back then. Being aware of these aspects inherent to the bath, we shouldn't be surprised when encountering them. So what should we do, according to Epictetus? He suggests that the focal point shouldn't be just bathing, but also keeping one's mind calm and under control. I quote, "Thus you will more safely go about this action if you say to yourself, I will now go bathe, and keep my own mind in a state conformable to nature, in the same manner with regard to every other action. For thus, if any hindrance arises in bathing, you will have it ready to say, it was not only to bathe that I desired, but to keep my mind in a state conformable to nature, and I will not keep it if I am bothered at things that happen. End quote. Similarly, we can treat taking public transport. Of what nature is this activity? Is taking public transport always quiet? And are seats always available for everyone? Are people always lovely and friendly on the bus? Do trains always arrive on time, without exception? Any commuter will probably admit that even though these positive experiences occur, they don't fully represent the nature of taking public transport. Instead, there are many unpleasant aspects, such as loud-mouthed, smelly antisocial people who try to dodge fares, take too much space, and put their phones on speakers in a fully packed subway car. So what's the Stoic way of taking public transport? Based on Epictetus' verse, the answer is twofold. Stoics contemplate the nature of traveling with public transport. Second, Stoics focus on keeping their minds calm while partaking in the activity. So when taking the bus, expect the possibility of delay. When taking the train, expect to encounter unfriendly personnel and nasty passengers. Marcus Aurelius was considered one of the good emperors. He was also a follower of the Stoic philosophical school. As an emperor, he had to deal with many people all day, every day, including some pretty difficult ones. Some people were rude and demanding, others were unfair and untrustworthy. Being an emperor was a hell of a job, and the responsibility was a heavy burden. Imagine being the most influential person alive. Many envy you and try to take your place, and a vast empire depends on your choices. Understandably, Marcus Aurelius sought an outlet, which, at least partly, took the form of a diary in which he wrote his reflections. He wrote about fortitude in times of need, the meaning of life, the nature of being human, and about dealing with difficult people. From his writings, later Stoic scholars even derived a practice known as the premeditatio malorum, loosely translated as negative visualization, which I've explored in depth in a previous video. But let's look at a curious example of Marcus Aurelius' writings, in which he urged himself not to be bothered by people's foul body odors. He stated, "Don't be irritated at people's smell or bad breath. What's the point? With that mouth, with those armpits, they're going to produce that odor. But they have a brain. Can't they figure it out? Can't they recognize the problem? So you have a brain as well. Good for you. And use your logic.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
And you have solved the problem without anger." End quote. The underlying thought about this approach is that we ultimately cannot control other people's behavior. Marcus Aurelius realized that even as an emperor, he didn't have complete power over his subjects. As we probably have experienced with the people around us, they have their own brains, will, and freedom of action. If something bothers us about them, we can only point it out, stating the issue clearly. But is that a guarantee that they will listen? Chances are that they don't care a bit about what we say. Some people stink and absolutely don't give a about it, unless you can afford it. On the other hand, their hygiene is not in your power, and thus, the Stoics would say it's not worth worrying about. By the way, if you're interested in more of my ramblings inspired by Stoic philosophy, these books containing my collected works might interest you. They're available in paperback and ebook format. When people exhibit behavior we don't like, we often put these behaviors under a magnifying glass. An example almost everyone can relate to is the way we see our parents. Especially when we grow older, we tend to focus on the bad characteristics of our parents while overlooking the good ones. Yes, some parents made terrible choices, others can't take criticism, and others are nosy. These are facets that drive us apart from these people. We can't disregard them. They persist in the background whenever we communicate with them. These characteristics are what make these people difficult, and unfortunately, there often isn't much we can do about them because only they can decide to change. But Epictetus urged us not to give up on these people just yet. The Enchiridion shares a lesson rooted in tolerance, showing that all things, including people, have more sides to them apart from their bad characteristics. Epictetus spoke to a pupil who struggled with a brother who dealt unfairly, either with him or others. So he gave him the following suggestion. Everything has two handles, one you can bear it with and one you can't. If your brother is unfair and you try to grasp the situation by the handle of his unfairness, you're using the handle that won't work. Grasp the situation by the other handle, that he is your brother. Together, you can carry it well. Unquote. In many cases, from personal experience, changing perspectives goes a long way. Sometimes, mainly when I'm alone in my thoughts, I catch my mind magnifying people's bad sides, turning them into villains, out to wreak havoc on their surroundings. The handle, as Epictetus called it, becomes more significant than the person it's attached to. So what helps is simply focus on the other side of the person, as there's much more to them than being a jerk, a liar, an idiot, or a wrongdoer. There might be complementary aspects that could still support a bond, other handles to carry it with. However, the situation is so bad sometimes that we cannot carry it even by the handles we deem acceptable. Some people are just too darn toxic to be around. If that's the case, keep watching. Imagine sharing your home with someone who started a fire that produces smoke. As long as the fire is manageable and the smoke tolerable, you don't see a reason to leave. But what will you do when the smoke becomes unbearable? Will you stay inside or get out? Let me share something personal, something I've struggled with for a long time. I haven't spoken to my father for more than 5 years now. We used to be very close, but in the spring of 2018 I cut off contact, which wasn't without reason. It was an accumulation of experiences, some of which are insane when I recall them. My father portrays criteria of narcissistic personality disorder listed by the DSM-5, although he never got officially diagnosed because he doesn't believe he has a problem, as opposed to the world around him, of course. Regardless of what label belongs to him, his complete disregard for personal boundaries, manipulation, pathological lying, self-aggrandizement, obsession with vengeance, and path of self-destruction, not to mention destroying other people's lives, were too large for my capacity to tolerate. I had to escape. I had to leave. The idea that my father is still my father and therefore I should still have him in my life lost more and more of its credibility and incidents were piling up, and I wasn't the only victim. For years I contemplated the words of Epictetus. Are you naturally entitled, then, to a good father? No, only to a father. And while that's true, I also must recognize that there are limits to what one should bear. At some point, enough is enough. The vast collection of recorded lectures by Epictetus, called Discourses, presents a simile about smoke in a house, which goes like this. Has someone made a smoke in the house? If he has made a moderate amount of smoke, I shall stay. If too much, I go outside. This simile is generally explained as an argument that supports suicide, saying that when life becomes too much to bear, it's okay to leave. However, when we look at the passages preceding the simile, it seems that Epictetus refers to difficult people, as they tell a story about someone not wanting to die in someone's house because he cannot stand his basement. Thus, Epictetus concluded, only do nothing as one burdened, or afflicted, or thinking that he is in a wretched plight, for no one forces you to this. Here, he seemed to emphasize our ability to choose. When dealing with difficult people, or full-blown narcissists for that matter, is there a possibility to leave? If yes, you can walk through that door and never look back at any time. When people have hurt us, we might entertain fantasies of revenge, and eye for an eye seems fair. If someone damaged us or did injustice to us, aren't we justified to give them a piece of their own medicine? My dealings with my father evoked similar sentiments in me. For years, I've thought about revenge, about how I would settle the score, and I would certainly not use the same methods as him. My idea of revenge was success. As a son, I I was never good. I was always at fault, perpetually deficient. So I figured that my best revenge would be to show him, to present to him that I had attained more success than he ever had. Although this form of revenge was constructive and not primarily aimed at harming someone, it was still revenge. It was still fueled by anger. So I sacrificed a part of my happiness to get back at him, which, in retrospect, was quite absurd. Not only did I keep my hurt awake, but I also wasted my energy pursuing something ultimately out of control, which was getting a reaction from my father. My desired reaction from him was a mixture of awe, recognition, regret, acceptance, and maybe, just maybe, an apology. But I realized he'll probably never give me these things, no matter how much I accomplish. Epictetus presented a different outlook on the futility of revenge. In essence, he saw revenge as unnecessary and an act of harm to oneself. If we seek revenge because of an injury, something someone has done to us, let's first consider Epictetus' suggestion to think about what injury is. What is injury? When someone betrays you, are you injured? When someone chops off your hand, are you injured? By conventional standards, you would likely consider such events to be injuries, but Epictetus stated that actual injury entails a lack of morality in one's actions. Therefore, if someone lies to you or steals from you, that person is injured himself, as he damaged his virtue, which is the true and only good, according to the Stoics. Epictetus stated, "For if the good lies in moral purpose, and the evil likewise in moral purpose, see if what you are saying does not come to something like this. Well, what then, since so-and-so has injured himself by doing me some wrong, shall I not injure myself by doing him some wrong?" End quote. Revenge is sweet, so they say. And while this is true in some cases, the sweetness is often short-lived. Whether or not virtue is the only good is food for discussion. But in my opinion, Epictetus had a point when saying that by injuring the man who had hurt me, I would hurt myself. It's a different way of saying never stoop down to their level. It's not worth it. Moreover, the intended injury may not even occur, as the suffering we hope to inflict ultimately depends on how they react to our actions. It's not in our control. So this is how Stoics deal with indifference, including those who give off a bad smell. How do you deal with difficult people? Which Stoic suggestion do you like the most? Please let us know in the comments. Thank you for watching.
Although he never considered himself a philosopher, Marcus Aurelius' writings have become one of the most significant ancient Stoic scriptures. His Meditations contain a series of notes to himself based on Stoic ideas, one of which is embracing fate and living conformably to the demands of nature. Instead of wanting things to happen as we wish, we're better off accepting the universe, according to Marcus Aurelius, and developing a flexible attitude towards the outside world while being strict with ourselves. Yet most of us want our lives to be pleasant and expect our environment to provide us with what we need to feel content. We want friendly people around us, and we want to achieve our dreams and ambitions, remain youthful, and live without misfortune. And often, we're not content with our bodies and inborn talents, and refuse to accept our flaws. In short, there's a lot of wanting involved with being human, especially nowadays, and very little accepting regarding outside circumstances. But the more we want from the universe, the more we are susceptible to disappointment. In all likelihood, despite our efforts, we'll encounter not so nice people, won't achieve our dreams and ambitions, or just partially, will meet with adversity, and we certainly won't escape old age. And if these unavoidable experiences distress us, we become playthings of our environment, emotionally dependent on its whims. In his meditations, Marcus Aurelius repeatedly encouraged himself to embrace fate, precisely the way it comes, and live well, regardless of the circumstances. This video explores why it's better to accept the universe rather than oppose it and try to change it. By the way, you'll find more Stoic wisdom in this book, Stoicism for Inner Peace, which contains my collected works on remaining calm and focused. You'll find a link in the description. 1. Accepting other people. Suppose someone throws an insulting joke at your expense, or at the cost of someone you love. How would a Stoic philosopher react? Would he get angry, or even use physical violence as a response? Marcus Aurelius urged himself not to make more out of an event than it is. In this case, someone made a joke at your expense, but did the joke itself affect you? That's not possible. A joke can only harm you if you let it. Anger, violence, sadness, these emotions are of your own making and do not accompany the joke itself. Marcus Aurelius wrote about people speaking evil of you, and I quote, "Add nothing of your own from within, and that's the end of it." End quote. Dealing with other people means dealing with the unpredictable and uncontrollable. Some people are good and moral, others are evil and immoral. Some are hardworking and helpful, and others are lazy and exploitative. Some like to make jokes, others are quick to use violence. Marcus Aurelius emphasized that regardless of people being arrogant, ungrateful, deceitful, and unsocial, we all share the nature of being human. Human nature consists of beauty and ugliness, so he encouraged himself to accept everyone and not to be perturbed by evil people. In his mind, we're here to cooperate, not act against each other, which is contrary to nature. We want people to act as we wish, but reality teaches that people have their own will. Their behavior is not up to us. We can influence them, but ultimately they'll say what they say and do what they do, how irrational and stupid their actions may seem. And thus, spending copious amounts of energy on trying to change others is a waste of time and better used in other areas. I quote, "Don't waste the rest of your time here worrying about other people unless it affects the common good. It will keep you from doing anything useful. You'll be too preoccupied with what so-and-so is doing, and why, and what they're saying, and what they're thinking, and what they're up to, and all the other things that throw you off and keep you from focusing on your own mind." End quote. 2. Accepting transience. The great thinkers of the past, empires and kingdoms, all turned to dust and ashes. Marcus Aurelius compares children to leaves in the wind, which grow in spring, but are then blown away, and the forest then replaces them with new ones. The Stoic emperor was immensely aware of how temporary things are, and how quickly things we now regard as significant turn into ghosts of the past. He mentioned the great emperors and philosophers of old, important, influential people that used to walk the earth but were reduced to dust and ashes many years ago. Like the coming and ceasing of leaves, so come and cease the generations of men. We start as a blob of semen, and we draw our last breath before we know it. Everything is temporary, and we're here just for a fleeting moment, especially if we compare our short lifespans to the existence of our planet, let alone the universe. As Marcus Aurelius put it, and I quote,
We're
"Forget
defending.
everything else. Keep hold of this alone and remember it. Each of us lives only now, this brief instant. The rest has been lived already, or is impossible to see. The span we live is small, small as the corner of the earth in which we live it, small as even the greatest renown, passed from mouth to mouth by short-lived stick figures, ignorant alike of themselves and those long dead." End quote. For some, the reality of transience may be a source of suffering. Isn't it sad
Wait.
that death takes us back
Oh, is that
so shortly after we come
or
into
wait.
existence?
Oh, it is from
Hence,
me.
some
Oh.
people desperately cling to
Thought it was
life,
an enemy
seek
for a
ways
second. I
to
was like,
extend it beyond natural proportions, looking for the fountain of eternal youth. All such attempts to go against nature are in vain, as we're given just a limited amount of time here, of which we generally spend the majority in bodily decay. But there's also a positive side to the transient nature of the universe, which is that because nothing lasts, nothing is worthy of worry. As an example, Marcus Aurelius described the insignificance of reputation. He wrote, "But look at how soon we're all forgotten. The abyss of endless time that swallows it all, the emptiness of all those applauding hands, the people who praise us, how capricious they are, how arbitrary, and the
Come
tiny
on!
in which it all takes place. The whole earth, a point in space, and most of it uninhabited." End quote. The more we realize how little and short our lives are, the less reason we see to worry about trivialities, and the more we can appreciate the time we have. Moreover, from a Stoic point of view, the shortness of life is also a reason not to waste time. Whatever you want to do, now is the moment. 3. Accepting misfortune. We could wish and pray for misfortune never to occur, but looking at reality, we see that no one escapes the darker sides of existence. Adversity is part of life. If we fight against it, we don't just experience misfortune itself, but also the disappointment of encountering it, despite our wish not to. Nevertheless, people are often busy fighting fate, trying to fend off the possible bad things that will happen to them. And as soon as we get sick, lose our money, or encounter cloudy, rainy weather when we expect sunshine, we moan and complain and wish for something better to arrive quickly. Marcus Aurelius renounces this way of approaching destiny. Instead of hoping for a life free of misfortune, it's better to wish ourselves the fortitude to handle adversity. Such an attitude lies at the root of a Stoic core principle named the dichotomy of control. Some things are in our control and others aren't, and so it's reasonable to focus mainly on the things in our control. Or as Marcus Aurelius stated it, then isn't it better to do what's up to you, like a free man, than to be passively controlled by what isn't, like a slave or beggar? End quote. When you let your happiness depend on outside circumstances, then you let fate control you. Imagine you're constantly worrying about your partner leaving you, and so you pray for your partner to stay by your side. But according to Stoic cosmology, whatever happens to you can be attributed to the gods, the source of all things. Things may happen that seem tragic, but according to the Stoics, it's what the gods intended. Therefore, for example, a relationship falling apart is part of the divine plan, and our prayers won't stop it from happening. And so, according to Marcus Aurelius, it's better to direct our prayers to things we can control. I quote, "Start praying like this, and you'll see. Not some way to sleep with her, but a way to stop wanting to. Not some way to get rid of him, but a way to stop trying. Not some way to save my child, but a way to lose your fear. Redirect your prayers like that, and watch what happens." End quote. We can't control the actions of a romantic partner, but we can work on ourselves, building mental fortitude for enduring a possible breakup. We can't prevent someone we're attached to from walking out of our lives, but we can develop the power to accept whatever happens, and even wish for things to happen as they happen. If we accept misfortune, even the gods cannot harm us, no matter what they put on the table. 4. Accepting change. Nature's default position is change, as everything is born from it, and nothing in the world is static. Not just the universe around us changes. We also change, just looking at the cells in our bodies that constantly renew themselves until we die. Marcus Aurelius described change as a natural thing that ultimately benefits the whole. We could compare the changes we see around us to our bodies constantly replacing old parts with new ones, which may be unfortunate for the pieces themselves, but it's good for the body altogether. In the same way, our environment engages in enduring self-maintenance, replacing old with new elements, always seeking the most optimal circumstances. It's the unfolding of nature's plan, and we should accept it, according to Marcus Aurelius, as it leads to the good health of the world and the well-being and prosperity of Zeus himself. As we've explored transience earlier, change is different. Change isn't just the temporary nature of all things, but the entire process of things becoming different. There's never a fixed state in the universe, so the process of change is always at work. Even the most unchanging objects, like a calm landscape or a rock steadily resting in the surf, are changing, even though less visibly than, let's say, our lips when talking, or someone's posture when running. Some living creatures come into existence and die within 24 hours, like the mayfly. Others live for more than 10,000 years, like the glass sponge. And many planets survive billions of years. But none of these things are eternal. As change gives birth to them, it will also destroy them. Without change, our world wouldn't exist, and life wouldn't be possible. As Marcus Aurelius stated, the world is nothing but change. End quote. But, ironically, even though we're born out of change, we fear change at the same time. Many people cling to situations, objects, people, and ideas, wishing they would never change, always stay the same. But the change they so intensely fear is already in progress, and the moment of witnessing these alterations with a bare eye is just a matter of time. When the sun shines, a storm is on its way. When it's summer, the fall is already knocking on its door. Trying to maintain the status quo is like grasping water, expecting it never to flow out of your hands. I quote, "Some things are rushing into existence, others out of it. Some of what now exists is already gone. Change and flux constantly remake the world, just as the incessant progression of time remakes eternity. We find ourselves in a river. Which of the things around us should we value when none of them can offer a firm foothold? Like an attachment to a sparrow, we glimpse it, and it's gone." End quote. 5. Accepting your nature. Many people have difficulties accepting their natural attributes, like their appearance, physical weaknesses, and even the unavoidable fate of aging and death. But Marcus Aurelius encouraged himself to accept the limits placed on his body and be content with his days. He also told himself to remember the nature of the world, his nature, how he relates to the world, and that he's part of nature and supposed to live in harmony with it. Some people have more athletic bodies, others have greater intellects. There are ways to change ourselves to some extent, but we're ultimately confined to our natural limits. So we can spend our lives focusing on our weaknesses, trying to achieve things we're not naturally inclined to acquire, or we can embrace our strengths and do what we're inherently good at. The Stoics emphasized that a unique feature of human nature is our faculty of reason. Unlike any other sentient being on Earth, humans can think rationally. Our rational faculty enables us to transcend our brute, animalistic nature. So, instead of being servants to our passions, we have the power to override them with reason. Marcus Aurelius provides an example of how he used reason to accept the world around him, good and bad, despite his more animalistic nature telling him otherwise. I quote, "People find pleasure in different ways. I find it in keeping my mind clear, in not turning away from people or the things that happen to them, in accepting and welcoming everything I see, in treating each thing as it deserves." End quote. Humans can choose such an attitude thanks to the ability to reason. Our nature allows us to bypass our animalistic urges and follow a wiser path. Instead of blindly following our desires, we can identify these tendencies and comprehend how they can be a source of misery. And instead of being slaves to our desires and aversions, we can see how fighting fate only causes us distress. And so, based on our understanding of how things work, we may conclude that accepting external circumstances, things we cannot change, no matter how unpleasant, is a rational decision. Thank you for watching.
Stoicism takes the position that the wise man, the good man, the philosopher, is a man who lives in accordance with nature. He fears only abdicating his moral responsibility. He is not afraid of pain. He is not afraid of death. He is not afraid of poverty. He is not afraid of any of the vicissitudes of the human condition. He fears only that he should let himself down and that he should be less than a complete human being.
The philosopher Marcus Aurelius is one of the founding fathers of Stoicism. He is famous for his book Meditations. The idea of being a great man is kind of nebulous, but there is perhaps no single person in history who has ever been more deserving of that title. This is not a self-help video, I promise you that, but the philosophy that Marcus pioneered and wrote about can be an antidote to so many of the problems that we encounter in modern life. I want to show you why. Marcus Aurelius was a Roman emperor who served from 161 AD to 180 AD. He was the last of the so-called five good emperors and served over a period known as the Pax Romana, or the Roman Peace. In fact, when Marcus Aurelius died, the Pax Romana ended. Aurelius, when he was emperor, was the most powerful man in the world. The Romans basically had no concept of the globe outside of their empire, so as far as he was concerned, Marcus was effectively ruler of the world. In this position, he could have anything he wanted. Said the life of the Roman emperor was basically synonymous with hedonism. That was what Roman emperors did. They indulged in money, sex, wine, and any other pursuit that even vaguely occurred to them. It was practically expected. So any vice the mind could have possibly considered was directly within reach for Marcus Aurelius. He was entirely unbound by money, law, custom, or even ethics. No one and nothing would stop him from realizing his wildest desires.
Sure,
But
whatever.
even in
What the
those
fuck?
limitless circumstances, Marcus Aurelius chose a life of virtue. He chose to be a good man, and not just in one instant or on one occasion, but every day for all 19 years of his time as emperor. Marcus Aurelius was a fundamentally good man. Being good doesn't make you a great person, but imagine staring down the beast of truly unlimited fantasies and declaring, no, I choose virtue, not for the sake of praise or fame or admiration, but just for the sake of being good. That is impressive. I mean, consider the circumstances, and consider if you were in those circumstances for almost 20 years. Could you consistently, day in and day out, overcome the monster of temptation, knowing that there would be no remedy whatsoever, no matter what you choose to do? What would you do? How would you act? I know I couldn't follow the example set by Marcus Aurelius, and we know it was a true example because when no one was looking, that's when Marcus was at his best. Meditations is a book written by Marcus Aurelius. Well, it's not really a book. It was Marcus Aurelius's personal journal. This book is basically Marcus navigating his way through life. It has no real structure aside from being vaguely divided into 12 parts, and it's only about 150 pages. Meditations is the title that publishers have prescribed to it. The writings had no title. They were never intended to be read, much less published by any person at any point other than Marcus himself. They were Marcus Aurelius's deepest confessions and beliefs. With that in mind, Meditations is immensely revealing as to the character of its writer. Because again, Aurelius wasn't writing this for anyone but himself. But despite this seemingly off-the-cuff nature, Meditations is one of the most powerful and most poignant books ever put to paper. Undoubtedly, the best thing to do is read Meditations for yourself. There are copies of it in almost every single library and bookstore in the country, maybe the world. But for the purposes of this video, there are a few ideas in there that you can really work examining. Marcus Aurelius believed in living in accordance with nature. By nature, Aurelius was referring to the plants and animals, yes, but also to the natural order of the universe. Trees grow because that's what they're made to do. They grow as big as they can and become as beautiful as they can, not because they want praise or are looking for some external validation. But instead, they grow to be powerful and awe-inspiring because that's what they're made to do. That is the natural order. A caterpillar becomes a butterfly. A frail, featherless chick becomes an eagle, not because they want to, but because they are created to. In the same way, Marcus believed that the duty of a human was to fulfill their potential. He did not believe in accumulating things or riches, and we'll talk about that later, or being awarded or given accolades. Nature had made you a human. And with that in mind, it was your duty on this earth to be the kindest, most virtuous human that you can possibly be. For Marcus, this is the pinnacle of human achievement, an unfulfilled potential. That was the darkest place you could sink to. After all, you can't control anything else. You can't control what the world throws your way, but you can control how you react. And no matter what happens, a great person weathers the storm and lives up to their fullest, most virtuous potential. That is your duty as a human. Marcus Aurelius was an emperor, so although he may have enjoyed sitting around writing all day, that wasn't his job and he didn't write very much. He had to deal with a lot of things and a lot of people. Above all else, Marcus believed that evil, wicked, or just somehow bad people were simply part of our universe. Asking the world to not present you with these people would be like asking a vine to exist without thorns. Don't be ridiculous. There's simply nothing you can do, Marcus says. Bad people exist. In your life, you will encounter them. Marcus believed in kindness, though, and he believed that people didn't ever want to do the wrong thing. Instead, when people did the wrong thing, it was simply out of ignorance. You can try to teach these people, sure, but it's just not always going to be an option. So we can't control if the universe sends us the immoral or the wicked or the lazy, and if we can't also help these people, which usually we can't, we just have to put up with it. And to do this, Marcus says, you should look inward. He writes to himself, hey, Marcus, you've got faults too. Who are you to judge? Maybe you have different faults than these so-called bad people, but Marcus, you have your faults, nevertheless. In a different conversation on a different day, perhaps you, Marcus, would be the ignorant one. And Marcus, it's possible that you just don't understand. He told himself, hey, you can't even be sure that they are doing the wrong thing. The thief who steals to feed his family isn't wrong, you just don't understand. And often in life, you won't understand, and you won't know that you don't understand. So again, don't judge. Ultimately, Marcus Aurelius believed that we were all born for each other. Over and over again, that is the natural order. A tree grows fruit so animals can eat. Animals die so that worms have food. Just like in the natural world, we are all made to help each other. That is, again, our duty. The only true failure in life would be to abdicate this responsibility. So Marcus, you better do it, and you better do it well. We all go through adversity, and Marcus Aurelius...
That's my fault. I should have took the time to actually aim at something rather than random tire.
Again, you can only control what you can control. So don't pray for bad things not to happen. That is a fool's errand, Marcus told himself. Those things are going to happen, and there's positively, absolutely nothing you can do about it. But what you can control, Marcus, is you can control how you react to them. You can control if you are ready to meet adversity when it comes, and it will, Marcus says. You know that it will. When that day arrives, don't be sad because something bad happened. Don't feel bad for yourself. Don't mope. Instead, feel fortunate that you have the tools and the spirit to make it through unscathed. Marcus told himself, bear these events as a brave man. Go through adversity bravely, come out on the other side. When you do, realize that this supposedly bad thing was not bad at all. It was simply opportunity to persist, to rise above, to keep going forward. Marcus Aurelius says when these events come, don't complain. Act. Endure. You can either endure something or you can't. So what happens if and when that unendurable thing comes your way? Don't disgrace yourself, Marcus. All men die, but not all men die complaining. Marcus Aurelius was a man of enormous wealth, but he did not believe this was inherently a problem. Marcus did not vilify material possessions as other philosophers have throughout history, but instead he was cautious with his relationship to the things that he owned. Marcus Aurelius could have had anything he wanted: money, houses, art, wine, but he chose not to. Instead, he said, Marcus, don't dream of physical things that you want. These are meaningless. They don't fulfill your potential. Only you can do that. Reflect on what you do have. Value these things. Remember how much you would want them if you didn't have them. But be careful, Marcus, he tells himself, not to value them so much that you would be despondent if they just disappeared. They don't matter. They're nice, but they don't matter. They don't improve you as a person. They don't make you more virtuous or more kind. Your potential is not accumulating things, Marcus. No, the human potential is higher than that. You must live in accordance with nature. Marcus Aurelius spent a lot of his time thinking about death, so much so that it would be impossible to make this video without discussing his opinions on the subject. And his his views on death were simple. It's coming whether you like it or not. He tells himself time and time again, it's outside of your control, so don't waste your time fearing death or fretting over mortality. Just like nature has assigned us to be good, to help one another, and to reach our fullest potentials, nature has assigned us to die. Death is a duty. So, while you're here, live, be kind, be good, fulfill your role in nature, and then die. Because death is also part of that role. Marcus Aurelius, along with a couple other men, was a forebearer of the philosophy known as Stoicism. The Stoics believed in many things. Their school of thought covers logic, ethics, physics, and a whole lot more. There is one distinction that lies at the core of the Stoic philosophy. The distinction of pleasure versus happiness. Money, fame, even success were external stimuli that provided fleeting moments of pleasure, but this wasn't happiness. Happiness was not so temporary. The concept of happiness was something more. It was a state of being that came entirely from within. It didn't come from being an emperor like Marcus Aurelius. It didn't come from any worldly things. The Stoics said to achieve happiness, you should live a life of virtue. You should continue to better yourself and become all that you possibly can. The only failure, the only true pain, the only true sadness, the only thing worth fearing is to let yourself down by not achieving your potential. Because and only because being great is your duty. Being great is in your very nature.
We often hear of remarkable people who, through dedication and practice, seem to become one with our craft. An example of such a person is Cao Fu, a character from Taoist literature who wished to become a skilled charioteer. So he seized the opportunity to apprentice under an expert widely known for his exceptional mastery. Years passed. Cao Fu served his master without receiving any instruction or lesson. He just worked and followed commands. But rather than becoming disheartened, he displayed commitment, convincing the charioteer that he was worthy of his teachings. One day, the master finally offered him a lesson, but it wasn't what Cao Fu expected. Instead of jumping straight into charioteering, the master put a couple of wooden posts into the ground and had Cao Fu jump from one post to another repeatedly. After much practice, he could glide effortlessly across the wooden posts. And so, the master revealed the essence of the practice. It wasn't just about strength or skill, but about the union of intention and action. With the reins, hands, body, and mind in harmony, the chariot felt like an extension of Cao Fu himself. The action was effortless, as he found himself in a flow state. The master stated, "When your mind is clear and your body is relaxed, you can control 6 riders without confusion, and 24 hooves will step where you want them. Then the wheels of your chariot will move forward and in reverse, and turn left and right with precision and control. You can drive on mountain roads with the same ease as you would on the plains. Your driving will not be different whether your horses are stepping close to the edge of a cliff or running in flat grassland. That is all I have to teach, so remember it well." But the flow state, or being in the zone, is a mysterious thing. It's an optimal state of performance, an idea our minds are fond of, but ironically aren't able to create. We don't will ourselves into the flow state. On the contrary, the more you force it, the less likely you will get it, and the more flexible then the farther it gets out of reach, until you're so done with trying that you give up entirely and focus on something else. Precisely in those moments, it appears like a fish approaching the fisherman's hook just after you gave up trying. The flow state is unreachable, not outside of reach. You can't grasp it grasps you, only if you let it. I've been dedicating quite some words to the flow state on this channel, mainly from a Taoistic philosophical viewpoint, including a concept named Wu Wei, which translates to effortless action. With this video, I want to revisit the flow state. This time, I focus on the psychological dimension. What's happening in our brain when we're in the flow state? What does academic research say about it? Why is it so elusive? And perhaps most interestingly, what can we do to achieve it? This video explores the psychology of flow. By the way, if you enjoy reading, check out my 2 anthologies, where ancient thought meets the musings of a modern mind. Let's begin with a personal story. As far as I remember, I've been an overthinker and overanalyzer. A significant part of my life I've spent in my head, analyzing, daydreaming, contemplating the past and future, not paying attention to the present moment. Now, I only recently learned how to drive a car, which was probably one of the most challenging things I ever had to learn. My driving instructor told me that my thinking is my greatest enemy when learning this skill. I overthink, analyze a lot, which interferes with my driving. After much practice, I finally got my license. As I've been driving for a while now, I noticed that when I'm too much in my head, I get more anxious when it's busy on the road, and I drive more nervously. But often, all of a sudden, it's like I'm one with my car, the road, and other traffic, as if the crowded highway is one giant organism. In those moments, I experience the flow state. When contemplating the flow state during driving, I immediately think about a recent trip with my mom and sister to the Ardennes, a forest region in Belgium and Luxembourg, extending into France and Germany with hills, ridges and rivers, only a few hours away from the flatlands I come from. When you're used to everything being flat as a pancake, because that's what's happening in northern Netherlands,
Okay.
driving the hills is a slightly different ballgame. The first thing I noticed is
Oh,
that
did
my
they
body
also
responds
end up killing
differently
themselves?
going
That's
up a
funny.
mountain compared to descending one, which is the most basic physics. However, for some reason, it startled the Dutch operating system in my brain, which has no software installed dealing with elevations in its environment. This was my baptism of fire, my first time driving abroad on a different terrain. At the beginning of the trip, I felt slightly anxious. I was about to expand my comfort zone. I tried to plan, analyze, and sort out all possible scenarios in my head. I wanted to impress my mother and sister with my driving skills. I was a bit worried about Belgian roads that are notoriously bad and about not understanding the traffic rules of our southern neighbors. So I was driving and driving, passing the city of Eindhoven, crossing the Limburg province toward the border, when dark clouds, thunder and lightning began to appear all around us. It was raining cats, dogs, Democrats, Republicans, and Eurosceptics. I could barely see the driver before me, let alone check what was happening 100 meters ahead. My baptism of fire became a baptism of lousy weather and a ridiculously chaotic highway. I remember that moment into the present.
I was daydreaming
I had no
and...
choice other than
Okay,
to ignore
got him.
all discursive thoughts and drive. I stopped trying to drive well and just drove well, without even intending to drive well. This sounds paradoxical, because it is. When my desire to drive well ceased, I actually began to drive well. What started as this overanalyzing galore of desperation became an effortless and unexpectedly delightful experience. Mountain sights and curling highways came and went. Cars and trucks overtook me, and I overtook them, as if we were bees, a swarm sharing a common conscience, almost as if something greater than ourselves diligently orchestrated the spectacle of traffic driving between Liège and Namur. Oh, and the Belgian roads were pretty good, especially in the Ardennes. What baffled me was how euphoric it all felt, just being there, one with the highway, the traffic, the car. And the deeper I fell into this state, the more that anxiety became something alien, something far away.
Oh shit.
Looking back on my experience, I couldn't believe that it went so well. It was weird, considering how dangerous driving is, to have felt as comfortable behind the wheel as sitting on a couch watching Netflix while continuing paying attention to highly unpredictable, fast changing. But I had attempt to analyze and sort out what constituted my effortless driving and how I did it didn't generate any satisfying answers. I remember my driving instructor saying before my exam, "You can drive, you learned it." It's a simple statement, but profound. When we practice something and practice well and long enough, the things we learn reside within us. They become part of us. So most of the time, it's not a matter of consciously applying what we've learned. It's more about removing the intellectual blockages, getting out of our own ways.
Damn it.
These abilities to arise. The flow state is elusive, an enigma of the mind, or perhaps from beyond the mind. Yet, there have been people who attempted to unveil its mysteries, to find out how it works and what triggers it. So, how does it work? The remainder of this video touches upon research and literature exploring the psychology behind the flow state and how we can arouse it. One of the leading experts on the flow state is Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, a psychologist and university professor who wrote a book.
Oh, guess I should have been paying attention. God damn it.
The flow of this video, I'll just call him Mihai. Mihai reveals that what makes an experience genuinely satisfying is a state of consciousness called flow. Mihai defines flow state as being engaged in an activity that is both challenging to one's skill level and intrinsically rewarding. In the flow state, we tend to experience intense and focused concentration on the present moment, loss of reflective self-consciousness, a merging of action and awareness, and even an altered sense of time. It's what constitutes an optimal experience, as he describes in his book.
God damn it.
It's what a sailor holding a tight course feels when the wind whips through her hair, when a boat lunges through the waves like a colt. Sails, hull, wind, and sea humming, and a harmony that vibrates in the sailor's vein. It is what a painter feels when the colors on the canvas begin to set up a magnetic tension with each other, and a new thing, a living form, takes shape in front of the astonished creator. End quote. He also noticed that such events of optimal experience do not depend on external circumstances. People in horrible conditions, such as imprisonment in concentration camps, have reported these optimal experiences, or flow states, as well. In fact, according to Mihai, the flow state occurs when someone voluntarily stretches his body or mind to its limits to accomplish something difficult and worthwhile. So these moments aren't necessarily pleasurable or comfortable. Think about running a marathon or being at the height of a battle in a computer game, wholly immersed in it. These moments take a toll on one's body and mind, yet embody the optimal experience or flow state. But we often hijack the flow state by what Mihai calls psychic entropy, a state of inner disorder and chaos in the mind. It's the opposite of the flow state. Instead of being focused, our attention is scattered. Instead of operating in the present moment, we're all over the place, lingering in the past, worrying about the future. Instead of action and awareness being merged, they are apart from each other, separated by an information overload.
Damn it.
Generally, not much gets done, and what gets done goes less than smoothly. Whenever information disrupts consciousness by threatening its goals, we have a condition of inner disorder or psychic entropy, a disorganization of the self that impairs its effectiveness. Prolonged experiences of this kind can weaken the self to the point that it is no longer able to invest attention and pursue its goals. End quote. Psychic entropy can have different causes. There could be too many distractions. For example, you're working on an essay while your WhatsApp web application runs in the same browser and Instagram messages are coming in while listening to a podcast with the television on in the background. These are constant interruptions of information that create a sense of chaos in the mind. Similarly, multitasking can also cause psychic entropy, as doing too many things at once scatters one's attention. Another cause is interpersonal conflict, as it generally occupies the mind. To repeat arguments and imagine confrontations, which takes our focus away from engaging in productive and enjoyable tasks. Whatever the cause is, it always comes down to excessive information flooding one's consciousness. A prevalent example of this is worrying. When we worry, we try to impose order onto chaos and the unknown. The moments before it grows, we are then worrying about unfamiliar terrain, Belgian traffic rules, pressing my mom and sister, and the weather conditions caused my psychic entropy. Essentially, I only had one task, driving from point A to point B. But an overload of information overflowing my mind interfered with that one task, leading to anxiety and scattered attention. And amid the psychic entropy behind the wheel, I tried hard to drive well, forcing a smooth and effortless experience on the road. Something that initially didn't happen, causing me frustration, which added another layer to my psychic entropy.
I was trying to maybe aim for the treads, but oh well.
Paralysis ironically led to paralysis. I was standing in my own way. The action was taking place on the road. My awareness was taking place in my thoughts.
Oh wait, no.
Something needed to happen.
That's just an ammo box. I thought it was building a rally point.
Slap with a stick, shocking me out of my head into the midst of action. The satisfying challenge of navigating my car through the storm and the unfamiliar Belgian roads did that pretty well. The problem with the flow state is that it's impossible to force it. You can't will yourself to a flow state using effort. It's as if the more we try to be in a flow state, the less likely we enter it. That only when we stop trying to conceptualize the flow state, using the intellect to attain it may grasp us by surprise.
What? A tank killed me? No way.
So it seems, as from my driving experiences, it's not something to attain, but rather something to allow. But does that make the flow state something consciously unattainable, purely elusive, a random experience that may occur when we're lucky? According to Mihai, the emergence of the flow state isn't entirely random. He noticed that there are conditions for the optimal experience or flow state. The conditions become apparent when we engage in what he calls flow activities, such as sports.
Just realized I'm not an engineer. RIP.
I would say gaming as well. These activities are designed to make flow experiences easier to achieve, according to Mihai, as they facilitate the conditions that trigger the flow state. Flow activities have rules and clear goals to attain, and they provide immediate feedback. We have a sense of control over these activities and can track our progress. But all flow activities have one thing in common. A transformation of the self takes place by making
What are these? What the fuck?
The development of skills, experiences, and knowledge. For example, mastering rock climbing. Flow happens when such transformation takes place. Mihai distinguishes two non-optimal states in this diagram, anxiety and boredom. Anxiety occurs when one's skill level is too low for the activity in question. Boredom occurs when the activity is too easy for one's skill level. Hence, there's hardly any fun in playing Age of Empires 4 against a complete noob as a gold rank player, which is an average skill level. So the match will likely be a boring one. No transformation takes place, as there's no challenge and no opportunity for growth. But playing against a level 2 conqueror isn't fun either, because there's such a discrepancy in regards to skill level that the average player doesn't stand a chance. When the activity means just being repeatedly obliterated by a vastly superior opponent, a flow state won't likely occur. Therefore, playing against players of around the same skill level, preferably slightly above, is optimal. However, when one's skill increases, it's important to keep playing with matching opponents to prevent boredom. So there should be a balance between challenge and skill level. A caveat is that the experience of challenges, competition, and progress is subjective. Some people need more challenge than others, and different people experience the flow state in different activities. My sister, for example, finds her flow state during rock climbing, but not in writing essays, which is where I experience it. So, for a significant part, where one's flow state lies is personal. After all, the flow state doesn't seem so mysterious. It's actually quite logical. It's a consequence of certain conditions, as a dish is the consequence of a recipe. The flow state while driving was a fortunate coincidence that showed the internal ingredients. Now, the question remains, what can we consciously do to achieve the flow state? When the poet becomes the poet, the driver the drive, and the painter the painting, desire for optimal performance or outcome has waned. It's when the mind has stopped telling you what if, why, when, and even how. It's when, as Taoist philosopher Zhuangzi stated, perception and understanding have come to a stop and spirit moves where it wants. It happens when you stop trying. When you stop trying, it happens. Pray for it painfully and it will
God
emerge.
damn, I suck.
Look at it and enjoy what you're doing and it appears. There's no direct way of catching it. When the conditions are there, it may actually come. So how can we create these conditions? Here are some practical tips derived from Mihai's work. Do something you enjoy. Find your challenge skill balance. Set clear goals. Make sure you get immediate feedback. Focus on the task at hand and thus let go of planning, worrying or ruminating about the past. Go all the way into whatever you're doing. When it comes to the focused part, there are several things we can do to enhance that, such as mindfulness and meditation. Rituals and warm-up routines can help too. They make the mind ready to engage in the task, which becomes more effective when they become habitual and when they include an activity that reduces discursive thinking. Near the end of his book, Mihai says that the forms of psychic entropy that currently invade the mind and causes so much anguish are likely to have been recent invaders of the mind. They are products of a vastly increased complexity in society, culture, and our minds. In simpler times, humans were closer to animals in terms of flow. There was the occasional psychic entropy in times of danger, hunger, or pain. But overall, we were free from the worries brought about by the complex societies of today. Is there a way back to such a simple mode of existing? It would be very difficult and almost impossible to operate in today's world. Thus, the challenge we face is to return to what is, in essence, a more primordial, harmonious mind state in the face of our highly complex, modern environment. Solitude, therefore, can help achieve flow, according to me. I mean, let's face it, solitude allows us to turn away from the world, at least for a while, especially if we disconnect from certain media outlets. The constant flow of information, the noise of catastrophizing media, the warped showcasing of people's lives, and the consumeristic ideals of what you should own and do with your time are significant birthplaces of distraction. Hence, for some activities and some individuals, solitude is essential. So, what do you think?
Where the fuck is it?
What prevents you from having it? Please let us know in the comments. This often leads to interesting discussions.
Oh well.
If you're interested in a more philosophical
Hell yeah. GG, well played.
I recommend that you watch my other video, The Philosophy of Flow, which explores the flow state
Easy.
from a Taoistic point of view. Thanks for watching.
Years, or 10 times that. Remember,
Hey friends, it's Matt Watson from Super Mega Show. It's 2025 now, can you believe it? It's a new year, new start, new you. At least for me, at the start of every new year, I think about all the things I want to do and build and design throughout the year. And, you know, what better way to start a new project than with Shopify?
I don't want to defend.
Kicking around forever, why not make it real? And Shopify can help you do that real lickety-split, real easy. The best time to start your new business is right now. Established in 2025. Has a nice ring to it, don't you agree? That could be you with your business. Sign up for your $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/super. Go to shopify.com/super. All lowercase. That's not in the URL. I'm just saying super is all lowercase. Shopify.com/super. Thank you to Shopify for supporting the show. Cha-ching!
Nah, fuck that.
Years or 10.
Emperor Marcus Aurelius was the most powerful man on earth. He commanded an army that was feared in all corners of the known world. And if he wanted, he could have sex with any woman he desires, and be drunk and partying for the rest of his life. It's quite difficult to imagine how such power and powerful people in the past and present cannot handle it. They become corrupt, slaves of their greed and hunger for more. But Marcus Aurelius was different. He was the emperor of Rome, very conscious of the fact that momentary pleasure was available to him without limits. As opposed to his son Commodus, he turned away from orgies, excessive use of alcohol, and the sadistic sex scenes in the Colosseum where the Roman elite went for entertainment. He wrote about his determination and struggle with himself in his memoirs that were never meant to be published, called Meditations. Meditations became a key work of a more than 2,000 years old philosophical school called Stoicism. The Stoics observed that from a human perspective, two categories can be distinguished: things that we do not control and things that we do control. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus starts his work De Enchiridion with the fundamental tenet of Stoicism, which is that most things are simply not up to us. Think about exterior things like our friends, our colleagues, our intimate partners, the economy, the number of likes on Facebook, things that politicians say, or the deterioration of our bodies. Yes, we can influence these matters, but even if we do everything right, economy can still collapse. Partners can cheat or die. At the end of the day, there's nothing we can do to exclude misfortune. This sounds depressing and pessimistic, but don't worry, there are still aspects of our life that are up to us. According to Epictetus, these aspects are our opinions, our own actions, or, in other words, the position we take towards the world around us. According to Epictetus, we should focus on the things within our control and have contempt for the things not in our control. Someone who is severely ill doesn't have control over his or her disease. We can mitigate the symptoms or use healing techniques, hoping that the patient recovers. But the results are not up to us. Nevertheless, this person can decide which position he or she takes in regards to the situation. When the sickness is fully accepted and the possibility of death as well, a human being can reach a state of inner peace. By the way, this is not medical advice. It's philosophy. Also, a calm mind can act in a logical and rational way and probably makes better life choices, which might increase the chance of recovery. Stoic ethics consist of different values. I haven't discovered a solid formula which contains these values like some kind of 10 commandments, but I did discover that Stoicism points to life in accordance with nature. Nature refers to the greater whole and our role in it as human beings. From our innate potential, we have to act for the benefit of the whole. We shouldn't act against the natural course of things, but embrace it. In opposition to what some believe, Stoics are not beings without emotion. They see emotion as a human characteristic that can be trumped by reason, because it's not the emotion itself that decides our mood, but the position we take towards that emotion. This way of thinking is quite therapeutic, because it doesn't only make you more aware of your emotions, but you can see them as sensations that come and go like the waves of the ocean. This way you won't get overwhelmed by them. Modern Stoics focus themselves on a number of exercises to reach inner peace, like the premeditatio malorum, or the negative visualization. Marcus Aurelius was confronted daily with all sorts of people who weren't very nice to deal with. By starting the day with a negative visualization, he mentally prepared himself for these confrontations. He told himself, "Today I shall be leading with interference, ingratitude, insolence, disloyalty, ill will, and selfishness, all of them due to the offender's ignorance of what is good or evil." A Stoic often reminds himself that life is temporary, which is called memento mori, so he won't waste time on trivial things, and that's my own twist, doesn't take life too serious either. Another exercise is called the view from above. that makes us see ourselves from a cosmic point of view, so we realize how small and unimportant we are compared to the vastness of the universe. That indifference is a power the Stoics know very well. Life is short, and that's why it's important to point our life energy towards essential and important things and leave unimportant things be. Especially in the current age, Stoicism can be a valuable instrument to give our lives guidance, so we don't drown in a sea of stimuli and distractions. Thank you for watching. Excessive worry about the future causes a very undesirable experience called anxiety. This could be short-term anxiety during the day because of something you've planned in the evening, or it could be long-term anxiety about a future that is completely uncertain and out of your control. The Stoics had a trick to end this anxiety called amor fati. The Latin phrase amor fati means loving your fate. There is a tremendous power if you are able to embrace whatever happens. This is what German philosopher Nietzsche, although he rejected Stoicism, wrote about amor fati, and I quote, "My formula for human greatness is amor fati, that one wants nothing to be different, not in the future, not in the past, not for all eternity. Not only to endure what is necessary, still less to conceal it. All idealism is falseness in the face of necessity, but to love it." End quote. Let's imagine there are two versions of yourself, the anxious you and the stoic you. You work in a company that recently announced that because of a reorganization, a great number of its employees will be laid off. You heard the news one day after visiting your doctor, who told you that you might suffer from a chronic illness. Also, the relationship with your partner isn't going well at all. The obstacles that have appeared in your life are of such significance that the chances are high that your life will drastically change. This change is what worries the anxious version of yourself the most, especially because the human mind tends to judge change within a spectrum of two polar opposites, desire and aversion. When life changes into a desirable position, you'll experience great pleasure. In most cases, people become infatuated and reside on the proverbial pink cloud when they experience a radical life change, like winning the lottery. But when life changes into a position you averse, like losing a loved one or ending up in prison, you'll experience great pain. Either way, life goes on. And no matter where you end up, there will always be one thing that you have to work with, which is the present moment. From the story I told, we could easily say that your life is changing into a direction that you averse. The anxious you starts worrying, and worrying keeps you up at night to worry some more. Will I be laid off? And if so, what am I supposed to do next? And what if my chronic illness hinders me to find another job? What if I can't pay my mortgage anymore? What if my partner leaves me? Well, some of these questions are up to you, and others are not. The underlying truth is that, at the end of the day, the future is beyond your control. And that's exactly the problem of the anxious you. It's a control freak. Control freaks simply cannot handle insecurity. Therefore, they generate anxiety because the anxious mind cannot figure out what the future will bring, but keeps trying anyway. The stoic you, however, has a different approach. The stoic you fully embraces fate, no matter what. Amor fati doesn't mean that you sit on your ass all day and let life passing by. It means that you make the best out of every moment. It means that you work towards your goals, give them your everything. But when the results turn out to be different than expected, fully embrace and accept your fate. If you keep your job, great. If you get laid off, make the best out of it. Who knows what opportunities will present themselves to you. If you turn out to be healthy, great. If you turn out to be chronically ill, make the best out of it. I mean, wouldn't it be a challenge to make your life worth living despite the fact you're sick? Many people do, and they are humanity's greatest inspirations. So your partner stays by your side. Great. Your partner leaves you. Well, good riddance. You're now able to focus on yourself and experience things like personal growth, deep introspection, and the joy of solitude. And who knows? A more suitable person might appear in your life along the way. Amor Fati puts you in a position in which you simply can't go wrong. And when things can't go wrong, there's nothing to worry about. And when there's nothing to worry about, you don't let anxiety waste your life's energy and make you feel miserable. Embrace your destiny, no matter what, and you'll have nothing to fear. That's the Stoic anxiety hack. The sun is shining. Enjoy life. Thank you for watching. A calm mind is a blessing in our chaotic world. Unfortunately, a lot of people have chosen to achieve this by using and abusing pills and other substances, which can lead to addiction. If you want to achieve inner peace in a healthy and non-medicated way, Stoicism has some valuable methods to offer. In this video, I will give you 7 Stoic exercises for inner peace. 1. Negative visualization. Optimism has a dark side. When you reflect on belief or hope that your life, or a specific aspect of it, is going to be favorable and positive, you possibly set yourself up for disappointment. That's why so many people start the day with a positive attitude and end the day defeated by the harsh and ugly realities of life. The Stoics have a way to counterattack life's ugliness by a technique called the negative visualization. The negative visualization actually takes strength from pessimism by mentally preparing you for undesirable and uncomfortable situations. One of the most important Stoic teachers, the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, said the following, and I quote, "Begin each day by telling yourself, today I shall be meeting with interference, ingratitude, insolence, disloyalty, ill will, and selfishness. All of them due to the offender's ignorance of what is good or evil." End quote. By visualizing the negativity combined with an accepting attitude, Marcus Aurelius managed his expectations and shielded his soul against adversity. 2. Self-control practice. The ability to control oneself can be very useful to stay away from addictive behavior, acting on your impulses when it's better not to, and to remain focused on the things that truly matter to you. The Stoics make a clear distinction between the things we can control and the things we cannot control. Epictetus said, and I quote, "Things in our control are opinion, pursuit, desire, aversion, and, in a word, whatever are our own actions. Things not in our control are body, property, reputation, command, and, in one word, whatever are not our own actions." End quote. The key is strengthening the things in our control, which takes practice. There are different ways to do this. An example is intermittent fasting, in which you don't eat for a specific amount of time. Another example is chewing on your food a certain amount of times before you swallow it. The last one seems easy, but when you're a glutton like me when it comes to food, it's actually very difficult. 3. Don't give up on this. Okay, now after swallowing your food after chewing it for 10 to 20 times, why don't you start eating like a pig? Don't use your hands, just go for it, especially in a restaurant so everyone can see what you're doing. This is a way to combat a trait that most of us seem to have in excess, caring too much about the opinions of other people. The thing is, the opinions of other people are not up to you, so why worry about it? Because of our social conditioning, it takes practice to break this habit. A fear of social ostracism is deeply ingrained within us. By deliberately making a fool of ourselves, we will be exposed to situations in which people will judge us negatively, even if it's just by looks and giggles. Slowly, you'll experience that this doesn't hurt as you've imagined. Thus, you don't give a attitude has become stronger. 4. Journal. Writing your thoughts down is a practice done by the Stoics to find relief and create a sense of order in their thoughts and memories. Therefore, journaling has a very cathartic effect on the mind. Perhaps the most famous Stoic who kept a journal is Marcus Aurelius. In fact, his journal can be read in book form and is called Meditations. This work was never meant to be published because it was a personal diary of Marcus. Epictetus and Seneca, both Stoic philosophers, practiced some form of journaling as well. Seneca said this about it, and I quote, "When the light has been removed
and my wife has fallen silent. Aware of this habit that's now mine, I examine my entire day and go back over what I've done and said, hiding nothing from myself, passing nothing by. End quote. 5. Memento Mori. Remember thou art mortal. The practice of memento mori is reminding ourselves that we are going to die. Thinking about the reality of death puts your life in perspective. It tells you that your life is ticking away second by second and that we should not waste it on trivial things. Also, it teaches us to live life more fully because tomorrow we might as well be dead. Thinking about death should not evoke fear, but gratitude and appreciation for the life that has been given to us. Seneca says this about death, and I quote, "Let us prepare our minds as if we'd come to the very end of life. Let us postpone nothing. Let us balance life's books each day. The one who puts the finishing touches on their life each day is never short of time." End quote. 6. View from above. However some believe it's flat, let us stick with the widely accepted truth that the Earth is an orb. This orb is just a small planet in our solar system and completely dwarfed by the bigger planets Jupiter and Saturn. And don't even talk about the Sun. The Sun, again, is a small star compared to many other stars in our galaxy, which is just one of the many galaxies in the Milky Way. When we realize how small we are, it becomes much easier to let go of the many trivialities of our human existence. That annoying coworker, that mother-in-law, the guy who cut us off in traffic are not so significant anymore when we see them from a cosmic point of view. But even larger events like wars, natural disasters, and other tragedies are minor events if we realize how vast the universe is. Reminding ourselves of our smallness is humbling, puts our existence in perspective, and occasionally makes us giggle at people getting triggered and upset by stupid, meaningless things. 7. Amor fati. When we worry, we are concerned with a certain outcome. We want the future to be such and such, and we dread the idea of things going completely the other way. Worrying about the future creates anxiety, and the Stoics have a very simple hack for this, called amor fati. The Latin phrase amor fati means loving fate. Whatever happens in your life, as long as you embrace the outcome, you'll be fine. This doesn't mean that we should become nihilistic and do nothing, have no goals, because we are fine anyway. Goals and ambitions are fine, as long as you remain detached from the outcome. Say that you're a musician, you practice as hard as you can, and write the best music as you possibly can, but remain detached from the outcome at the same time. Your focus will shift from a conceptual end goal, somewhere in the future, to the present moment, which enlightens you from worrying about undesirable outcomes. I practice amor fati while building this YouTube channel as well. I give it my best shot, and we'll see where it goes. Whatever the future brings, I embrace it. For those who are interested, I've put some interesting links in the description. Also, I have a Facebook page. Thank you for watching. For a great part, Stoicism teaches you how to reach a peaceful state of mind and being unmoved by things that are not up to you. One of these things are insults, which often lead to the receiver getting hurt, angry, and even resentful. The thing is, what other people say to us is beyond our control. Nevertheless, the majority of people seem to get triggered when they get insulted. That's why I decided to make a video about how to deal with insults. In this age, it seems that no matter what we say, there's always someone offended. It's almost like people are deliberately looking for the experience of getting insulted in order to let out their anger and fight back. I think that most Stoics would agree that, most of the time, getting triggered is a waste of time. Of course, there are situations in which self-defense is a must, but petty things like a verbal insult are not worth wasting your energy on, unless you're like me and like to troll the insulter sometimes just for entertainment.
And in fact, it's a very stupid thing to do because it could escalate the situation to violence. Nevertheless, the gap between insults and actual violence is often large enough to give us room to let insults and even threats slide off of our shoulders and move on. This way we maintain our peace of mind. There are different ways to approach an insult, depending on the type of insult. When someone throws an insult at me, the first thing I ask myself is, who am I dealing with? Because in many cases the insulter is just plain ignorant. If that's the case, spending time on the insult is rather pointless. The negative visualization, which I explained in the video 7 Stoic exercises for inner peace, link below, is a great preventive measure, making it easier for you to filter out these types of insults during the day. Other insults are driven by anger and could be paired with violence, like a punch in the face. So, will you strike back? In his letter to Lucilius called On Anger, Seneca explains that not striking back will stop the quarrel, because it takes 2 people to fight. Yes, the attacker or insulter might be perceived as the winner, but according to Seneca, the winner is actually the real loser, especially if the intention of the attacker is to provoke a reaction. By not reacting, he or she loses the opportunity for a fight. Seneca wrote, and I quote, "He struck you. Well then, do you fall back? If you strike him in turn, you will give him both an opportunity and an excuse for striking you again. You will not be able to withdraw yourself from the struggle when you please." End quote. Another type of insult is the one that actually carries wisdom in it. When someone tells you something that offends you, instead of striking back, defending yourself and getting angry, take some time to reflect on the insult. What can I learn from this? What is my role in this? Should I ask the insulter to explain more about the insult? Could this be an opportunity to improve the relationship with the insulter? Calmly examining an insult is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You maintain your peace of mind and you are given a potential opportunity for improvement. What's the point in getting upset? When you are dealing with insults, Epictetus goes 1 step further, telling us to remind ourselves that not the outside circumstances create the insult, but our own judgments. He said, and I quote, "Remember that what is insulting is not the person who abuses you or hits you, but the judgment about them that they are insulting." End quote. People that are offended by petty things often don't realize that their minds have turned these petty things into an insult. Many times, they are offended by people that don't even have the intention of being
Oh,
insulting.
wait, no,
In
God
that case, it
damn
might
it.
be a good idea to examine your own mind before you get triggered. This doesn't mean that we should not defend ourselves if necessary, especially when your life is in danger. Striking down your enemy is justified. However, there's always a danger that we cannot let go of an event happened in the past, regardless of who started it and who ended it. Attaching ourselves to this event results in resentment and, oftentimes, a desire for revenge. This can lead to even more suffering than the event itself. So, isn't it much better to just let it go? A good way to learn how this is done is by taking a look at animals. An animal fights and quarrels, but a few minutes later it resumes its existence like nothing has happened. Like Stoics, they live in the present moment, not holding on to resentment like humans do. The world isn't perfect, and you're not entitled to a perfect life, no matter if the media tells you otherwise. In fact, most things in life, especially people, will act in ways that are not in your best interest. What people throw into your direction is not up to you. Getting offended, however, is a choice. If you let go, you will travel lightly through life, so you can spend your energy on the things that truly matter to you. Thank you for watching. If we look at Stoicism as a philosophical system, we can divide it in 3 pillars: ethics, logic, and physics. Some scholars arrange these aspects of Stoicism in the form of an egg. The yolk represents the physics,
Ah.
the white the ethics, and the shell the logic. According to these scholars, physics is at the core of Stoicism, because without knowledge about the workings of the universe, ethics are kind of difficult to determine. In comparison to the fluidity of ethics, the solidity of logic forms the shell. Based on the Stoic egg, I will present you the 3 pillars of Stoicism.
Wait.
Before I explain each aspect of Stoic philosophy, starting with the shell and ending with the yolk, I want to point out that these aspects are interdependent, and without one or the other, the system will collapse. So, let's dive in. 1. Logic. We might take our rational thinking about cause and effect for granted, but in the past, human thinking didn't always work that way. And to be honest, there are still many people these days that fail to come up with logical arguments and are entirely led by their emotions. Logic is an art. Wise men amongst the Stoics were skilled in philosophical debate. Diogenes, one of the surviving sources for Stoic logic, said, and I quote, "And this is what the Stoics are like in logical matters. So they can maintain that the wise man is always a dialectician, for everything is seen through consideration of it in arguments, both what belongs to the topic of physics and again what belongs to ethics." End quote. We could say that logic is not only the hard shell that holds ethics and physics together, but also the firm and solid art of reasoning that must be mastered in order to engage in the other 2 aspects of Stoic philosophy. Stoic logic is based on language rules, like propositions that are either good or false.
Anyways.
An example. If you are watching this video during the day, take a look out of the window. Most likely it's light outside. Thus, you can make the following proposition. It is light. If it's indeed daytime, this proposition is true. But in the middle of the night, this proposition is false. To explain this, we can add a bit more complexity to the argument and make the following proposition. If it is day, it is light. According to the Stoics, the system of reason is what governs our universe. They call this logos, hence the word logic, which is widely used around the globe to indicate the principles of existence. 2. Ethics. What acts are appropriate and what acts are not appropriate? Let's use the drawing hand for this one, to keep it a bit organized. The Stoics argue that once we have mastered the art of reason, we can determine our ethics. They distinguished virtue, which always contributes to happiness, and vice, which always contributes to misery. The Stoics subdivided virtue into 4 classifications: moderation, justice, courage, and wisdom. In the same way, they subdivided vice into injustice, cowardice, intemperance, and foolishness. Between vice and virtue lies a huge gray area of things that are not necessarily bad, nor necessarily good. This class is called indifference by the Stoics. Whether or not you display moral behavior by engaging in this indifference depends on the context and, again, your ability to reason helps you decide how to act. In other words, indifference aren't necessarily harmful or contribute to happiness. It depends on the way you use them. How to use them? According to Zeno of Citium, founder of the Stoic school of philosophy, the goal of life is to smoothly float along with the natural course. He stated, and I quote, "All things are part of one single system, which is called nature. The individual life is good when it is in harmony with nature." End quote. Of course, virtue is in perfect agreement with nature, while vice goes against nature. When it comes to indifference, the Stoics distinguish preferred indifference and dispreferred indifference. Examples of preferred indifference are strength, wealth, pleasure, and a good reputation. These attributes are positive in regards to our natural condition, but don't necessarily lead to happiness. Examples of dispreferred indifference are disease, weakness, ugliness, poverty, and low reputation. These attributes are negative in regards to our natural condition, but don't necessarily lead to misery. Again, the way these indifferents are used determines if they lead to a happy life or not. I must admit that there's more to ethics within Stoicism, but these are the basics. 3. 3. Physics. Living according to nature requires an understanding of nature. The Stoic concept of physics can as well be named nature, because we cannot really compare it to our modern metaphysics. In short, Stoic physics are simply their understanding of the universe. Like ethics, Stoic physics is a vast system of ideas and concepts. So I will talk about the basics. The Stoics believed in a godlike entity named Logos, which was the all-encompassing force of reason. In their view, existence is based on matter and pneuma. Matter is everything our senses can perceive. It is passive and lifeless on itself, and also destroyable. The active force behind the ever-changing manifestation of the cosmos is what the Stoics called pneuma, which is completely mingled with the passive matter and cannot be destroyed. The famous Stoic Chrysippus described pneuma as the vehicle of Logos that structures matter. Simply put, pneuma makes the universe alive. The movement of stars and planets, the existence of life, the waves of the sea, all is propelled by pneuma and is based on the rational principle of Logos. The Stoics believed that everything is already determined. However, they also argued that there are countless of other realities depending on what choices we make, and thus many different paths to follow. This soft determinism is very similar to Islamic and Christian views. On the one hand, our destinies are written in the stars, and on the other hand, we still have free will. It isn't a surprise that Stoicism had a profound impact on Christianity, and has a lot of commonalities with Islam as well. Also, Taoism and Buddhism are suspiciously similar to Stoicism in several ways. Well, that's it. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to the second edition of the monthly Einzelgänger Q&A. Like last month, I've searched the comments for questions and interesting remarks that I will answer and talk about a bit more. This is a public video in which I will touch on two topics, which are the similarities between Buddhism and Stoicism, and Stoicism as a religion. The Patreon edition of the Q&A will contain topics like Sigma males, Stoic virtues, boomers and bloomers, Marcus Aurelius, and I will say a few words about the Delta male. This version is accessible on my Patreon page, and I would be very happy if you're willing to support my work so I can keep creating content. The first topic is more of a generic reply to several comments that pointed out the same thing. These are three of them. The first one is from Orange Stoner, saying Stoicism is in many ways similar to Buddhism. The second one is from Formless777, saying Stoicism derived from Hellenic Buddhism. Buddhist missionaries even came west and taught during the Roman Empire.
Wait, is it going over?
The Stoics were the
what?
result. And the last one is from Sam Erkin, saying Stoicism, the Buddhism of the West. So, these were the quotes. I agree that Buddhism and Stoicism have similarities. Both are directed towards achieving and maintaining a mental state that we could call equanimity. Someone in the comment section below one of my Stoicism videos says that equanimity is perhaps a better word to describe this sense of detachment that the Stoics are looking for than the word indifference that I used, which is different from the Greek word apatheia. The mind state that the Buddhists want to achieve is called nirvana, which is similar to apatheia because both point to peace of mind, being free of worry and rumination. Buddhist and Stoic ways to deal with external things that might disturb us are quite similar. I can't fully explain this in a few minutes, but I'll give you an idea. The Stoics use rational thinking to determine what things are up to us and what things are not up to us, and then decide that we shouldn't worry about the things that are not in our control. The Stoics try to transcend what we call value judgment, saying that we aren't harmed by the situation itself, but by our judgments about that situation. An example: someone yells at you or insults you, what aspect of this event hurts you? The insult or the way you process the insult? According to Stoicism, it's the latter, and thus we can choose to feel offended and choose not to feel offended.
No, 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 no. I need another pop.
In other words, we experience someone insulting us, then we judge the event and attribute a value to it. For example, an insult experienced as unpleasant and hostile, and having the urge to punch that person in the face. And then we make a conscious decision, for example, that person is being an ass because he or she is ignorant, possibly miserable. Whatever the reason is, this person isn't worth my time and energy, and I will let it pass. The Buddhists have a similar approach. The Buddha said that we have a choice to receive or reject an insult. One day, when a man angrily insulted the Buddha, he asked the man, "If you buy a gift for someone and that person doesn't take it, to whom does that gift belong?" The man answered, "It would belong to me, because I bought the gift." So the Buddha answered, "That is correct." And this is the same with your anger. If you become angry with me and I do not get insulted, then the anger returns to you. Then you are the one who becomes unhappy, not me. All you have done is hurt yourself. So Buddhists as well as Stoics are aware that we can choose to be disturbed by something. Both Stoicism and Buddhism are geared towards acceptance and not desiring things to happen otherwise than they will happen. Buddhists say that everything is impermanent, so whatever will happen will cease to exist anyway. We don't have problems outside ourselves. It's just what the mind makes of it. We can't control the future, so why worry about it? The Stoics have a concept called amor fati, which is the love of fate, which means that we should embrace whatever happens. This doesn't mean that we shouldn't strive for anything. We should actually strive for things that are very good, but we shouldn't attach to the outcome. Attaching to the outcome will make us worry and it's detrimental for our health. The Stoics and Buddhists agree that the best thing we can do is to live in the present moment. When we live in the present moment, we don't ruminate about the past and don't worry about the future. The present moment is all we have. Furthermore, it's the place where the future is made. By the way, I'm currently writing a book about insults and how to deal with insults based on philosophy, mainly Stoic philosophy, and I'll keep you updated about it. If you would like me to make a video about the similarities between Buddhism and Stoicism, please let me know. The second question was asked in Dutch and is about Stoicism again. It was placed below the video about the 3 pillars of Stoicism. I translated this quote into English and here it comes. In regards to the mentioned religions, is Stoicism in this interpretation just an inspiration for this, or can a Stoic basically be called religious? End quote. I like questions like these, especially because I have a background in religious studies, during which I've not only studied many religions and philosophies, but also became aware of a phenomenon called religiosity. Religiosity is basically what makes something religious or not. Religiosity can manifest in many different ways, and according to the soft science of the humanities, there doesn't have to be a god for human activities to be called religious. Stoics of old did worship gods, however, which you will see for yourself when you read the Stoic works. Modern Stoicism seems to be more secular, and when I observe contemporary Stoics, I suspect them to approach Stoicism in a secular way, mainly focusing on the wisdom and logic part of the philosophy. Anyway, I answered the question in the comment section, and I will translate it. Here it comes. It depends on what definition of religion you start with. In the ancient times, Stoicism went hand in hand with the polytheism back then. If you read Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, you will see this as well. But if you exclude this, you can render some sort of supreme being from the Stoic physics, the Logos. In other words, a Stoic who believes in Logos could be considered religious by most definitions of religion. Also, religion often goes together with an ultimate concern, which is living in accordance with nature for the Stoics. I do see overlap with religion, but modern Stoics will probably be reluctant in regards to this question, especially because contemporary Stoicism is some kind of secular alternative for conventional religion. End quote. What I would like to add is that the word religion stems from the Latin word religare, which can be translated as connect or reconnect. Although there aren't Stoic temples, there are some active groups for Stoics in existence on the internet.
Ooh,
Some people in
okay.
those groups might treat Stoicism religiously, using it as social cement, connecting with like-minded people in order to achieve a common goal, like living virtuous or reaching a state of apatheia, especially when a sense
Apatheia.
of community is involved and one becomes emotionally connected to the fellow Stoics, and people are memento mori and amor fati tattooed on their bodies. We could say, from a religious studies perspective, that there's a bit of religiosity going on among some modern Stoics. In other words, people make religion. And Stoicism can be practiced religiously by some people, but that doesn't make it a religion per se. In the same reasoning, soccer can be practiced religiously by some people, but that doesn't make it a religion per se. An argument against Stoicism as a religion is that Stoicism was, and is, rather a philosophy that is compatible with existing religions. Like it was syncretized with Greek polytheism, it can now be syncretized with, for example, Christianity. Unlike most religions, Stoicism isn't really concerned with the afterlife. It's more concerned with our lives here and now in this world. In the Patreon edition of the Q&A, I will talk about more topics, which are the 3 pillars of
You
Stoicism,
little
the
bitch
Sigma
boy.
male, what's important to Stoics, the Delta male,
Sligma.
Marcus Aurelius as a Sigma male, and Doomers and Bloomers. Thank you for watching.
Come on.
Many people these days are concerned with achieving a happy life, but often lack the skills and knowledge to do so. Luckily, thousands of years ago, the old Stoics already figured out how to suffer less and enjoy more. With a system of exercises, wisdom, and ethics inspired by the virtues of the universe, Stoicism is a philosophy for happiness. In this video, I will present you 3 Stoic ways to be happy. The meaning of the word happiness is different for every person. Some people think of happiness as having a lot of money. Other people think about enjoying the company of their loved ones. The Greek word eudaimonia can be translated to happiness, although the Stoics use it to describe the state of living in accordance with nature. Living in accordance with nature leads to a sense of inner peace and contentment, which in many spiritual traditions is true happiness. Now, let's dive in. 1. Alter your judgments. The Stoics believe that events aren't inherently good or bad, but that the mind makes it so. Why is this important? Because most things that happen in our lives are beyond our control, and there are actually very few things that we do have control over. One thing that we do have control over is our opinion, or in other words, our ability to judge. During the time that the great Stoic Epictetus was alive, people often went for nice baths in one of the many bathhouses. During these visits, many things overcame them, like theft, splashing water, and people using abusive language. These may seem undesirable experiences, but the way these experiences affect us depends on how we judge them. Epictetus said, and I quote, "For thus, if any hindrance arises in bathing, you will have it ready to say, it is not only to bathe, but to keep my mind in a state conformable to nature.
Fuck.
I will not keep it if I'm bothered at things that happen." The mind state conformable to nature points to equanimity, and equanimity is a consequence of living in accordance with your own inborn nature as well as the nature of the universe. Simply put, be a virtuous person and be skillful about your judgments in regards to things that are not up to you. Which brings us to the next point. 2. Live virtuously. In my video about the 3 pillars of Stoicism, I've already spoken about vices and virtues that are part of Stoic ethics. These vices and virtues are connected to what the Stoics call living in accordance with nature. Vices are considered bad and go against nature, and virtues are considered good and go along with nature. Virtue can be subdivided into wisdom, justice, courage, and moderation. Vice can be subdivided into foolishness, injustice, cowardice, and temperance. According to the Stoics, virtue always leads to happiness, and vice always leads to misery. So the solution for a happy life is quite simple. Live virtuously and avoid vice. Now, there's a lot more to life than good and bad. The large gray area between the favorable zenith of virtue and the undesirable nadir of vice, there are the indifference, like life, death, reputation, ugliness, but rather preferred or dispreferred, because indifference are seen as inferior to virtue and vice. When it comes to a happy life, they shouldn't be the focus. I will make a more detailed video about vice and virtue in future. 3. To lower your expectations. The essence of high expectations is that we expect a desirable outcome in regards to things that we do not have control over. Taking such a position towards external things will eventually lead to disappointment, because they often don't work out the way we have imagined ourselves. For example, you expect your father to act in a certain way, like a quote-unquote good father, who is there for you when you need him, respects your decisions, and shows affection. Instead, he is flaky. He doesn't respect your decisions and acts cold and affectionless. The question is it your father that causes the hurt, or the position you take towards your father? Epictetus said, and I quote, "Is you naturally entitled then to a good father? No, only to a father." And the condition and characteristic of a philosopher is that he expects all hurt and benefit from himself. The marks of a proficient are that he censures no one, praises no one, blames no one, accuses no one, and quotes. Epictetus points out that you're not entitled to the things that you wish for, but only to the things that are naturally given to you. Expecting more than nature offers you results in suffering. This suffering comes from the position you take, i.e., your wish for things to have happened differently and not from the events itself. Marcus Aurelius had to deal with many difficult people, and he knew that a too optimistic outlook would only set them up for disappointment. Thus, he applied negative visualization to prepare for the day. And I quote, "Today I shall be meeting with interference, ingratitude, insolence, disloyalty, ill will, and selfishness, all of them due to the offender's ignorance of what is good or evil." End quote. This is actually a great exercise to curb one's high expectations in order to be less disturbed by what the future puts on your plate. For more Stoicism, you can check out my Stoicism playlist. Thank you for watching. In earlier videos, I talked about the things that are up to us and the things that are not up to us. In this video, I want to go a bit deeper into how we approach life by a powerful yet dangerous tool in the toolbox, our judgment. First of all, thank you Jacob and thank you Daniel for supporting me on Patreon. I appreciate it, guys. Now, let's talk about Stoicism. Have you ever asked yourself this question? What do I truly control in this world? Well, the truth is that the number of things that are up to us is surprisingly small and does not exceed the confines of our own actions. One thing that is up to us is our ability to judge. Life consists of a series of events that aren't inherently good or bad. This could be a fried egg, a traffic jam, and a plate of fried rice somewhere in Asia. Nevertheless, people seem to be overly judgmental these days. Judgment makes reality good or bad, desirable or undesirable, fun or boring, etc. Thus, by our judgments, we categorize the universe, which defines our position towards it. The problem with judgment is that we will prefer some things over other things. Strong preferences and strong dispreferences generate cravings and aversion, which are both potential sources of misery. Marcus Aurelius said about this, and I quote, "You take things you don't control and define them as good or bad. And so, of course, when bad things happen, or the good ones don't, you blame the gods and feel hatred for the people responsible, or those you decide to make responsible." End quote. Alexander, our minds conclude that money is necessary to survive in this world, so we make sure we have enough of it. However, our judgment towards money might result in the opinion that wealth is good and poverty is bad. Thus, we start craving money, which makes us greedy. I've experienced this myself when I was hung up on cryptocurrencies 2 years ago. When the market went up, my mood went up. But when the market went down, my mood went down. As soon as I realized the vicious cycle I was in, I made an effort to detach myself from it. Aversion is the other side of the same Bitcoin, intended. If we, for example, averse poverty, we'll not only spend our lives avoiding it. If fate decides that we become poor, we become absolutely miserable. The problem is that both wealth and poverty aren't up to us. Therefore, judging one as good and one as bad will make us chasing the one and avoiding the other. This means that we live our lives in fear and worry and be miserable when the things we averse overcome us and when the things we crave for don't. I know that non-judgment is a difficult thing to do. Personally, reminding myself that whatever I pursue, I do not control the outcome has helped me to regain my peace of mind in times of worry. This stoic mind hack is called amor fati, and I made a video about it. So, how should we judge? Marcus Aurelius proposes this, and I quote, "Much of our bad behavior stems from trying to apply those criteria. If we limited good and bad to our own actions, we would have no call to challenge God or to treat other people as enemies." Quote, "To harvest the power of judgment, we should judge ourselves. Stoics aim to live virtuously because virtue leads to happiness. Self-judgment means that we evaluate our own actions and decide if they indeed are aligned with nature. This way we can use our judgment to learn what we did wrong and make better choices in the future. Simply put, don't judge what isn't up to us. Judge what is." If you want to see more videos about Stoicism, please check out my playlist. Thank you for watching. In past videos, I've talked about several meme-based personality types. One of these types is the doomer. I was surprised how many views my video about doomers got. And after reading the comments, I realized that many young people identify themselves as doomers. I have mixed feelings about this, because, after all, the doomer is the tragic product of the modern world that is not only jaded by past experiences, but also in despair of humanity's dark future. Being a Stoicism enthusiast, I thought to myself, could Stoicism be a solution or, at least, a bandage for the doomer's suffering? In this video, I would like to present you a few Stoic ideas to ease the doomer's pain. Like many people, a doomer is encumbered by a number of things that aren't really up to him. I say him because the doomer meme we all know happens to be male, and it seems that the majority of doomers are males. Even though there probably is a small female minority of doomerettes, let's stick with the male version for simplicity's sake.
Doomer's depression is probably caused by swallowing the proverbial black pill that removed the veil of ignorance and exposed him to many harsh realities of the world. Because he realizes that reality is much uglier than he previously thought. He has fallen into apathy and lost the ability to find joy in a world that is utterly hostile and evil. In an age of moral decline, what's there to do besides smoking weed, watching porn, drinking beer, and playing video games? We're all doomed anyway. Many years ago, I went through several existential crises. During that time, I indulged in my search for the truth. Finding out more about human nature and the dark sides of human society made me absolutely miserable. And thus, I fled in substances and porn. I was a doomer, long before the doomer was a thing. After a while, I began to realize that much of it, if not all, is beyond my control. One of the great Stoics named Epictetus realized this many centuries ago. He concluded that we should not waste our time focusing on things that aren't up to us. We should focus on the things that are up to us instead. The doomer may be completely just in his worldview and be very well informed about the declining Western civilization and even the possibility of a third world war. Also, he may look down upon the normies that are ignorant about everything he knows. Nonetheless, Epictetus would say that the doomer makes a great mistake that causes his misery. He is completely wasting his time feeling miserable about things that are not up to him. This has a nasty side effect, which is the indulgence in sensual pleasures to numb the pain and flee from reality. According to the Stoics, intemperance is a vice, and so is cowardice. Opinions of other people, politics, or genetics, these things are beyond our control. But there's good news. There is something we do control, which is our own faculty. The truth is that it's not the events that cause misery, but the thoughts about those events. According to Epictetus, we shouldn't get hung up on outside events, but calmly accept them. So, does that mean that we should become indifferent towards human suffering and injustice then? No, not at all. One of the Stoic virtues is justice. This means that we should make an effort to treat other people well and add value to the community we are part of. Unfortunately, most doomers are living in isolation. Instead of seeking human connection, they resort to smoking, drinking, and drugs. Sadly enough, these things make them more dreadful in the long run. Although Stoic philosophy is highly geared towards one's own mind, it puts great emphasis on meaningful connection with
BRB. da 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 da. What day is it today? Wednesday.
I've spent the last 111 hours analyzing every episode of SpongeBob SquarePants, and let's just say, in legal terms, things are not looking so great for Patrick Star.
If you can't do the time, don't do the crime.
I'll be ranking the pink starfish's crimes from laughably petty to crimes heinous enough to make even the Flying Dutchman shiver in his boots. To start with, let's talk about the time Patrick literally destroyed a whole carnival. It all happened during that Valentine's Day episode when SpongeBob promised Patrick a special surprise.
It's the greatest, the bestest, the most fantabulous.
SpongeBob put some great thought into this. Honestly, you gotta give him some credit.
Take me through the plan again. Okay.
Other human beings too. We may not control how the external world is affected by our actions. Helping others and connecting with them in a meaningful way will most likely have a positive effect. If not on the world, then certainly on ourselves. Luckily, there are ways to reconnect with human beings. Work, sports, hobbies, community work, volunteering, you name it. So here's what I think Epictetus would say to doomers. Stop numbing yourself and face reality head on. Care less about things that aren't up to you and find purposeful connection with other people. Also, it can't hurt to realize that Epictetus was not only a slave, he was crippled as well. Not to mention that he lived in a violent time in a violent civilization. If he can find happiness, I'm pretty sure that a doomer can too. Thank you for watching. As some people in the comment section have already pointed out, Buddhism and Stoicism are actually quite alike. This is quite surprising because Stoicism was founded in the Greek city of Athens, while Buddhism originates from India. Although there's no historical proof of significant influence from Buddhism on Stoicism or the other way around, some believe that this was the case. But whatever the case may be, the similarities are striking. In this video, I will explore 3 of them. The first similarity is the set of practices that lead to happiness. The Buddhists have the Eightfold Path, which consists of 8 practices: right view, right resolve, right speech, right conduct, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right samadhi. Samadhi can be translated loosely as meditation. By following the Eightfold Path, we release ourselves from the bondage of attachment to earthly pleasures, as well as our endless mental chatter, and reach a state of liberation. The Buddhists call this liberation nirvana, which means enlightenment. To attain nirvana, we must abstain from certain things and embrace others. We are to keep our desires for sensual pleasures in check, do the right thing, and act wisely instead of foolishly. This is surprisingly similar to the Stoic system of virtue and vice. For the Stoics, happiness means living in accordance with nature, which they call eudaimonia. Eudaimonia can be attained by following virtue and staying away from vice. Stoic virtue can be subdivided in wisdom, justice, courage, and moderation.
Stoic vice can be subdivided in foolishness, injustice, cowardice, and intemperance, which are basically the opposites. While there are differences between the Buddhist and Stoic pursuit of happiness, both traditions revolve around practices to end suffering and reach inner peace. The second similarity is the view on desire, aversion, and attachment. In Buddhism, the root of suffering lies in the three poisons: delusion, desire, and aversion. Desire itself isn't always a bad thing. Desiring food and water is necessary to some extent. Otherwise, we would not survive. And desiring not to desire is also desire. However, desire has close relationships with craving, greed, and attachment, and with intemperance, or the lack of moderation, which is a Stoic vice. The Buddha observed that when we attach ourselves to other people, we hurt when they disappear. And when we desire strongly for money, we hurt when we lose it. The opposite of desire is aversion, which leads to fear and hate. And as Master Yoda so profoundly stated, hate leads to suffering. Epictetus concluded the same, as we can read in the Stoic work The Enchiridion, and I quote, "Remember that following desire promises the attainment of that of which you are desirous, and aversion promises the avoiding that to which you are averse. However, he who fails to obtain the object of his desire is disappointed, and he who incurs the object of his aversion, wretched." End quote. The Stoics argued that we should not focus on things beyond our control. These things are unreliable, so attaching to them is a recipe for suffering. This doesn't mean that we should averse them. Instead, it's better to develop a healthy indifference towards them, which the Buddhists call detachment or non-attachment. Last but not least, the third similarity between Stoicism and Buddhism is that both traditions encourage us to focus on the now. The Buddhists use mindfulness and meditation techniques to keep their attention in this moment and train the so-called monkey mind. Here is a part of the translation by the Vietnamese monk Thich Nhat Hanh of one of the discourses of the Buddha. I quote, "Do not pursue the past. Do not lose yourself in the future. The past no longer is. The future has not yet come. Looking deeply at life as it is in the very here and now, the practitioner dwells in stability and freedom." End quote. Now let's take a look what Stoic philosopher Seneca had to say about this, and I quote, "True happiness is to enjoy the present,
let's get
without
back into
anxious
it.
dependence upon the future, not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears, but to rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient, for he that is so wants nothing." End quote. As we can see, Stoicism and Buddhism both agree that we should focus our attention on the present moment. Stoic philosopher Emperor Marcus Aurelius argued that past nor future have power over us, only the present, and even that can be minimized. That's why we shouldn't burden ourselves with our wild imagination about them. I think that the Buddha would have wholeheartedly agreed. Thank you for watching. In my very first video, I talked a little bit about my introversion. I didn't really know what direction this channel would go back then, but I think it's more clear to me now. Like many of you, I'm a Stoicism enthusiast. Lately, I wondered if there's a connection between my fascination for this ancient philosophy and my introverted personality. Here's what I think. In a world that celebrates extroversion, being an introvert isn't always easy. The strengths of introverts are often overlooked. Seeing the charismatic chatterboxes rise to the top, the strong silent types sometimes frustrate themselves due to the constant lack of recognition. But what introverts are masters at is spending time alone. And what's hands down the best way to utilize our solitude? immersing ourselves in philosophy. Looking at Stoic exercises, no matter if it's the negative visualization by Marcus Aurelius, journaling, or remembering that we are going to die, I think that most of them are solitary practices in which we actually detach ourselves from life and the outcomes of it. We need a degree of introspection to execute these exercises, and most introverts tend to have strong introspective capabilities. So when it comes to the practical sense, I think that stoicism and introversion go well together. Some introverts, however, have the tendency to live like hermits, isolating themselves from a noisy world that just can't keep its mouth shut. I admit that I'm quite prone to this myself. I can spend days without talking to a single person and be perfectly fine. Like many introverts, I do need my alone time to recharge my battery. I love relaxing my mind by walking alone in nature, and the idea of excluding myself from society, even if it's just temporary, often crosses my mind. However, Marcus Aurelius thinks that we don't need to, literally, run for the hills to find inner peace. He said, and I quote, "People seek retreats for themselves in the countryside, by the seashore, in the hills, and you too have made it your habit to long for that above all else. But this is altogether unphilosophical, when it is possible for you to retreat into yourself whenever you please. For nowhere can one retreat into greater peace or freedom from care than within one's own soul." End quote. Instead of isolating ourselves from the world, we might actually want to practice our power of silence in the midst of people. Many people talk just for the sake of talking and say a lot of nothing about things they don't know anything about. So in a room full of blabbermouths, is there a greater strength than the ability to be silent? Epictetus tells us how it's done, and I quote, "Be for most part silent, or speak merely what is necessary and in a few words. We may, however, enter, though sparingly, into discourse sometimes, when occasion calls for it, but not on any of the common subjects of gladiators, or horse races, or athletic champions, or feasts, the vulgar topics of conversation, but principally not of men, so as either to blame, or praise, or make comparisons. If you are able, then, by your own conversation, bring over that of your company to proper subjects. But if you happen to be taken among strangers, be silent." End quote. While we shouldn't isolate ourselves, Stoic philosophers say that we shouldn't hang out with the wrong company either and engage in vulgar language, like gossip for example. This means that we might want to be selective in our choice of friends and avoid negative people that bring us down. So when there's no decent company available, it's better to be alone, because in aloneness there are plenty of virtuous things to do, like working on things that reduce human suffering, or maybe less ambitious, staying away from things that are harmful. Introverts tend to be the silent listeners of humanity, and the ones who tend to think and reflect a bit more on life events than their extroverted counterparts. A danger of this is that we overthink and perhaps analyze other people's opinions too much, to the point we build up anxiety. Stoic wisdom can counterattack this by molding our uncontrolled sea of thoughts into a sharpened sword of rationality, so our reflective capacities become our asset instead of our enemy. This way we can, for example, deal with difficult people in our heads without even saying a word. Here's a quote by Marcus Aurelius to show you what I mean. "When another blames you or hates you, or people voice similar criticisms, go to their souls, penetrate inside, and see what sort of people they are. You will realize that there is no need to be wrecked with anxiety that they should hold any particular opinion about you." End quote. So do you think Stoicism is a suitable philosophy for introverts? Or do you consider yourself an introvert Stoic? Please let me know in the comment section. Thank you for watching. Seneca the Younger was a philosopher who held an important position in the Roman Empire and is one of the major contributors to the ancient philosophy of Stoicism. Seneca once exchanged letters with his friend Serenus on how to free the mind from anxiety and worry in a Stoic way. This dialogue is now called De Tranquilitate Animi, which is Latin for the tranquility of the mind. Seneca's words are not only geared towards caring less, they also point out what we should care about in order to achieve tranquility. This video presents you Seneca's suggestions for
that's my fault.
so Serenus can become a bit more serene.
I don't know why I decided to lay right there.
First of all, I want to thank 2 new Patreon supporters for helping me out. Thank you Gage and thank you Evan. I appreciate your support.
No.
Thank you
Okay.
So, one day, Serenus wrote a letter to his friend Seneca.
I'm dead. Leave me alone. I'm dead.
Mental
I'm gone. I'm dead.
disturbances he suffers from during his day-to-day activities. He asks Seneca to relieve him from his trouble, and thus, Seneca wrote back a letter containing his advice. From this advice, I've drawn 7 suggestions for achieving tranquility. Here we go. 1. Don't rely on hope. Seneca observed that many people are preoccupied with the future, and therefore their minds are hardly in the present moment. They are filled with desires and directed to fulfilling these desires. They create an image on how the future should work out for them, but when it doesn't, they're wretched. Such people are not only structurally dissatisfied and plagued by boredom, they also rely entirely on hope. I quote Seneca. They strive to attain their prayers by every means. They force themselves to do dishonorable and difficult things. And when their effort is without reward, they are tortured by the fruitless disgrace and grief, not because they wished for what was wrong, but because they wished in vain. End quote.
Oh, this would be the perfect spot. Come on, please hurry up. Holy fuck.
Fate is a great antidote for those who rely on hope. Pursuing goals, no matter if they are long-term or short-term goals, while embracing whatever the results may be, helps to focus on the present moment instead of worrying about the outcome and being disappointed when the future doesn't bring what we hoped for. 2. Be of service. Surprisingly for some perhaps, Stoicism doesn't encourage people to close themselves off from society. Instead, we should participate in humankind in a way that fits us and benefits others. By putting ourselves to practice and helping our fellow human beings, we kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, we put our minds at work by being busy with a certain task. Secondly,
I thought I'd get a lot more.
Which generates a sense of social connection.
Because you know it's a big ass open area, but
although I must admit that current society is way different than society back then. I think that being in service all boils down to taking a good look at ourselves, making an inventory of our skills, and see how we use them to benefit others. Me, for example, I'm a lousy construction worker, and I'm quite bad at understanding technical stuff. On the other hand, I have a keen interest in philosophy, and I know how to create a video. That I'm able to use these skills to benefit other people gives my life meaning. Deriving meaning from your service, no matter what you do, is a road to fulfillment. How does this lead to a calm mind? Well,
the fuck are they doing? Why are they just...
we are less likely to be distracted by things that don't matter to us. For example, I notice when I'm fully immersed in creating these videos, there's no room to worry about what's on the news or what the negative people in my life said in the past. Why should I? I'm doing something with the purpose of entertaining and benefiting others. Striving for excellence in work is only possible when living in the present moment. 3. Choose your friends wisely. Seneca wrote, and I quote, "Nothing, however, gives the mind so much pleasure as fond and faithful friendship. What a blessing it is to have those to whose waiting hearts every secret may be committed with safety, whose knowledge of you fear less than your knowledge of yourself, whose conversation soothes your anxiety, whose opinion assists your decision, whose cheerfulness scatters your sorrow, the very sight of whom gives you joy." End quote. Friends can be a great addition to your life, but we should be wise about selecting the right friends to keep us company. Some friendships simply revolve around negativity or are downright toxic. And as we know, moods are contagious. A true friend may be loyal and friendly, but when this friend is always upset, takes great pleasure in complaining about everything, and basically does harm by contact, it's better to avoid that person, according to Seneca. Instead, we might want to choose people that are, as far as possible,
What the
free
hell are
from
half of them
selfish
even
desires
doing?
and vices. In other words, people that uplift you rather than burden you with their misery. So how does this calm the mind? Well, a good and positive friend will not burden you with negativity, actually assist you in achieving happiness. By avoiding negative friends, their toxic behavior will not affect your inner peace. 4. Don't engage in useless affairs. Seneca writes about how some people live their lives aimlessly and spend their time going from place to place like ants crawl through bushes from twig to twig. I think we
Through
can
the
see this
bushes of
happening a lot
love.
in today's day and age, with more distractions than ever before. We go from our smartphone to our
The
laptop,
bushes of
from
love.
Facebook to Instagram, and when we are halfway a YouTube video, we're already bored and
Through
looking
the
for another
bushes
one.
of
The
love.
key is to
God damn
focus
it.
on a certain task and let all our
Are you
effort be
fucking
directed towards that task, and only deviate from it when something important gets in
Ah.
the way. When I'm working, for example, I usually put my phone in flight mode and turn off social media. Also, I make a list of goals I want to accomplish the next day, the night before. This way, my tasks are clear, and there's no need to think about anything other than those tasks, which tremendously reduces worry and thus calms the mind. At the end of the day, it all boils down to attention. The ability to pay attention makes the difference between mediocrity and excellence. 5. Don't depend on opinions of others. When we act like we are expected to act all the time, we are not living in accordance with our own inherent nature. Many people, however, are constantly putting up a facade because they are expected to act in a certain way because of their surroundings. Seneca gives the example of a funeral on which people may perceive it disgraceful not to weep when everyone is doing it. In such a case, we are expected to fake our grief if we, in reality, don't have the inherent desire to weep, but we only do so to be seen as a disgrace. Seneca wrote, and I quote, "This evil of depending on the
Hey, that
opinions of
rhymed,
others
right?
has become
Rope,
so
whoa,
deeply
yeah.
implanted that even grief, the most natural thing in the world, becomes now a matter of pretense." End quote. When we depend on the
okay.
opinions of others, we aren't free. It takes courage to free ourselves from this bondage, but when we do, we are truly brave, because we have taken off our masks and show us to the world in our purest form. Yes, we will be open to ridicule, but isn't it better to be ridiculed because of who we are than tortured by perpetual pretense? 6. Balance solitude and being in crowds. Seneca wrote that we should embrace both solitude and being in crowds. Solitude gives us the opportunity to retire in ourselves and will make us long for company. Being in company will make us long for being alone. The one relieves the other, and that's why the two things must be combined. Stoicism doesn't encourage being a hermit, but still does put emphasis on solitary activities like journaling and forms of meditation. I would say that solitude charges the battery to be in crowds and calms the mind after being around people, while being in crowds connects us to our fellow human beings, bringing joy and laughter. Socializing can be a great cure to relieve our minds from solitary ruminations. When I had a job at the bank, I enjoyed being around people while longing for a quiet evening alone at the same time. In my current situation, being self-employed, I habitually work in crowded places, like the public library or the university campus, just to be around people and experiencing a sense of connection. Also, I do attend parties and social gatherings, even though I find them tiresome. So, when I come home, I enjoy my solitude even more. 7. Give the mind some relaxation.
I did
Now,
it.
this is a tricky one, at least the method that Seneca proposes. Seneca argues that the mind needs relaxation from time to time and recommends washing away our sorrows and setting it free by the consumption of wine. Now, with my past experiences with alcohol. I do agree that alcohol does a great job in making us merrier and forgetting our sorrows. Seneca does advocate moderation though. But today we know very well that for some people, moderation just isn't an option because they drink to get drunk. Didn't Seneca also say that drunkenness is voluntary madness? Now, I do agree that we should relax our minds from time to time. And for the people that don't want to intoxicate themselves for it, there are other ways to find relief that didn't exist back then. How about going to the cinema once in a while? Or playing a video game? Nevertheless, I still think that one of the best things we can do to achieve tranquility is some form of meditation. So these are 7 suggestions by Seneca for tranquility. Thank you for watching. It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own. People spend so much energy on worrying about what other people think about them. The thing is, it's a huge waste of time, especially in the age of the individual. The ancient Stoics were ahead of time when it comes to the art of not caring about how others perceive them. And in this video I will show you their logical arguments to stop caring what other people think. It's very easy to get caught up in this ongoing collective worry about what other people think and say about us, even if we don't know them. Marcus Aurelius was right when he said that we care more about their opinions than our own. But why do we do this? Well, our desire to be liked probably comes from a deeply rooted fear of being abandoned. In the tribal age, abandonment could easily mean death, so being liked was useful for survival. We can see this in animals as well. Dogs, for example, are herd animals and dread to be left alone, so they cry and moan when their owner leaves the house. But when we look at this in a logical way, there's no need to fear abandonment, and in most cases, our lives aren't in danger when other people don't like us or disapprove of us. Yes, it may be more preferable when we are loved by our surroundings, as it's preferable for me to get a bunch of likes on YouTube. But we don't need it for survival, and we don't need it to be happy. As the Stoics would say, a good reputation is a preferred indifferent. It's nice to have, but if we don't, it doesn't exclude virtuous living. In other words, if we live virtuously, why should we care what others think? We know we live in a good way, and that's what counts. Wasn't Jesus Christ despised by the masses, despite the fact that he embodied the good? Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius wrote about this contempt for validation-seeking behavior, and I quote, "What is to be prized? An audience clapping? No, no more than the clacking of their tongues, which is all that public praise amounts to, a clacking of tongues." End quote. When we look at the very nature of receiving validation, from a physical audience clapping to likes on Facebook, what do we see? It's really nothing more than a few bodily movements and some pixels on the screen that give us a temporary rush of pleasure. However, validation never gives us long-term contentment and also leads to a craving for more. Thus, it's pretty useless to spend our lives chasing it. Nevertheless, we often see that people get upset when they don't receive the validation they think they deserve, or when they find out that someone dislikes them or even hates them. In some cases, a simple and meaningless insult leads to violence. The Stoics pointed out long ago that we do not control the opinions of others, and that the things we do not control are fickle. The more we value things outside our control, the less control we have. Let's face it, no matter how much we try, there will always be people that don't like us. There will always be people that are ungrateful, hostile, hateful, mean, etc. We often become resentful towards these people, and sometimes we spend a lifetime thinking about the nasty things they said. Here's what Stoic philosopher Epictetus said about this. Quote, when another blames you or hates you, or when men say anything injurious about you, approach their poor souls, penetrate within, and see what kind of men they are. You will discover that there's no reason to be concerned that these men have this or that opinion about you. End quote. Resentment is like drinking poison and waiting for the other person to die. It's a complete waste of time. With a little bit of compassion, we'll see that those who offend us are human beings too. There are many possible reasons why they think what they think and say what they say. It may be ignorance, bias, frustration, or they might be pointing out something that's truly deficient about us. If the latter is the case, we have the option to fix it or let it be. No matter what we do, ruminating about someone else's dislike towards us won't get us anywhere. So it may not be up to us.
Wait, is that
what people
friendly?
think. It's definitely up to us how we handle it. Our ability to take position towards the external world is what makes us happy or not. Being hurt by other people's opinions isn't caused by them.
Wait, no,
It's
that's
caused
not
by
friendly.
our
What the
minds
fuck?
worrying about things that are outside us and irrelevant for our own mental well-being. Simply put, what other people think is none of our business. Thank you for watching. How can we apply Stoicism in our daily lives? This is what the book Practical Stoicism, Exercises for Doing the Right Thing Right Now is all about. Robin Homer offered me the opportunity to listen to the audible version of this book, which he narrated, so I did. Author Gray Freeman argues that the most important thing about Stoicism is the actual application of the philosophy in our daily lives. So, if you're enthusiastic about Stoicism and want to reap the benefits by actually applying this philosophy, this book may be a very interesting read. Why should we get out of bed early and watch the sunshine? And what to tell ourselves when we have difficulties doing so? How do we bring Stoic philosophy out of the world of the theoretical into our daily lives? The idea to write the book Practical Stoicism was born on the very active Stoicism Reddit as an answer to the following question. So how exactly does one actually do this Stoic thing? Yes, we can go on and on about Stoic values, ethics, virtues, etc., which is, in my opinion, a very pleasurable thing to do. But at some point, it's time to turn words into deeds. Stoic teachers like Epictetus, Seneca, and Musonius Rufus left us with a treasure of wisdom, which is universally applicable and timeless. But because of the quantity of the ancient Stoic texts, it's not always an easy task to find clear instructions that we can use when we face a specific problem. Author Gray Freeman managed to extract a series of valuable lessons from the Stoic texts that can help to improve our lives, and turn them into about 100 exercises. Every exercise is backed by a quote, so we can see where it came from. When I first read the book, it reminded me a bit of an updated version of Epictetus Enchiridion, which was also meant to be a handbook that we can take with us, so we have our philosophical band-aid within arm's reach when necessary. What I like about this book is that the instructions are much more accessible for people in the current age. While the ancient Stoics would talk about being attached to ceramic cups and gladiator fights in the arena, this book uses contemporary scenarios like the excessive use of caffeine and our collective addiction to soap operas and social media. Old Stoic concepts like the premeditatio malorum, translated negative visualization, and memento mori, translated the remembrance of our mortality, are seamlessly integrated in a modern context and concisely explained. In the exercise Brace for Trolls, Freeman tells us that on any given day we will meet some jerks, at least if we go outside and participate in the world. Here's an audio clip on how to handle these jerks.
Consider how you will handle them, philosophically. Go through the mental play acting of not losing
Situation.
Consider how you will preserve your serenity and remain above the fray. Admit that you have your faults too.
I gotta pee.
And sometimes you hide them better than other times.
Many of the exercises are geared towards self-reflection by retreating in oneself, assessing the situation, considering worst-case scenarios, and enjoying silence.
Jesus.
The Stoics spend time to self-reflect by journaling and reviewing all daily events, examining them closely to see if something could have gone better. One exercise I liked specifically is called Turn It Around, which is actually an excellent way to reflect on conflict and encounters with quote-unquote toxic people. Because in many cases, we could have handled the situation in a different way.
In many situations, with a little reflection, you will find an error on your own part that has contributed to any conflict you might be experiencing. If you are not in conflict, the fact that you have put yourself forward as the judge of another, without knowing all that has led them to where they are, is fault enough to consider. It is also likely that you have yourself been tempted to act in a similar manner. You may have, on occasion, even given into it.
Freeman makes a profound statement when he says that our only concern is improving our own faults, and that the only interest we should take in the faults of others is to see if there's a lesson in it for us. Another thing that this book offers are exercises to live in the present moment, explaining why we should focus on the task at hand and prevent our minds to drift off to the past and the future. Also, a recurring theme of the book is death and the reminders of death, because we never know when death comes. It could be today, it could be tomorrow. So with this in mind, we may want to appreciate our greatest commodity a bit more, which is time. The Stoics wanted their time to be well spent, which reflects in their work. If we know that our lives are ticking away second by second, we might want to think twice before we go on a Netflix binge or spend our weekends hungover from spending Friday night in the club. So do not expect this book to be a long read or a literary masterpiece, because that's not what you get. It's rather an instruction manual than a long philosophical plea, and this is by design. So if you want to enrich your knowledge about Stoicism in a more intellectual direction, then I don't think that this book will satisfy you. But if you're looking to apply Stoicism, I think it will. Practical Stoicism is a nice, valuable guide that can help people that are stuck in certain situations or simply want to use Stoicism to improve their lives. The book offers exercises for a variety of day-to-day situations and things like what company to seek and how to behave in conversation. I would say it's something to listen to when you're traveling to work to prepare for the day, or to take with you in your bag or suitcase, so you can consult it when you're looking for some Stoic wisdom to guide you. If you're interested in purchasing the book, I've put a link in the description. Thank you for watching.
Only 96 pages? Jeez. Only $5? Jesus.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Q&A of June 2019. How are you all doing? Man oh man, it's been so hot the last few days in the Netherlands. I understand why they take afternoon naps in some warmer countries, because when it's above 30 degrees outside, you can't really do anything. At least, not here. Nevertheless, I've been looking at the comments again and selected a few nice ones for this month's Q&A, which is the 4th edition already. In this video, I will talk about pride and arrogance in Stoicism. First of all, thank you Temple for becoming a supporter on Patreon. Very much appreciated. I want to dedicate this video to a question from one of my Patreon supporters named Juan Saman about pride and arrogance in Stoicism.
Bro,
it was
I want
quite
to
a
know
detailed question
if this
and
does any
enough
good
food for
damage.
thought to dedicate one video to. Here's the question and a quote. I'm very fond of this philosophy, but I also consider humility a great value. Because of this, I think, and I include myself, Stoicism can be bound to arrogance. I'm sure you know what I mean. Stay away from common or vulgar topics, determining someone that insults you is out of ignorance, not getting offended by disloyalty or ill will. You are better than them. It's like there's a very thin line between virtuosity and arrogance, as this way of thinking often compares itself to the rest of the world, encouraging feelings of superiority and to accept ignorance or imperfections in others. Who am I to be that condescending? I feel myself often trapped in these thoughts. I often don't consider a woman as worthy of me because of her beliefs, her way of thinking, her interests. And I hate doing that. It pulls me away from most of people. So I guess the first question of mine is, how can you find good balance between potential arrogance hidden in Stoicism and humility in the contemporary era? End quote. First of all, Juan Saman, I want to thank you for this amazing question about a phenomenon that concerns almost every spiritual, philosophical or religious pursuit. The question is challenging, and I hope that my answer can live up to the profundity of it. Now, the first thing that comes to mind when I read your question is something called spiritual pride, which we see happen very often. It's the classical example of someone embarking on this spiritual journey and feels superior to others as a consequence. For example, we see a contempt ingrained within religious communities towards the non-believers that are seen as merely lost souls to actual wicked people that we should stay away from as far as we can. Also, we see spiritual pride among practitioners towards one another too, which transforms what could be a spiritual experience into a game of one-upmanship. These people say, look, I'm more enlightened than you, I'm more God-loving than you, I'm more grateful than you, I'm meditating more than you. In the same way, Stoics could say to each other, I'm more stoic than you. If one lives his or her spiritual life in that way, yes, I think there's a degree of arrogance involved.
Wow.
It's just the ego telling a story, and makes the practice of spirituality nothing different from being, let's say, a buffed bodybuilder that takes pride in the ability to bench more in a weight room than others, or taking pride in having a more expensive car than your neighbors. I'm not saying that this is wrong, it's just that I don't think that this is what any spiritual practice is about. Nonetheless, people tend to make everything a competition, or at least a way to distinguish themselves from others and feel better than others. Again, it's the ego at work. The ego is always competing with other egos and only looks at the world as better or worse, inferior or superior, etc. It's a never-ending cycle, and I think that a philosophy like Stoicism could actually be a vessel to weaken the ego and be more compassionate and humble. Marcus Aurelius, for example, if you read the Meditations, you will see that he is a very humble man, especially for an emperor. He is selfless, sacrifices himself for the greater good, and actually warns us to not be prideful, but virtuous instead. I've got this part from a website called The Daily Stoic, and I quote, "This idea that humility kills dangerous pride is at the core of Stoic philosophy. Marcus Aurelius was constantly humbling himself, so the purple cloak of his emperorship didn't go to his head. Seneca experimented with poverty, so his wealth didn't change him or become a burden. Cato would walk outside bareheaded and barefoot, an appearance far below his station, so he wasn't corrupted by success and power." End quote. As far as I understand, you say that Stoic ideas like staying away from the common or vulgar topics, determining someone that insults you is out of ignorance, not being offended by disloyalty or ill will, somehow implies that, quote unquote, you are better than them. Well, I don't think this is necessarily the case. It really depends on how you see it. You could stay away from common or vulgar topics because we think that people and the topics they talk about are beneath us. I admit that when you read the Enchiridion by Epictetus, it's almost like he indeed speaks from a superior position with contempt towards the vulgar. I don't know if this was the case, but if this was the case, I would say yes, there is indeed a degree of arrogance involved. However, we could also look at this situation from a place of wisdom. We hang around long enough with people that only talk about sex, Netflix, Tinder, and drink beer while they are doing so, for example, we eventually become those people. Now at some point, let's say, you discover that this life is making you miserable. It could be the booze, it could be the pointless topics, it could be both. You see that these people aren't really going anywhere in their lives and that you don't want to be one of them. Instead of numbing the mind with alcohol every night, you want clarity to read, to work on a business, to do something good for society, etc. You realize that life ticks away second after second, so you don't want to spend so much time discussing Kim Kardashian or sports on TV. So is it because you feel better than those people that you stay away from them, or because you want to live a better life, because their way of living, the common way, makes you miserable? I think these are two different things. Also, what Epictetus points out is that we should stay away from vulgar topics if we want to be philosophers. I quote, "You must cultivate either your own ruling faculty or externals, and apply yourself either to things within or without you. That is, be either a philosopher or one of the vulgar." End quote. Indeed, from this statement we see that a philosopher sets himself or herself apart from the common people. Epictetus describes the vulgar person as someone who isn't wise, someone who relies on these external things he describes at the beginning of the Enchiridion. This isn't good because, according to the Stoics, we should focus on the things that are within our control, not the things that are not in our control. Now here's the thing with arrogance. Arrogance is an emotion that comes from relating to other people that aren't within our control. Thus, when we engage in spiritual pride and focus more on feeling better than the vulgar, instead of keeping our attention to our own faculties, I think that we actually aren't doing Stoicism the right way. In this case, being a Stoic has become just another badge of honor to elevate ourselves above other people instead of improving our own position in the world. So by being arrogant, we already make the mistake to measure ourselves to other people. It's the look at me, I'm a Stoic and therefore I'm better than you, which is nothing more than a covert way to achieve a certain degree of reputation among other people. Reputation is outside of our control, so this shouldn't be the focus. When someone insults you, saying that this person does that because of ignorance doesn't have to mean that this person is inferior. It's simply the observation that insulters either have an opinion about something that they don't know enough about, or that the insult is a product of not having their own faculty in order. It
whatever
doesn't mean
stick,
that
I
you're
forget
better
what
than
it's
them.
called.
I just see it as a human flaw that we all have, in a more compassionate way. Such a stance is more acceptance-based instead of fault-finding. So to answer your question, how can you find good balance between the potential arrogance hidden in Stoicism and humility in the contemporary era? Now we have explored potential arrogance hidden in Stoicism. I think that the solution is very simple. Don't be arrogant, be humble. In regards to judgments about other people, I would say that there's a difference between stating the facts in an objective manner and judging. Indeed, I think it's better to avoid the latter. Personally, I see that I've got many flaws myself. So who am I to judge about the flaws of others then? It's not up to me.
No.
It's my own faculty. In the contemporary era, it's difficult to be a philosopher in the way that Epictetus describes. It's a bit extreme. I think that most people nowadays are vulgar to a certain degree, and avoiding them all may not be the best idea. Arrogance will only push people away. By replacing arrogance with humility, we might see that, no matter how vulgar someone is, there's always something about them that we can admire, even if it's just the fact that they've been able to cope with life, especially because their lives aren't blessed with Stoic philosophy. So that's it for the public Q&A. In the Patreon edition, I respond to a selection of comments concerning the following topics: the Stoics and free will, stop caring what others think, inner peace and hateful comments, being ugly, and walking away from toxic people. Thank you for watching.
Oh, come on. No. Oh, Jesus. Ooh, double kill, let's go. What the fuck? I missed. Oh no. So what the fuck?
How did the ancient Stoics view lust and love? Were they hopeless romantics, or rather cold, distant? Were they pleasure seekers enjoying polyamory, or did they value the duties of marriage? In this video, I will explore lust, love, and Stoicism.
Ooh.
First of all, thank you McCloud for your support on Patreon. Very much appreciated, and it helps me to continue creating these videos. So there's a big difference between love and lust, although in today's day and age we often mix them up. We could say that unconditional love is the purest form there is, and something that's completely in our control. Stoic philosopher Epictetus described the things in our control as a nature free, unrestrained, and unhindered. That's why we can give this type of love away freely and don't need anything in return. So the quality of it doesn't depend on what outside forces are up to. Lust, on the other hand, is a desire for something that is not
crazier to see someone in there.
Lustful, we crave for the body of another human being, and when this body, for some reason, isn't available, we suffer. Epictetus described the things not in our control as weak, slavish, restrained, and belonging to others. Living in a Western culture, I see great emphasis put on romantic love. The romantic love ideal has become such an important pursuit that we have elevated it to an ultimate concern. More often than not, in secular countries, romantic love rises above any form of religion and spirituality. Some people live for...
I'm surprised none of my squad mates died.
The focus of their lives.
Crazy.
Unfortunately, there's a problem with this pursuit. When two people fall in love, they reside in a period of infatuation called the honeymoon phase. Whether or not nature meant this to be simply an incentive to procreate, the honeymoon phase doesn't last. After the intense euphoria decreases, it's not unlikely that people feel cheated. Without the rose-colored glasses, they see a human being with probably the many flaws that they initially overlooked. As a result, many people rather seek for another romantic high and abandon those that aren't doing it for them anymore. Such a love is self-serving rather than serving others. In many ways, romantic love is built on clinging and aversion. We cling to someone immensely and are averse to the idea that we get separated from this person.
Parkour. God damn.
His desire is disappointed, and he who incurs the object of his aversion, wretched, said Epictetus. The experience of being wretched is very commonly seen in individuals that are in a romantic love affair, in the form of jealousy. Jealousy between lovers can be quite destructive. It's an emotion based on the fear that our lover will leave us for someone else. This often results in possessiveness, the need to control the movement of another human being, to assure ourselves that they won't do things we don't like, which is just another form of clinging. Such relationships don't seem very virtuous, nor do they lead to inner peace. Still, as opposed to what some might think, the Stoics did not disapprove of relationships, yet they did not recommend clinging or the indulgence in lust. Seneca, for example, saw the indulgence in lust as worst of the sins, and I quote, "Among the worst cases I count also those who give their time to nothing but drink and lust, for these are the most shameful preoccupations of all." End quote. Seneca stated that those who are abandoned to the belly and lust bear the stain of dishonor, and thought that people who are quickly angered, greedy, and violent at least sin in a more quote-unquote manly fashion. This doesn't mean that we shouldn't experience lust at all. The joy of intercourse can be seen as a preferred indifferent, which is a subordinate to the Stoic virtue called moderation, as opposed to lustful indulgence. Seneca respected love and meaningful relationships with other people. In fact, they concerned him a great deal. He valued marriage and the duties involved and expressed his dislike towards divorce and adultery. Such a stance is congruent with Stoic ethics that point to living a virtuous life above everything else. Stoic philosopher Musonius Rufus also valued marriage a lot and saw mutual care as the cornerstone for a successful union. I quote, "In marriage there must be complete companionship and concern for each other on the part of both husband and wife, in health and in sickness, and at all times, because they entered upon the marriage for this reason, as well as to produce offspring." End quote. Musonius also observed that when in a marriage people only look at their own interests and neglect their partners, it is doomed to fail. We can see this happening in some affectionless marriages, in which people share a roof together while perpetually seeking pleasure outside the house. Musonius called this an existence worse than loneliness. Even though the Stoics considered love to be important, they also recommend us not to cling to the things we love. At the end of the day, a spouse, a friend, a child, or a pet is not in our control, and we can lose them in a heartbeat. Epictetus put it this way, and I quote, "Never say of anything, 'I have lost it,' but 'I have returned it.' Is your child dead? It is returned. Is your wife dead? She is returned." End quote. This attitude might come in handy for people that worry about their partners cheating in the future. If that happens, remember that this isn't a loss. It's just a return. To keep things simple, I would say that the core of Stoic love is the facilitation of virtue. A union between two people like marriage can be seen as a potential vessel for good, like caring for each other and raising children. This idea echoes through religions like Christianity and Islam, in which marriage is also seen as the correct way for two people to practice love as well as lust. Although the Stoics are not cold and distant towards human affection, they value virtue the most. Intimate relationships and virtue do not have to contradict each other. Even lust can be part of a virtuous life, as long as it isn't overdone. But hey, let's face it, aren't there higher things to pursue than some fun between the sheets? Please let me know in the comment section. Thank you for watching.
Silly. You're destroyed. I did it.
The ancient Stoics argued that living a virtuous life means living in accordance with nature. Now, what did they exactly mean by this? Are we to follow our instincts like animals do? Or perhaps should we live a nature-friendly lifestyle? In this video, I explore what the ancient Stoics were up to. The early Stoic Zeno of Citium was the founder of the Stoic philosophical school. Unfortunately, not much is left of his legacy, except a series of quotations. The Byzantine scholar Johannes Stobaeus, who lived in the 5th century, compiled a series of valuable extracts from Greek authors, in which he wrote about Stoic ethics and the way Zeno proposed them. Simply put, everything that is part of being consists of things that are good, bad or indifferent, which I've discussed before in the video The 3 Pillars of Stoicism Explained. So this is what Stobaeus told us, and I quote, "Good are the following sorts of item: wisdom, moderation, justice, courage, and all that is virtue or participates in virtue. Bad are the following sorts of item: folly, intemperance, injustice, cowardice, and all that is vice or participates in vice." End quote. Now, the so-called indifferents are either preferred or dispreferred, but do not necessarily lead to happiness or misery. Examples of these are death, looks, money, reputation, and so forth. The Stoics saw living in accordance with nature as the ultimate goal and equivalent to a virtuous life. Since virtue leads to happiness, people who live in conflict with nature are not happy. This is all great, but it's still a bit unclear how we actually put this into practice. What do the Stoics mean with nature, and how do we as human beings live in agreement with it? Well, there are different explanations. And since the accounts of the early Stoics are gone for the most part, we have to look at other authors to clear this up. Diogenes Laertius, a biographer of Greek philosophers, pointed out that with nature, the Stoics meant the nature of all things, also called the nature of the whole, and human nature is a part of this whole. He sums it up like this, and I quote, "Therefore, the end turns out to be living in agreement with nature, taken as living in accordance both with one's own nature and with the nature of the whole." End quote. When we look at our planet, we see that everything has its own characteristics. Water, for example, flows to the lowest point, nourishes whatever it encounters along the way, but in itself doesn't really have a thinking capacity. Nevertheless, water is part of a system, and I think that we can agree that it performs its duties quite well. Now, plants have their place too in nature. They produce oxygen, for example, or serve as food for animals. These animals, in their turn, can serve as food for other animals, as well as for human beings. The Stoics observed that human beings are, like animals, naturally inclined to self-preservation. That arises from what Zeno called okaiosis. Okaiosis signifies self-ownership, or the appropriation to the individual's or species' needs. We hoard resources, protect ourselves and loved ones, take care of our bodies, find shelter, etc. But what distinguishes us from animals is our rational thinking capacity. This is a huge game changer. An example: humans as well as animals have a natural tendency to be hostile towards the unknown, because it could be a threat. In humans, we can often see hostility towards people from another country, with different facial features, a different skin color, a different language, and so on. Even though we might experience an urge to be hostile towards the unknown, We also have a choice to approach the urge rationally and decide if we should act upon it or not. In the same way, we approach sexual desire or the sudden wish to punch our boss after he snaps at us for no reason. Animals can't rationalize their natural urges, so we can't really blame them for acting upon them all the time. But for humans, it's quite another story. We surely can rationalize our natural urges and choose to do what's right, whatever that may be, instead of letting instincts dictate us. So, how can we do this? Well, Marcus Aurelius was very clear about that, and I quote, "Human life, duration momentary, nature changeable, perception dim, condition of body decaying, soul spinning around, fortune unpredictable, lasting fame uncertain. Sum up, the body and its parts are a river, the soul a dream and mist. Life is warfare and a journey far from home. Lasting reputation is oblivion. Then what can guide us? Only philosophy." End quote. The Roman emperor wrote quite a lot in his meditations about living in agreement with nature, and that we should always seek to define what our nature is and how it fits best within the bigger picture. So, who are we? Who am I? How do I relate to the world? When we look at humanity, it's clear that we all have our strengths and weaknesses. Some are better with their hands, some are better with their brains. We could therefore say that we are not created equal, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a way for everyone to be valuable to the whole. Also, this means that all people have access to a happy life, no matter what hardships they face and how bad the hand is they're dealt. So, living in accordance with nature is not just living a virtuous life, but also living a life that suits you best as the human being you are. As Marcus Aurelius stated, don't ever forget these things. The nature of the world, my nature, how I relate to the world, what proportion of it I make up. That you are part of nature and no one can prevent you from speaking and acting in harmony with it. Always. End quote. So, I realize that this subject is a complex one and that there's more to say about it. So I might talk about it more in the future. Thank you for watching.
Damn it. Leave me alone.
When we have something we cherish, like a spouse or a friend, or a certain status within a group, but we feel threatened of losing it, we experience resentment, which we call jealousy. So how can we deal with this? This video presents you stoic solutions for jealousy. First of all, I want to thank Neil Rankin for his generous PayPal donation and Jan for becoming a supporter on Patreon. Thank you guys, very much appreciated, and it will help me creating more videos in the future. A commenter named Omkar Unde2 recently suggested to make a video on how the Stoics handled jealousy. So I decided to do it because I think it's a great idea and I notice lots of people struggling with this. To begin, I first need to explain the difference between jealousy and envy. Jealousy comes from a fear of losing something to another person and is very common in intimate relationships, in which we fear to lose a partner to someone else. Envy is wanting something that someone else has, like a car, a house, looks, etc. Thus, envy is being resentful of people that are, in our eyes, more fortunate than ourselves. When I look at jealousy from a Stoic point of view, I see two things: the illusion of permanence and the belief that external things will make us happy. Now, the Stoics noticed that the nature of the universe is impermanence, and that everything outside our faculty is not in our control. When you're jealous, you don't want to lose something external that you attach yourself to in this moment. The truth is, however, no matter how infatuated you currently are with your boyfriend or girlfriend, someday you will be separated. Bear in mind that everything that exists is already fraying at the edges and in transition, subject to fragmentation and to rot, is a quote by Marcus Aurelius. Everything is subjected to continual change. We could say that change is the only constant. When we fear and resist change, we become insecure, and insecurity is where jealousy is coming from. But we simply don't know how this change is going to manifest, so why worry about it? The only thing we can do is what's best in the moment we're in, without deriving right from our actions in regards to the future. This is called amor fati, which means embracing the outcome, whatever it is. Epictetus has a powerful quote that relieves the pain of jealousy by reminding us that we never own what we are attached to, and that the presence of this particular person in our lives is temporary. I quote, "Never say of anything, I have lost it, but I have returned it. Is your child dead? It is returned. Is your wife dead? She is returned. Is your estate taken away? Well, and is not that likewise returned? But he who took it away is a bad man. What difference is it to you who the giver assigns to take it back, while he gives it to you to possess? Take care of it, but don't view it as your own, just as travelers view a hotel." End quote. No matter how much effort we put in our relationships, how well our property is secured, how great our reputation is, we can still lose the things we are attached to, like our spouse, our house, or our social status at the blink of an eye. This means that the fear we are experiencing when we are jealous is actually quite a rational one that aligns with the nature of the universe. Yes, your spouse may cheat on you with a co-worker tomorrow. Yes, your supposed best friend may prefer the presence of someone else over your presence. The fact that these possibilities are realistic and common is a reason not to worry about it. Why are you trying to control the external world? That's not up to you anyway. It's a waste of time. But I need this person to be happy, you might say. No, you don't. Within the Stoic system of ethics, all external things, including the people you love, are considered so-called preferred indifference. It's nice to have them, and they might support you in living a virtuous life. But preferred indifference are no hard requirement to be happy. According to the Stoics, happiness is found in virtuous actions. Here's a quote from Seneca. "Virtue is free, inviolable, not to be moved, not to be shaken, and so hardened against misfortunes that she cannot be bent, let alone overcome by them." End quote. From my understanding of Stoicism, my suggestion would be replacing the focus on the external with focus on the internal. Thus, stop obsessing about losing the things you love, because you'll lose them anyway, and they aren't as vital for your happiness as you may believe. Instead, you might want to focus on living well, regardless of what happens around you. And paradoxically, when you focus on living well, instead of anxiously grasping and clinging to the things you don't want to lose, you might actually attract more preferred indifference into your life. Also, the ones you already have are more likely to stick with you out of free will, as opposed to you being jealous, which will only drive them away. Thank you for watching. Because my video with 7 Stoic exercises for inner peace was so successful, I decided to go a bit deeper into each exercise, giving you a little bit more intellectual baggage to ponder over. I'll start with explaining the Premeditatio Malorum by Marcus Aurelius that harvests its strength from pessimism. First of all, thank you Jean-Claude for your support on Patreon. Very much appreciated, and it will help me to continue creating these videos. Now let's dive in. The Premeditatio Malorum can be translated as a negative visualization. An example is derived from Marcus Aurelius' work Meditations, in which he proposes a maxim that can be used to prepare for the day ahead. Because there are different translations, there are different versions of this maxim that you can find in the opening verse of the second book. It goes like this. When you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. They are like this because they can't tell good from evil. End quote. Now, the first part of this quote is quite pessimistic. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, as long as there's truth in it. Marcus Aurelius points out that in our daily lives we indeed encounter people like that, and that it would be a good idea to prepare for them. People that are too optimistic often tend to deny the harsh realities of life. But by denying them, these realities won't magically disappear. And when they face them nonetheless, they are disappointed that reality isn't as beautiful as they imagined. Stoic philosopher Epictetus proposed a similar thought exercise that is presented less often as a model for the negative visualization, which goes like this. When you are going about any action, remind yourself what nature the action is. If you're going to bathe, picture to yourself the things which usually happen in the bath. Some people splash the water, some push, some use abusive language, and others steal. Thus, you will more safely go about this action if you say to yourself, I will now go bathe, and keep my mind in a state conformable to nature, and in the same manner with regard to every other action. End quote. An essential part of the Premeditatio Malorum is reminding ourselves of the nature of things. What's the nature of the action we're about to take? What's the nature of the objects or people we will encounter? Marcus Aurelius reflects on this a bit further in the same passage. But I have seen the beauty of good and the ugliness of evil, and have recognized that the wrongdoer has a nature related to my own, not of the same blood or birth, but the same mind, and possessing a share of the divine, and so none of them can hurt me. No one can implicate me in ugliness, nor can I feel angry at my relative or hate him. End quote. In his meditations, Marcus Aurelius keeps telling himself that we, as human beings, are here on earth to work together. We are part of a whole. Everything is interwoven, all parts are connected, and our role is to live alongside each other in harmony. From this belief, he concludes that people that are acting against this premise, thus those who aren't virtuous and are obstructing their fellow human beings instead of cooperating, are acting unnatural. Thus, he argues that this behavior stems from ignorance of what is good and evil. What other people think and do is not up to us. Although with a little bit of compassion, we can see where their actions are coming from. So what is up to us in a situation in which we meet with meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous and surly people? Our own faculty. There's no point in being angry at people that don't know any better. In this case, anger is just another obstruction that works rather divisive than inclusive. There's no point in being angry at nature. It is what it is. And being resentful about things that are beyond our control is pointless. Instead, what we can do is accepting the things we cannot change and keep our own faculties in a state of tranquility. For thus, if any hindrance arises in bathing, you will have it ready to say, it was not only to bathe that I desired, but to keep my mind in a state conformable to nature, and I will not keep it if I'm bothered at things that happen. End quote. The negative visualization has several positive effects on the mind, which are 1. Coping. Preparing a situation in our minds gives us the opportunity to find solutions beforehand and visualize how we could handle difficulties that may arise. This increases our ability to cope when the difficulties are at hand, no matter if we face a catastrophe like losing all our possessions or loved ones, or minor hardships like being stuck in traffic. 2. Creating perspective. Because we have played a certain scenario in our minds several times in a very conscious manner and also rationalize it, we put things in perspective. By changing our thoughts about events, we will change the way they influence our mood. So instead of seeing things as undesirable and creating aversion towards them, we simply see them as part of nature. 3. Healthy detachment. By contemplating on the impermanence of the things we love, that we can lose our spouse today, and that all our possessions can be taken away from us, we'll remain realistic about our relationships towards them. As everyone, the people and objects we love are also part of the ever-changing whole. And as everything, they will also cease to exist someday. As Epictetus would argue, never say of anything, I have lost it, but I have returned it. 4. Less shock. The negative visualization is an anxiety reducer. Preparation means that we create order beforehand, so we become more resilient to chaos. When we know that a certain place is full of jerks, for example, we'll be less shocked if we encounter them. Whether or not something bad will happen is always uncertain, but if it does happen, at least we are prepared. We can overdo this, of course, and become obsessed by certain scenarios that might happen, which will only lead to fear and anxiety. So the key is moderation, by doing a short reminder occasionally, without transforming these reminders into worry. The premeditatio malorum is not about harboring fear. It's about dissolving fear in advance by rational thinking. So by addressing possible future scenarios in a pessimistic way, we not only set ourselves up for functioning well in miserable circumstances, we also eradicate the possibility of disappointment and see that everything in this universe comes and goes. Thank you for watching.
Somos. Oh, what the
Since many of you asked, I decided to deliver. As a sequel to my video about jealousy, let's talk about envy. What is envy? How should we handle it? What can we learn from the Stoics in regards to envy? And is it really a bad thing? First of all, I want to thank Oliver for his generous PayPal donation and David for his generous Patreon pledge. Thank you very much. Also, I want to thank Brian and Magnus for supporting me on Patreon. I appreciate your support a lot, guys, and it helps me to continue this project. Now, let's dive in. I've previously discussed jealousy and proposed several solutions based on the works by Stoic philosophers Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, and Seneca. There's a difference between jealousy and envy. The first one comes from a fear of losing something or someone to another person. The second one is the desire for something that belongs to someone else, like a car, a house, looks, and social status. In a general sense, I would go along with the consensus that envy isn't a good thing, but it's a bit more complicated. If we narrow it down, we see that envy is a form of desire, specifically focused on things that belong to other people. Desire means that we want to reach out for something that we consider as desirable, thus as something we want for ourselves. When the thing we are envious of is something external, like someone else's money, partner, car, job, etc., we desire pleasure rather than happiness. The focus of our envy is directed towards what the Stoics call preferred indifference, which are
I had
nice to
grenades
have,
on me, big ones,
but
and I
not
could have destroyed the whole
necessary
goddamn
for
thing.
happiness. Moreover, external things are not in our control. They could be taken away in a heartbeat, which makes them unreliable and weak. When we're envious about something internal, like the virtuous actions of someone else and their inner peace and happiness, it might be a sign that we have work to do on ourselves. Needless to say, the Stoics would encourage the desire of being virtuous. Paradoxically, when we pursue virtue and strengthen our own faculties, we are likely to get rid of envy altogether. As Epictetus stated, "You may be unconquerable if you enter into no combat in which it is not in your own control to conquer." When, therefore, you see anyone eminent in honors or power or in high esteem or any other account, take heed not to be hurried away with the appearance and to pronounce him happy, for if the essence of good consists in things in your own control, there will be no room for envy or emulation. End quote. Unfortunately, some people cling to envy so much that they engage in immoral behavior like stealing, infidelity, and even murder. In the Old Testament and the Quran, we find a story about a rivalry between the brothers Cain and Abel, sons of Adam and Eve. Cain was a farmer and Abel was a shepherd. Cain offered God a part of his crops, while Abel offered God the firstlings of his flock. Cain killed his brother after God accepted Abel's offerings, while he rejected his. The ancient scriptures don't explicitly mention envy, but interpretations of this story magnify the theme of envious rivalry between siblings, which is quite common to this day. However, the ancient scriptures don't mention why God did this. Was he capricious and treated Cain and Abel differently for no reason? This could be the case. Another possibility is that Abel acted more virtuously by giving God the best of his flock, as well as a blood offering, while Cain's offerings were of lesser quality. Interestingly enough, both scenarios are great starting points to look at envy from a Stoic point of view and use them as a metaphor for dealing with envy in our daily lives. The first scenario is that Abel indeed acted more in a virtuous way and was, therefore, rewarded by God. In this case, we can see the blood offering by Abel as a metaphor for what the Stoics would call an act of virtue. According to the Stoics, virtue leads to eudaimonia, which can be translated as human flourishing, or simply happiness. Thus, we could say that Cain was envious of Abel's virtue and the consequences of that virtue. This doesn't make envy a bad thing, at least not yet. The problem is that many envious people seek to destroy what they're envious of, instead of using envy to lift themselves
Really? Are you
up.
fucking
So
serious?
instead of killing his brother, Cain could have used the spark of envy to realize that Abel was doing a better job than him and see his brother as an inspiration for becoming more virtuous himself. The second scenario is that God denied Cain's offerings for no reason, which basically resembles the way of the universe that are quite random and unfair. Some people are born in rich families, others in poverty. Some people are gifted with great intelligence, others are mentally disabled. This unfairness could have angered Cain so much that he decided to act out. If Seneca was around at the time, he could have told Cain that the unfairness of life doesn't influence the ability to be happy. I quote, "Come now, contrast a good man who's born in wealth with a man who has nothing, except that in himself he has all things. They will be equally good, though they experience unequal fortune. This same standard, as I've remarked, is to be applied to things as well as to men. Virtue is just as praiseworthy if it dwells in a sound and free body, as in one which is sickly or in bondage." End quote. So, is envy a bad thing? It really depends on what we are envious of and how we handle it. For the most part, being envious because of externals is kind of pointless. They're surely nice to have, but they won't obstruct the ability to be happy. On the other hand, we can use envy as a tool to better ourselves. Although the Stoics aren't very fond of pursuing material wealth, it's still possible to use envy as an inspiration to achieve this, if that's what you want. The dark side of envy is that it can also be an incentive to destroy the thing or person we are envious of. In this case, clinging to envy is a very dangerous thing. Personally, I think the best way to treat envy is by awareness. Why am I envious? Is my envy justified? In other words, does the thing I desire truly lead to happiness? Can I use my envy to better myself and subsequently get rid of envy? No matter if you look at Buddhism, Stoicism, or Christianity, the rule of thumb is, if we just focus on our own path and be grateful for what we have, there's no reason to be envious of anything. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to the 5th Einzelgänger Q&A. Before the weekend I reached the 50,000 subscriber mark on this channel. When I started back in January, I would never have expected that this channel would reach this magic number so quickly or at all. I just want to say thanks for your views, likes, shares, hitting that subscribe button and bell, and donating through Patreon and PayPal. Speaking of which, I want to thank William, Emma, Ömer and Video Insights for supporting me on Patreon. This helps me to keep this project sustainable and I appreciate it very much. I will dedicate this public Q&A to a question I got from Juan Zaman, who is a Patreon supporter. He asked me if it makes sense to be politically active, vote, participate in pacifist strikes or aggressive revolts. After all, Stoicism teaches us not to focus on things that are not in our control. So, how do Stoics deal with politics, social dilemmas, injustices, etc.? This is great material for further investigation. For simplicity's sake, I've narrowed it down to one simple question. Can Stoics be activists? I think it's important to mention that Stoicism is more than being indifferent or detached and not caring what other people think. Although reaching a state of equanimity is a part of the Stoic experience, the intention of the philosophy is not to be indifferent towards injustices or to be fatalistic. Stoicism keeps morals and ethics in high regard. Leaving our surroundings at the mercy of injustice, even though we have the possibility to intervene, is quite immoral and not a Stoic thing to do. My
I hope we're not defending.
I'm getting too theoretical here, but I need to clarify a few things in order to come up with an answer. The goal of Stoicism is happiness, also called eudaimonia, which consists of living in agreement with
we're in a
nature,
building. I don't know
which
why
equals
I chose
living
this
a life
class.
of virtue. Thus, a moral life. According to the Stoics, eudaimonianism, naturalism and moralism are inseparable. The one requires the other. So we could say that doing the right thing makes one happy, and being happy is in agreement with nature and is the right thing. The question I would immediately ask is, what is the right thing and why is this important? 16th century Dutch jurist, historian and author Hugo de Groot, also known worldwide as Grotius or Grotius, had a keen interest in Stoicism. Grotius also believed in a natural right. A natural right means that we as human beings have a natural tendency to know what is morally appropriate and what isn't. According to Grotius, this is what the Stoics mean with okaiosis, that we can translate as appropriation, which means that humans are naturally inclined to certain actions and goals that mainly revolve around preservation of themselves and their surroundings. If, from this inclination, we see certain actions as morally right, we have a natural basis for justice. Simply put, according to Grotius, it's in our nature to act in ways that are just, and thus the Stoics considered justice as in agreement with nature. Therefore, it's not surprising that justice is one of the 4 cardinal virtues in Stoicism, together with moderation, courage and wisdom. So if we go back to the question, it seems that being politically active, voting and even participating in pacifist strikes is quite in line with Stoicism when it supports justice. Injustice is a Stoic vice. It's an evil against humanity. So taking a stance against injustice is a Stoic thing to do. In regards to violent strikes as an answer to injustice, I'm a bit reserved. Let's say that violence is used against humanity from a place of injustice. When it comes to justice, it probably isn't a good idea to harm other people, according to the Stoics. At least, this is what I concluded after consulting the literature. Stoicism has its roots in the philosophy of Socrates. In the first book of Plato's Republic, Socrates argues that it isn't just to treat anyone badly, even when we consider them as enemies. True justice should be beneficial to all, including the person who is just. Harming others, therefore, isn't just. That's why I don't think that participating in violent riots is a very Stoic thing to do. But let me know in the comment section what you think about this. Also, if we would go along with Grotius and his belief in a natural basis for the pursuit of justice, we can say that we as human beings are naturally inclined to engage in the actions listed by Juan Saman. Grotius believed that humans are social and political animals, and it's in our nature to be politically active and pursue the right thing for ourselves and our fellow human beings. When we look at what's happening all around the world all the time, I think he has a point. Human beings seem to be natural activists, but I should add that this doesn't mean that all activism is just. Now, the next question is, of course, how do we unify activism with the Stoic pursuit of caring less about the things that are not in our control? Let's take a look at Epictetus' famous quote from the Enchiridion. Things in our control are opinion, pursuit, desire, aversion, and, in a word, whatever are our own actions. Things not in our control are body, property, reputation, command, and, in one word, whatever are not our own actions. End quote. In regards to justice, I think that the focus should be our own actions, acting in a way that is just, or in the favor of justice, without attaching too much to the outcome and keeping a calm mind during our pursuits. Amor fati is the love of fate, embracing whatever the outcome is, which also leaves room to continue living virtuously. It's a middle way between the pursuit of what's right and the detachment of what's wrong and not up to us. Even though these are opposites, they don't exclude each other. I believe that if we don't get struck by hardship, we're actually more resilient in the pursuit of justice. I hope this answers your question, Juan Saman. Again, thanks everyone for the 50,000. For the Patreon edition of the Q&A, you will find a link in the description. Thank you for watching.
No one's home.
The Stoics bring forth the theme of self-control on a regular basis. Epictetus, for example, spoke about abstaining from talking about vulgar things, and Marcus Aurelius points out that we should set limits to comfort and consumption. In this video, I will go a bit deeper into the Stoic views of mastering self-control. First of all, I want to thank Harrison and Risha for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. I've already talked about the usefulness of the ability of self-control, which helps one to stay away from addictive behavior, acting on impulses when it's better not to, and to stay focused on the things that truly matter. When we make the distinction between the things in our control and not in our control, the key is strengthening the things in our control, which is, in one word, our own faculty. A strong faculty ensures that we are less likely to be enslaved by outside forces.
What the fuck was I stuck on? You dumb motherfucker.
And temptations have less power over us, which strengthens our position in a universe that's
Ow.
This really hit me after I recently did a 72-hour water fast, during which I didn't eat and drank only water for 72 hours. The first day was the most difficult, but the second day was surprisingly blissful, and I was able to do all tasks that I would normally do. This really changed my perception in regards to food. I used to think that I would faint if I didn't
I don't think we're gonna even
get
get the sector.
I'm doing fine after a period of not eating. The lesson I got from this is that many needs and desires come not so much from the body, but from certain ideas that are ingrained in our minds. For me, abstaining from food for 72 hours changed my relationship with it. I've become less needy, knowing that I'll be fine and that I'm perfectly able to function when I don't eat for a while. Consequence, I worry less about food. Statesman and Stoic philosopher Seneca reflected on the festivities going on in the city, during which the Romans feasted, got drunk, and basically indulged in pleasure. He argued that it's courageous to not participate in these festivities, but it's even more courageous to participate, but in a different way, without extravagance, thus, I assume, in a sober and modest fashion. To detach ourselves from luxury and test the constancy of the mind, Seneca gave us the following advice. Set aside a certain number of days, during which you shall be content with the scantiest and cheapest fare, with horse and wet dress, saying to yourself the while, is this the condition that I feared? End quote. Emperor Marcus Aurelius wrote that we should set limits on leisure time, emphasizing that we aren't made to spend our lives eating, drinking, and sleeping to excess, especially when we look at the rest of the planet.
I think I'm winning.
Don't you see the plants, the birds, the ants, and spiders, and bees going about their individual tasks, putting the world in order as best they can? And you're not willing to do your job as a human being? Why aren't you running to do what your nature demands? End quote. Although I like his analogy, I must add that some animals probably aren't the best examples when it comes to industriousness. However, another argument that Marcus Aurelius brings forward repeatedly is that we should live in agreement with nature, more specifically, our human nature. The guideline for this are the Stoic ethics. To put it simply, if one lives virtuously, one lives in agreement with nature, and vice versa. Courage and moderation are two of the four cardinal virtues in Stoicism. Courage is subdivided into confidence, endurance, cheerfulness, high-mindedness, and industriousness. Moderation can be subdivided into modesty, seemliness, good discipline, and self-control. There are many ways to train self-control. Different types of fasting are very effective, but please consult your doctor first. Another way is restricting the usage of the smartphone, social media, and the internet altogether, which, by the way, I'm doing at the moment this video is published. Or how about this method? Waiting a moment in front of your dish before you start to eat and chewing on your food for a certain amount of times before swallowing. You'll be amazed how difficult this is. Self-control makes us familiar with the hardship that many fellow human beings go through every day, like hunger, bad luck, and working insane hours with no vacation. Becoming more content with what we have and less dependent on what we think we need brings about a sense of inner peace and happiness. As Seneca puts it, let us become intimate with poverty, so that fortune may not catch us off guard. We shall be rich with all the more comfort if we once learn how far poverty is from being a burden. Thank you for watching.
Who the fuck is that dude?
In one of my earlier videos, I've talked about amor fati. Amor fati means love of fate, and is a concept in Stoic philosophy, but also in the works of Nietzsche. The idea is to love and embrace whatever the outcome is, no matter how hard we work towards a certain goal. This way, we detach ourselves from possible results, which enhances the ability to focus on the task at hand, and take away the anxiety that we may have concerning the future. The next question is, of course, how can we do this? In this video, I explore 4 ways to practice amor fati. First of all, thank you Judith and thank you Neil for your generous PayPal donation. I appreciate it very much. I'm also very happy with a lot of new Patreon supporters. Thank you Martin, Joshua, Hari, Nicole, John, Gaby, Christopher, Mark, Paul K, Paul D, Andrea and Wemper. Like I said, it's a lot and your help is very much appreciated. Now let's dive in. Love of fate. The concept is simple. Implementing it is more difficult because most minds drift off to the future very easily and begin to fantasize about things that might happen. When we are restless because of the future, we either desire or averse a certain outcome. When we desire a certain outcome, the idea of not getting it makes us anxious. When we averse a certain outcome, the idea of incurring it makes us anxious. Thus, it's the attachment to outcomes that creates control. And to solve this, Epictetus argues that we should remove desire and aversion in regards to things that are not in our control. I quote, "If you desire any of the things which are not in your own control, you must necessarily be disappointed, and of those which are, and which it would be laudable to desire, nothing is yet in your possession. Only use the appropriate actions of pursuit and avoidance, and even these lightly, and with gentleness and reservation." End quote. Now, this is easier said than done. The Stoics believe that humans are naturally inclined to look for things that enhance their lives and avoid things that don't. For example, we naturally look for wealth, healthy food, friendship, companionship, etc. The Stoics call these things indifference, that consist of preferred and dispreferred indifference. So it's understandable that the prospect of losing or not obtaining certain preferred indifference creates anxiety. The Stoics say, however, that these external factors are not necessary to be happy, which is great news because they are not in our control. So they would be very unreliable sources of happiness. Nevertheless, many people worry endlessly about the future. In order to reduce this maelstrom of anxious thoughts, trying to control the outcome is pointless, because we can't. What we can control, however, is the position we take towards the outcome, which the following 4 ways will be about. 1. Purposefully expose yourself to the thing you averse. Oftentimes, the things we averse are not as bad as we imagine them. Many people dread the idea of poverty, for example, which isn't so strange because in current society we are constantly told that being poor is a terrible thing. Someone fearing poverty might ask oneself, how can I possibly live without a 4-bedroom house, a car of a certain brand, 2 vacations a year, eating in a restaurant at least once a week, and so on. The key to reduce the fear of certain outcomes is to actually expose ourselves to them so we experience that a perceived negative outcome is not so bad. This way we become familiar with hardship and thus prepared for it. Stoic philosopher Seneca had a nice quote about this. It is precisely in times of immunity from care that the soul should toughen itself beforehand for occasions of greater stress, and it is while fortune is kind that it should fortify itself against her violence. End quote. The Stoics figured out that we do not need all these external things to be happy. Happiness comes down to our own actions. So when you fear poverty, how about living like a poor person for a number of days, in order to discover that being poor isn't so bad as we think? Another common fear is the fear of being single and alone. When you're afraid of this, how about saying no to relationships for a while and try to rely on yourself for happiness? Once we find out that being single actually can be a great thing, we stop the fear of being alone. Once we are in a relationship, this also prevents us from staying in abusive relationships, so we can take steps into the direction we want without fearing the consequences. 2. See change as an opportunity. When I look back at life, I've seen that many things I feared actually came true. I've lost jobs, I've been kicked out of school a few times, I've lost relationships, friends, and many opportunities. At the same time, I also got other things in return, as if life always tries to balance itself out. After I finished college, I was not able to find a job because of the financial crisis. The worst case scenario happened. I had to work several simple jobs that were not what I wanted to do. When I look back, the experiences I had during these years were absolutely life-changing. I was able to do things and develop myself in certain ways that I would never have done if my life turned out as I had previously hoped. And I'm happy things happened as they happened. Here's a quote by Epictetus. Don't demand that things happen as you wish, but wish that they happen as they do happen, and you will go on well. End quote. Yes, we fear losing our jobs, losing our marriage, losing our money. But new situations, no matter how dreadful, always have new opportunities hidden in them. In his meditations, Marcus Aurelius states that we should look for, and I quote, constant awareness that everything is born from change. The knowledge that there is nothing nature loves more than to alter what exists and make new things like it. All that exists is the seed of what will emerge from it. End quote. 3. Realize that happiness is relative. In one of my earliest videos, I've discussed how happiness is adaptive. In 1978, there was a study by Brickman, Coates and Janoff Bowman who wanted to find out if happiness is relative. In order to find that out, they studied a group of lottery winners, a group of paralyzed accident victims, and a control group. Of course, we would expect that the lottery winner is much happier than someone who ended up paralyzed by an accident. And we also would expect that lottery winners are much happier than the control group that didn't win the lottery but weren't paralyzed either. In the first weeks or so, this was indeed the case. But 1 year later, the controls and the lottery winners were equally happy, and only slightly happier than the paralyzed accident victims. So if happiness is relative, why should we fear the future? The time and energy we spend on fearing the future is most likely worse than the future itself. Last year, my uncle was diagnosed with cancer. At this moment, he has been given up by the doctors, which means that he might not see the new year. When I visited him recently, he told me that he feels fantastic. He enjoys life to the fullest and is grateful for every day that is given to him. So, whatever tragedy happens, we know that the new circumstances never exclude a sense of happiness and well-being. Moreover, we might unexpectedly feel even better than before in the face of hardship. 4. Be present. Now, the ways I've listed so far all have one thing in common. They point out that whatever happens, we will cope with the new circumstances. That we need the external things associated with our current life situation to be happy is an illusion. Happiness is relative, as well as unhappiness. The future is just another path. Not good, not bad, only if the mind makes it so. Change is the very essence of life. Resisting change is like resisting life. As soon as we resist change, we're already in the future, because instead of accepting the present moment, we try to preserve it for the days to come. Furthermore, we can't say that there's no future, nor is there a past. There's only now. When fate comes, it comes in the present. That's why embracing fate can only be done in the present moment. So when the future hasn't arrived yet, why worry about it? But when it comes, love it as it's here. Love it before it's gone. Because if you don't, you might regret that you didn't enjoy the moment when it was right before you. Amor fati is the art of embracing whatever happens and not needing a single day beyond the present. As Seneca wrote about Epicurus, who was tortured by painful diseases and said, "Today and another day have been the happiest of all." Thank you for watching. I'm not really into swearing on my channel, but I think there's no better contemporary expression for being indifferent towards what people think about you than the words "I don't give a f***." The problem is that not giving a f*** isn't always a good idea. In many cases, it's much better to care. So what's the best way to do it? In this video I will give you a stoic perspective on not giving a f*** and share some ideas on how to practice it. First of all, thank you Sabrina for your generous PayPal donation, very much appreciated. Also, I would like to thank Tom, Jacob and Gaurav for being so charitable. I promise that I will use your donations for a good cause. Now, let's dive in. In my core video about stoic exercises for inner peace, I briefly talk about eating like a pig in public as a practice to let go of the, in my opinion, overinflated concerns about the opinions of other people. This deep desire to fit in probably has its roots in the human survival instinct, because in the past, one's life depended on being part of the tribe. I believe that fitting in still has many benefits these days, and that's why people want it so much. In my teens and 20s, being part of a certain group was a doorway to loads of fun, parties, and, most importantly, dating opportunities. I think it's still the case in adulthood that dating opportunities are more abundant when you have access to an extensive social life. Another benefit is that being part of a group means that, most of the times, you also have a support network at your disposal that can assist you with many things, from fixing the sink to finding a job to emotional care in times of hardship. The downside of fitting in is that it comes with a price, and even though it's great to be part of a group, we do not need it for survival anymore, nor is it required to be liked by people on the streets or acquaintances we have connected with on social media. From a stoic perspective, what people think about us is not in our control, and what's not in our control is secondary, and, therefore, not worthy of worrying about. A good reputation, as well as the ability to fit in, is a preferred indifferent. It's nice to have, but not necessary to live a good life. What is necessary is living virtuously, so it makes perfect sense to stop giving a f*** about things that are secondary, that prevent us from acting from a place of courage, wisdom, moderation and justice. Stoic philosopher Epictetus states that we should be willing to sacrifice our reputation to reach higher goals, like tranquility. I quote, "You must watch, you must labor, you must get the better of certain appetites, must quit your acquaintance, be despised by your servant, be laughed at by those you meet, come off worse than others in everything, in magistracies, in honors, in courts of judicature." When you have considered all these things round, approach, if you please, if by parting with them, you have a mind to purchase equanimity, freedom and tranquility. End quote. So how can we do this? There are several exercises to become more familiar with situations in which people judge us negatively and even socially ostracize us. The goal of these exercises is to build first-hand experience that being disliked is not the end of the world. Usually, this realization comes with age. But if you're someone who is overly concerned by the opinions of others, these exercises might benefit you. However, they could also evoke some resistance from your surroundings, which means that you're doing a good job. Compare it with going to the gym. Resistance is necessary for improvement. Here we go. 1. Look terrible in public. Most of the time, when I'm out for grocery shopping, I just look terrible. Also, I look kind of crappy in these videos, and even got a comment on this. Does this obstruct me in doing the things I want to do? Not at all. The idea behind this exercise is that many people aren't comfortable with going out without looking near perfect. Some people spend hours in front of the mirror just to go to the supermarket. Please note that looking terrible can have consequences. In university, I often attended classes wearing pajama trousers and flip-flops. This didn't keep me from studying. However, it can lead to people taking you less seriously, which might obstruct your goals. Also, I wouldn't recommend to do this on a work floor if you want to keep your job. What we can learn, however, is that looking terrible in public isn't so bad as we think. We might get some looks and giggles, but these don't hurt, do they? Simply put, caring less about looks saves time and energy. 2. Say no to social events. Some people have such abandonment issues that they are terrified of cancelling social events just out of fear that people will leave them. This happens sometimes, but most of the time it doesn't. And if it does happen, well, it's not the end of the world. The most important factor is that we don't let fear of abandonment lead our lives. From a Stoic point of view, social events should be handled as secondary and should not obstruct virtue. By saying no more often, we will grow more independent from our social circles and learn that life is fine if we put ourselves first. Why worry about what people think about it? It's none of our business anyway. 3. Do the opposite of what everyone else does. With groups comes peer pressure. We often see that people tend to act in the same way. They follow the same fashion, share similar interests, similar views, and basically adjust their behavior to fit in. If you're part of a group, a way to counterattack such herd behavior is doing the direct opposite. If everyone wears sneakers, wear loafers. If everyone orders beer, order a soda. If everyone gossips about a particular person, don't participate. Instead, change the subject. Gossiping is nasty behavior anyway, and Epictetus would agree. If you are able, then, by your own conversation, bring over that of your company to proper subjects. But if you happen to be taken among strangers, be silent. End quote. Personally, I've always been a non-conformist, hence the name of this channel. Sometimes I was forced to, because the group didn't accept me. Sometimes I chose to, deliberately. It's a solitary path. But at the same time, I don't pay the price of conformity, which grants me a lot more freedom in almost all areas of life. Living less about the right things gives us more time and energy to focus on what truly matters. Thank you for watching.
No, I'm just kidding. Swagging out, bro. Hurry up.
The dynamics of desire and aversion lie at the basis of Stoic thought in regards to how we relate to the world. Aversion means a strong dislike and disinclination towards something or someone. Even though this might seem harmless, it can cause a lot of trouble. In this video, I want to share Stoic views on aversion and how to deal with it. I recently got a question from Frank Basque asking me, can you make a video about aversion? More specifically, aversion to a certain person or group of people. I've been struggling with that for the past couple of weeks. End quote. Well, to understand aversion, we have to understand its polar opposite as well, which is desire. Because desire is a form of aversion, and aversion is a form of desire. I think I'm throwing a bit of Taoism in there by saying that one opposite cannot exist without the other, and that both turn around a spindle. Let's say that we desire $1 million, and I mean that we really crave for it. The desire automatically contains the aversion to not having $1 million, which we could translate into the aversion to being poor. By taking this position, we make our future happiness conditional. If we are able to obtain $1 million, we're happy, but if we fail, we're miserable. This is a quote by Epictetus about this mechanism. Remember that following desire promises the attainment of that which you are desirous, and aversion promises the avoiding that to which you are averse. However, he who fails to obtain the object of his desire is disappointed, and he who incurs the object of his aversion, wretched. End quote. Does this mean that we should abolish desire and aversion? No, that's too simplistic. The Stoics of old recognized that human nature has a tendency to desire things that are good for us. They call this phenomenon oikeiosis, things that are good for us, but not necessarily required for reaching a state of eudaimonia, are known as preferred indifference. Examples of these are wealth, health, and a good reputation. The opposite are dispreferred indifference. Examples of these are death, poverty, and sickness. So how does this boil down? To the aversion towards a person or a group of people? Being averse to a serial killer is healthy, because incurring a serial killer probably isn't good for your health. And it would also be wise to be averse to a thief, savage, and any other person that will do us harm. Since human nature wants us to live, it makes great sense that we naturally avoid the people that pose a threat. So we might want to ask ourselves the following questions. Are our estimations about the people we are averse to truly correct? Do the people we are averse to truly pose a threat? Many fears are irrational. As Seneca wrote to his friend Lucilius, there are more things, Lucilius, likely to frighten us than there are to crush us. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. End quote. According to the Stoics, our capacity for rational thinking is what sets us apart from animals. This means that fears, even though they might be ingrained in the primitive part of our nature, can be overridden by rational thoughts. Cognitive behavioral therapy is a way to replace irrational thoughts by rational thinking. And this form of therapy happens to have roots in Stoicism. Let's say you're averse to a group of people because of prejudices based on news coverage in regards to that group. We have a tendency to think that all members of that group are like that, which probably isn't true. Moreover, we only know this information for sure if we know every single person of that group. Similarly, this applies to a single person we might be averse to. We might have heard some rumors and formed an image in our heads about this person that does not correspond with reality. Accordingly, some things torment us more than they ought. Some torment us before they ought, and some torment us when they ought not to torment us at all. We are in the habit of exaggerating, or imagining, or anticipating sorrow. End quote. The trick is to challenge the thoughts we have about these people that are irrational and to replace them with thoughts that are rational. Instead of thinking, those people are bad and I should avoid them, you could think, I notice I'm averse to these people for reason X and Y. Perhaps I should get to know them better and experience for myself if my aversion is justified. From the perspective of virtue, we could ask, is it justified to be averse to a certain group? Are my thoughts about this group correct? Chances are that the honest answer to these questions is no, and that by aversion based on irrationality, we only cause harm to ourselves and potentially to our surroundings. But what if the answer is yes? Okay, picture this. Do you really want to give the object of your aversion the power over your happiness? The problem with aversion, that goes together with feelings like hate, disgust, fear, is that, in most cases, you predominantly hurt yourself. Resentment is like drinking poison and waiting for the other person to die. Curbing aversion helps us to not waste our time and energy on fear and hate towards irrationally perceived evils. Thus, it's a good idea to approach the mechanism of desire and aversion with knowledge of good and evil, virtue and vice, and preferred and dispreferred indifference. So I would say that if you're certain that a group or person is up to no good, I would loosen up the aversion by developing a healthy detachment from these people. This doesn't mean that you should be a pushover. One of the Stoic virtues is justice. So if it's justified to defend yourself against oppressors, I don't think that the Stoics would disagree. It's possible to address certain problems without being attached to them, like removing an overboiling pan from the gas burner without being upset. In this case, you solve a problem while keeping your cool, which sounds like a win-win situation to me. Or perhaps even better, you could try to be compassionate, which is often possible by mutual understanding. As Martin Luther King Jr. once said, I choose love because hate is too big a burden to bear. Thank you for watching. Journaling is the habit of keeping a diary or log about our experiences, ideas, insights, and anything else that life evokes in our minds. The Stoics have a long-standing tradition in journaling, with Marcus Aurelius' Meditations as clearest evidence. Writing our thoughts down has several benefits, which I'll explore in this video. The power of journaling. First of all, thank you Highlight Healing and Joel for your generous PayPal donations. And thank you Fernando, Tisha and Garrett for generously supporting me on Patreon. I appreciate it, guys. Also, I would like to thank Jose for adding Portuguese subtitles to some of my videos, which is now possible if you want to make this content understandable for non-English speaking audiences. Thank you. Now let's dive in. Marcus Aurelius never meant to publish his diaries. This makes it more plausible that the contents of his meditations are his honest thoughts about a variety of topics. I could imagine that because a man in the position of emperor and the most powerful person in the world didn't have any equals to talk to and therefore resorted to pen and paper as an outlet. But it could also be that Marcus knew very well about the psychological effects that journaling brings. Anyhow, his writings have provided humanity with profound wisdom to this day, and thus we could say that by journaling he built his own personal Bible, which proved to be invaluable for many generations after him. This brings me to the first benefit of journaling: preserving personal life lessons. It's great to have access to other people's experiences and learn about life by reading books or watching YouTube videos. But there's nothing like our own individual experiences. Every person is unique, and so is every situation. And I believe that the only person we should compare ourselves with when it comes to personal growth is our own past self. By keeping track of our personal life lessons, we will know where and when exactly things went wrong and things went right. Why is this important? Many people make the same mistakes over and over again and just never seem to learn. By having certain key moments in writing, it's easier to remember what we usually forget, so we can make wiser decisions in the present and future. 2. Illuminating what's in the dark. For those who have seen my video about the shadow, probably know what I'm talking about. In Jungian psychology, the shadow is the realm in the unconscious that harbors unwanted personality aspects, thoughts, and desires. Because we all wear a mask to show ourselves to society in a desirable manner, everything that's undesirable is kicked down into the shadow. What's so dangerous about this is that the shadow can manifest itself in very destructive ways. Journaling is a way to make sense of our own shadow behaviors and keep track of when they emerge and what they look like. By doing this, we shine a light on our unconscious inner world, and bit by bit, we basically journal ourselves into our souls. 3. Strengthening discipline. Keeping a journal every day is a discipline on its own. That's why it's so hard to stick to it. But when we manage to write a journal every day, this affects other areas in life as well. Discipline is contagious. When I do something in a disciplined way, like exercise, I will automatically become more disciplined in regards to my nutrition and sleep, and let go of bad habits that obstruct the good ones. The effect of journaling is similar. Because I journal about my activities, I'm more inclined to actually do these activities. For example, one of my key habits in regards to this channel is that I write down my daily goals on the night before, even if it's just a simple goal, like writing a video script. This helps me to stay disciplined the next day, because it's clear what I have to do, and the burden of the future limits itself to that task alone. This not only strengthens discipline, but reduces anxiety as well. 4. Reduce anxiety. Writing down your thoughts brings relief. Life can be very chaotic and food for destructive overthinking. Thinking, especially overthinking, is what causes anxiety. Psychologist and researcher James Pennebaker from the University of Texas found that journaling removes emotional blockages and allows us to better grasp what's going on and helps us to come to terms with stressful events. Simply put, journaling creates order out of chaos. In a way, it's like cleaning a room. We take all the mess and put everything in perfect order, remove the dust, and make sure it looks good. With journaling, we take the mess of our minds, put it into words, and remove the nonsense. This way we basically lose our thoughts on paper, saved for future consultation. We don't have to hold on to them anymore, which is a soothing idea. After sharing these benefits with you, here are some words of caution though. In an article on Psychology Today, Dr. Steven Stosnik writes that journaling, when done wrong, can have negative effects on the mind as well. Journaling can make people self-obsessed, passive towards life, meaning observing instead of taking action, wallowing in the past, going on and on about all the bad things that have happened to them. His advice on good journaling is, in a nutshell, doing it constructively, so it leads to solutions. So that's it for today. If you've experienced other benefits of journaling, please post them in the comment section. Thank you for watching. A breakup can be excruciatingly painful, no doubt about it. Last month I've had several requests for a video about breakups. I think we can get a lot of information from philosophy to make a breakup a bit more bearable. So I've decided to make a series about this, looking at different philosophies to see what wisdom they have to offer in regards to getting over a breakup. Let's start off with Stoicism. The concept of love and romance has changed over the centuries. Back in ancient Greece, I doubt there was a dating culture similar to what we have now. Nonetheless, I think we can bring everything down to certain human core emotions like lust, craving, attachment or anger that haven't changed. Unlike humans, nature has all the time in the world. So even though civilization makes leaps and leaps forward, our physiology isn't very different from what it was like 2500 years ago. That's why an ancient philosophy like Stoicism is still applicable. Yes, we know much more now about how the brain works, but that doesn't take away the validity of Stoic wisdom. Now, that said, it's essential to deconstruct what's exactly happening when we break up and why we feel so bad. Now, falling in love is a very intense experience. Our bodies produce chemicals that make us feel good, and at some point the only person we can think about is the one we're in love with. So I think that for a great part it's a chemical thing, with the purpose of bonding and reproduction. That's why after the so-called honeymoon phase, these intense feelings begin to wane, until we stop seeing the other person through rose-colored glasses. So it's a temporary high. After the high is gone, there's often still a deep attachment. Is this attachment wrong in itself? At some point, we can't really help it, right? If it's there, it's there. But can we change the way we approach this attachment and this situation in which we are separated from the person we're attached to? This is where the power of the rational mind comes in, which the Stoics are masters at. Even though we can't just make the pain magically go away, what helps is changing certain wrong beliefs in order to accept the reality of the breakup and find a sense of peace in it. I would like to briefly discuss a few of these beliefs and what the Stoics say about them. 1. I need that person to be happy. This attachment can manifest itself in clingy behavior and the belief that we need this particular person to be happy. The common answer to this problem is that there's plenty of fish in the sea. This is of course true, which is already a reason why it's insane to think that there's only one person for you. But this doesn't really solve the problem, because no matter if there's 1, 10 or a billion fish in the sea, the fish is still something external. So theoretically, it's still possible that we can't obtain any of these fish, even if there's plenty of them. It's beyond our control. If we suffer from a breakup because we believe that we need the other person to be happy, we make the mistake of thinking that our happiness depends on something external. This is where Stoicism firmly disagrees with. According to Stoic philosophy, virtue is the only thing we need to be happy. Moreover, living a virtuous life is completely in our control. Romance, a relationship, marriage, and even having a family are all unnecessary for happiness, and they're also unreliable factors. The Stoics call these preferred indifference. Preferred indifference are nice to have, but not mandatory for living a happy life. 2. I'm entitled to that person. Now, this is a belief or idea that evokes a lot of anger in people. It could be that we begin to see the other person as a possession, or at least a factor in life that we are entitled to. This idea often goes hand in hand with jealousy, which is basically a fear of loss. When this person decides to break up with us, we feel wronged and think that the reason for the breakup is in some way unjust. In case of divorce, we might especially feel wronged because our ex-spouse broke the promise of staying together until one of us dies. Also, when the breakup involves cheating, we feel betrayed. Things like monogamy and sexual exclusivity haven't always been the norm. These are mere concepts applied in social structures and part of, for example, religious traditions. And because of these concepts are part of our normative framework, of course, this feeds a sense of entitlement and fear of loss. In today's day and age, with ever-increasing sexual freedom worldwide, dating apps, and the decline of sacredness in regards to marriage, chances are high that relationships fall apart. Thus, breakups are more and more common, and so is infidelity. Stoic philosopher Epictetus had some wise words to say about how we should position ourselves towards losing the things we love. I quote, "Never say of anything, 'I've lost it,' but 'I've returned it.' Is your child dead? It is returned. Is your wife dead? She is returned. Is your estate taken away? Well, and is not the likewise returned? But he who took it away is a bad man. What difference is it to you who the giver assigns to take it back, while he gives it to you to possess? Take care of it, but don't view it as your own, just as travelers view a hotel." End quote. 3. I'll never get over that person. The excruciating pain that a breakup brings makes it seem almost impossible to get over it. But the cliché is really true. Time heals the wounds. As Stoic philosopher and ancient Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius puts it, some things are rushing into existence, others out of it. Some of what now exists is already gone.
Nice.
Change and flux constantly remake the world, just as the incessant progression of time remakes eternity. End quote. Now, the pain is something we can work with. Fighting it won't help. Instead, it's better to acknowledge that it's there. Some people apply really bad coping mechanisms. I used to do that too, especially by lots of alcohol and other mind-altering substances. But these are just quick fixes that won't help in the long run. I've also isolated myself often after a breakup, which is only good in moderation. From my own experience, ideally, dealing with the grief is a combination of active engagement with the world and moments in solitude to really sit with it. The latter is important. It's the embrace of what is, and to simply endure the detachment phase, which is a slow process that can take months or even years. In order to learn more about how the Stoics looked at the immediate grief after an unfortunate event, we might want to turn to Seneca. Seneca was not just a Stoic philosopher, he was also a statesman who held a highly powered position in the Roman Empire, until he was charged with adultery with the emperor's sister. He was exiled to Corsica. He writes to his mother to console her because she mourned his absence. I quote, "I knew that I must not oppose your grief during its first transports, lest my very attempts at consolation might irritate it and add fuel to it. For in diseases also there is nothing more hurtful than medicine applied too soon. I waited, therefore, until it exhausted itself by its own violence, and being weakened by time, so that it was able to bear remedies, would allow itself to be handled and touched." End quote. Simply put, let the tears flow. Be human first. And when the initial shock wanes, let's see if Stoic philosophy can be applied as a bandage to the wound. Thank you for watching.
To the womb? That's good. I was like, why am I not spawning yet? The fuck? La freak?
Hello everyone and welcome. This is the 7th edition already of the Einzelgänger Q&A. A while ago I got a question from a follower named Sophia below my video about stoicism and not giving a
Oh, what the fuck?
This particular video is about caring less about the things that do not matter, so we can focus on the things that do. So Sophia asked, do you plan to make the next video about what truly matters? End quote. I think it's quite a profound question and really one of the big life questions that many philosophers have been trying to answer for ages. My simple answer to this question would be, it's up to you. It also could be the case that you have a certain religion or lifestyle that tells you what truly matters, which is fine too. Again, it's up to the individual to embark on the religious train as well as following a certain philosophy. Since the video you've commented on is about Stoic philosophy, it makes sense to talk about what truly matters to the Stoics. First of all, I want to thank Big Woolly Bastard, Mark, and Banu Koti Teja, I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, for your support on Patreon. Thank you guys. Now let's dive in. So what does truly matter for a Stoic? Epictetus states that we shouldn't worry about the things that are not in our control, which are basically external. What's in our control are our own actions or the position we take towards the things we cannot control. The things within our control are truly important for the individual. This doesn't mean that the external things don't matter at all. It's just that we shouldn't let our well-being depend on them, because we can't rely on them. So is what truly matters for a Stoic what he or she can control? Well, it's a bit more complicated. One of the 3 pillars of Stoicism are the Stoic ethics. According to these ethics, the main goal of a Stoic is living in agreement with nature. And there's only one way to accomplish that, which is a life of virtue. If we combine this with the dichotomy of control, we can say that living virtuously is completely within our control. Thus, taking action in order to live a life of virtue is what truly matters to the Stoic. Let's get a bit deeper into what this means. Stoic virtue can be subdivided into 4 elements: wisdom, courage, moderation, and justice. According to the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy, wisdom can be subdivided into good sense, good calculation, quick-wittedness, discretion, and resourcefulness. Justice into piety, honesty, equity, and fair dealing. Courage into endurance, confidence, high-mindedness, cheerfulness, and industriousness. And moderation into good discipline, seemliness, modesty, and self-control. As we can see, these are all traits that we can adhere to, or at least pursue in ourselves, regardless of the situation we're in, no matter if you're rich or poor, free or imprisoned, religious or atheist. If we do these well enough, we'll be living in agreement with nature and reach a state of eudaimonia, which is a state of flourishing, an active, engaging way of life with happiness as a byproduct. Personally, I think this is profound because many people seek happiness, which is actually a very vague concept. So we could say that feeling great, satisfied, strong, connected, or whatever happiness means to people is simply a result of living virtuously. Now, there's literally a world full of things that are not in our control, but can be great additions and even supporting elements of living a life of virtue. It's fine to pursue them as long as they don't become the main goal. Among these things are wealth, status, the body, a good reputation, and intimacy. A cynic would reject all of them, and so would an ascetic. But the Stoics saw that human beings are naturally inclined to these things, so purposefully cutting ourselves off from them would be against nature. Moreover, a wealthy person could use his or her position to enhance justice in the community and basically make a change. Also, this person is in the ideal position to practice moderation because the temptations are plentiful. Hence, it's not always that difficult to moderate for someone that's poor, because this person probably doesn't have much of a choice. When you're rich, however, you have access to lots of earthly pleasures, basically anything money and power can buy. The great Stoic example of this is Emperor Marcus Aurelius, who was the most powerful man of his time and could get any woman he wanted, throw the biggest parties, and have his subordinates tortured and killed. Instead, He chose a life of virtue and used his power to do good. During his reign, he boosted the economy, promoted free speech and education, and even though he waged wars, he did not rejoice in killing. Perhaps his biggest achievement was his legacy, meditations. So I hope this answers your question, Sophia. The Patreon edition of the Q&A is now live on my Patreon page. In this edition, I will answer questions about individuation, stoicism, and more. Have a great day, everyone, and thank you for watching.
Damn.
Life is short, it's ticking away, and seems to pass by faster as we get older. Despite of this, many people waste their lives on trivial things. But there's an antidote. Thinking about death not only reminds us that we have a limited amount of time to do the things we want to do, it also teaches us to accept the reality of death itself, and that it's all around us. In this video, I explore the Stoic philosophy behind Memento Mori. This video is animated by the YouTube channel BD Design. For more philosophy videos like this, you'll find a link to BD Design in the description. Now let's dive in. Memento Mori is Latin for Remember Thou Art Mortal. On the famous painting by Philippe de Champaigne from 1671, you see the three essentials of Memento Mori. The hourglass stands for the notion that life is ticking away second after second. The rose stands for the truth about vitality, which is that at some point we all decay. The skull represents death. We are going to die. And not only us, the people around us, including our loved ones as well. This means that today could be the last day you walk the earth. You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think, wrote Marcus Aurelius in his Meditations. So if you would die today, what would you do? Well, some people would certainly go on a hedonistic binge, getting whatever pleasure they can think of before they die.
Hell
if
yeah.
you lead your life according to Stoic principles, that would not be a preferred option. Rather, you would probably live your last hours as virtuously as possible. Do you want to show appreciation for your loved ones? Tell them you love them. Do you have unfinished business? Now is the time to take care of that. So Memento Mori is a great antidote to one of the nastiest habits of mankind, procrastination. Because procrastination can only take place if we believe that we have an abundance of time. When we take that belief away, we face the necessity of doing our task now, because tomorrow we might be dead. Now, thinking about death may evoke feelings of fear and sorrow, along with the motivation we get to take care of our business. This isn't caused by death itself, but by our opinions about death. Here's a quote by Epictetus. Men are disturbed, not by things, but by the principles and notions which they form concerning things. Death, for instance, is not terrible, else it would have appeared so to Socrates. But the terror consists in our notion of death, that it is terrible. End quote. When we stop fearing death, and we see it as nothing more than the insurmountable consequence of life, we can be appreciative for the time that is given to us and not squander it doing petty things. Another dimension of Memento Mori is preparation. Yes, we will lose the people we love, and sometimes in the most brutal ways. Just look at human history, or look at what's happening in the world right now. The world is full of death. Not being affected by loss is, of course, easier said than done. Even though the Stoics proposed this ideal, most of us are still human and will have to deal with grief when someone they love dies. Now, reminding ourselves of the possibility that we can lose a loved one as we speak helps us to be less shocked when that happens. For most people I know, losing someone they love is excruciating. Humans are often so attached to each other that they cannot bear the loss. But if we are mindful of the truth of death, we can cultivate a healthier mindset towards the possibility of loss. Instead of clinging to a person, wishing that we will never get separated, we can embrace the reality that the day of separation will come. This doesn't mean that we shouldn't grieve and mourn. It means that we were prepared all along. We can be more functional and helpful human beings for the community when death occurs. In this case, losing someone due to mortality becomes more neutral. Here's how Marcus Aurelius puts it. Don't look down
If
on
I didn't
death,
hit him, why do you
welcome
react
it.
like that
It
then?
too is one of the things required
Silly
by nature,
game.
like youth and old age, like growth and maturity, like a new set of teeth, a beard, the first gray hair, like sex and pregnancy and childbirth, like all the other physical changes at each stage of life. Our dissolution is no different. End quote. What happens after we die? Will we enter the eternal nothingness that freezes of sense perception, emotional turmoil, worry and rumination, and the enslavement of our bodies? Or will we return to the flesh again for another life in the realm of matter? No one knows for sure, but what we do know is that mortality is upon us. When death smiles at us, no matter where we go, is there a better response than to smile back? Thank you for watching.
Some things are up to us, some things are not up to us. It's amazing how simple the sentence sounds, right? But it's so true. And if you can live it, if you can accept it, you will have less stress in your life.
In Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia, I spoke with Henry Manampiri, author of a book about Stoicism called Philosophy Teras, which became a national bestseller and book of the year 2019. This short documentary explores why many Indonesians seem to be interested in an ancient philosophy from the West.
Oh, alright, nice. Swag.
I met Henry in a restaurant in one of Jakarta's business districts, where we enjoyed some authentic Taiwanese dishes. But before we even shook hands, our stoicism was already put to the test. One of the major obstacles in Jakarta is traffic. Especially during rush hour, the metropolis turns into one big traffic jam. Even though I felt some agitation because my taxi arrived too late, in order to drive to my destination at the speed of a snail, I quickly remembered that the traffic, nor the arrival at my destination, nor Henry's reaction to me being late, is within my control. Therefore, it is futile to worry about these things. But Henry was late as well, also because of the traffic that turned out to be dysregulated because of student protests. Funnily enough, he told me that Stoicism helped him to cope with Jakarta's traffic that he has to confront on a daily basis.
Jakarta traffic is notorious. I used to get mad, like literally mad all the time. If I got stuck in traffic, I become much calmer now. Traffic no longer bothers me.
Philosophy Teras, the title of Henry's book, is Indonesian for philosophy of the porch.
So my intent was to make the first popular book very accessible in this language, not very academic, for general Indonesian laymen to have a taste on the Stoic philosophy. And the reason why I wrote it is exactly because no such book has existed before.
In the middle of a clinical depression, Henry discovered Stoicism. When he put this philosophy into practice, he managed to overcome his depression.
So about 2 years ago, I was diagnosed with major depressive disorder. It's a clinical, like a real clinical definition of depression, and I was on medication. And actually during the course of therapy, where I discovered Stoicism, first from Massimo Pigliucci's book, How to be a Stoic, that's how I feel the philosophy helps me greatly, to the point where I recover so fast and I can be off medication very quickly. Even my psychiatrist was surprised.
The popularity of Henry's book intrigued me, mainly because Indonesia's religious circumstances seem to make it unlikely. The country is home to the largest Islamic population in the world that lives alongside Catholics, Protestants, Hindus, Buddhists and Confucianists. Religion plays a very important role in Indonesian culture. Blasphemy is
easy.
I fully realized when I wrote that book whether there will be concern. Concern is already a very soft word. There is nothing.
Come on.
There is nothing that is against the most common religious teaching. If, in fact, it has to be compatible, because I don't see any religion that forbids people to be less angry, to be less violent, to be less stressed, to be less jealous of your neighbor. I mean, those things are good, right? And I guess until now, it's almost a year since the book first came out, I haven't got any protest, seriously.
The fact that the book about Stoicism became a national bestseller indicates that many Indonesians are open-minded enough to welcome a Western philosophy that is alien to the current religious landscape.
I focus especially on the ethics side of the philosophy, which is how we should live. In particular, how you manage negative emotions. So I think managing negative emotions is a very universal subject. I think a lot of people want to know more. And here is a source that is not based on religion. So anyone from any background can access to it. A lot of its teachings are a matter of practice. So yeah, I think that's why a lot of the readers find it interesting and, more importantly, useful.
Stoicism and religion don't have to exclude each other. In fact, the Indonesian case proves that Stoic philosophy can even enrich an existing religious experience.
The book actually makes them appreciate their religion more. Some of them say that, hey, this book actually gives a new light on how I should practice my religion, which is very interesting. Or secondly, they say that it's aligned, it actually reminds me of the basic tenets of my own faith, so there is no conflict there.
In Indonesia's current political climate and the presence of religious tensions, Stoicism can surely help. Its teachings can inspire people to be more tolerant and manage anger over unpopular opinions or belief systems. And don't forget the mundane aspects of life that all citizens of the global village seem to wrestle with. Things like work, unfriendly people, financial problems, relationships, and of course the horror of traffic jams.
My hope is my book will inspire, if not other authors, to write on the subject, or at least it may encourage publishers to translate popular books in the West, like the works of Massimo Pigliucci or Donald Robertson, into Indonesian language. If that happens, then we may see
nice
growth in terms of people.
Victory shots.
But otherwise, I think it will remain very small.
But his book, Filosofie Teras, surely built a bridge between the Indonesian people and the treasures of Hellenic philosophy. Thank you for watching.
Oh, that's not what I wanted.
Life can be extremely stressful at times, and this is basically because we are holding on to illusions of control, and because our minds are overthinking and ruminating all the time. In most cases, holding on to things is a waste of energy, and overdoing it causes a lot of mental and even physical pain. Now, Stoic philosophy has several ideas that help with letting go. So in this video, I will present you 3 Stoic ways of letting go. Let's start with the first one.
Can't be upgraded.
Becoming
Damn.
aware
Oh, well.
of indifference. In Stoic ethics, we can find a system of virtue, vice, and so-called indifference. Now, what most people seem to hold on to are preferred indifference, so much so that these have become the center of their pursuit. Indifference are basically anything that isn't virtue or vice, which means that they don't necessarily lead to misery, but not to happiness either. Hence the indifference associated with these things. Among preferred indifference are wealth, reputation, material possessions, basically the same things that Epictetus points out as not in our control. Now, the thing is that these are not only beyond our control, they don't lead to lasting satisfaction even though the mind thinks so. Also, not having them will not obstruct our ability to be happy. In regards to the ancient Stoic texts, Seneca has some wise words to say about this. Whoever has largely surrendered himself to the power of fortune has made for himself a huge web of disquietude from which he cannot get free. If one would win a way to safety, there's but one way: to despise externals and to be contented with that which is honorable.
is the
those who regard anything as better than virtue, or believe that there's any good except virtue, are spreading their arms together in that which fortune tosses abroad, and are anxiously awaiting her favors. End quote. Now, this quote is from a letter to his friend Lucilius. In the same letter, he emphasizes that the mere grasping for externals will never get you the things that you've imagined to get in the first place. The joy of externals is always temporary. Moreover, greedy hands often end up with nothing but frustration. So if we know that, at the end of the day, preferred indifference are simply overrated, and that we can still be happy without them, or with just the basic necessities, we might stop chasing them so much, or at least loosen the grip, and know that not having these things is not the end of the world. Isn't that a calming thought? 2. Remember impermanence. The world is completely out of control. Life comes, life goes. Empires rise, empires fall. And it's just a matter of time until planet Earth vanishes because the sun swallows it. The house we live in, the money we have in the bank, the people we love. It's all going down anyway. From this perspective, we may see that it's kind of crazy to spend our lives attaching ourselves, sometimes painfully, to the world around us. The preferred indifference that I previously talked about not only fail to give us lasting satisfaction, they do not last themselves either. This is yet another reason why it's better to let go of them. Emperor and Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius observed that change and flux constantly create and recreate the world. I quote, "We find ourselves in a river. Which of the things around us should we value when none of them can offer a firm foothold? Like an attachment to a sparrow. We glimpse it and it's gone. And life itself, like the decoction of blood, the drawing in of air. We expel the power of breathing we drew in at birth, just yesterday or the day before, breathing it out like the air we exhale at each moment." End quote. So we could propose ourselves the following lesson in the form of a question. Why hold on tightly to things that are in constant flux? 3. Residing in the present moment. The third way refers to the human obsession with what's in the past and what's yet to come. It's understandable because the past is a source of life lessons and the future is something we might want to plan for. The problem, however, is that some people live entirely outside the place where life is happening, the present moment. Their worries about the future make them so uptight and sometimes paralyzed, while the heavy burden of the past is resting on
God, those burritos are so goddamn good.
their shoulders. Marcus Aurelius was aware of the human tendency to live outside the present moment. I quote, "The present is the same for everyone. Its loss is the same for everyone. And it should be clear that a brief instant is all that is lost. For you can't lose either the past or the future. How could you lose what you don't have?" End quote. So letting go in this case literally means letting go of what you don't have. Sure, you have your thoughts about it in your mind, but thoughts are the fabrication of the mind and don't represent the world around you. They're mere illusions, fantasies, calculations. A mind is a great tool. The Stoics see rational thinking as a gift that sets humans apart from animals and makes it possible for us to live a life of virtue. However, it's important that we use the tools that we're given and not the other way around. Thank you for watching.
No, you. Bow, chicka, wow. Bow, chicka, wow. Gross. Real.
In Greek philosophy, we can distinguish several human states of mind and being that can be acquired by correct philosophical understanding, as well as the pursuit of virtue. The main goal of a Stoic is to live in accordance with nature. Such existence manifests itself in what the Stoics call eudaimonia, which is the flourishing of life. Integral parts of eudaimonia are ataraxia and apatheia. The latter is the term that the Stoics prefer. In this video I would like to explain what these states are and the differences between them. First of all, thank you Ihan for supporting me on Patreon. Very much appreciated. By the way, from now on I will show the latest donors in the ending credits, because I think that's a bit more professional. Now let's dive in. The different Hellenic philosophical schools didn't always agree on what the ultimate pursuit is and how to pursue it. We can see differences between Stoicism and, for example, Buddhism as well when it comes to enlightenment. While in Buddhism, Nirvana is the freedom of suffering that is attained by walking the Eightfold Path. In Stoicism, it's a state of flourishing called eudaimonia. We can attain eudaimonia by living virtuously, and we can't have it without apatheia and ataraxia. I'll start with apatheia first. In short, apatheia is the freedom of passions. It's not the same as apathy, which has kind of a negative connotation to it.
Oh wait,
it's not the same as indifference either. The best way to translate apatheia is equanimity. The Stoics distinguish 4 passions: lupe, phobos, epithumia, and hedone. Lupe means distress, which is an emotional reaction linked to a value judgment of something that's not in our control. For example, you've lost your job. You think losing a job is a bad thing, which can lead to even more bad things like poverty, a bad reputation, social isolation, etc. The thoughts about this event, not the event itself, cause distress. Phobos means fear. Fear has a lot to do with incurring something that you averse or losing something that you desire. Also, fear leads to avoidance. A person who is afraid to talk to people, for example, will avoid social events. And when a person who fears spiders encounters a tarantula, an intense emotional reaction will follow. Epithumia means lust or cravings. We can lust after people, food, and even objects, which happens to people with fetishes. It's a strong desire for something external. This also means that the object of our desire has a certain power over us, and thus can manipulate our actions. We see this in relationships or marriages in which the act of sex is used as a tool to get things done. Hedone means delight. Delight is a bit more subtle than lust. It means that we take pleasure and enjoyment in things that happen, but in an irrational way. The problem with delight is that it can often lie at the basis of evil. For example, we can take delight in our neighbor's misfortune, and a sadist takes delight in someone's pain. But also the delight in food. If we realize that food has essentially the purpose of nutrition,
I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
About indulging in the pleasure of the tongue. Pursuing these kinds of irrational pleasures is not conformable to nature, according to the Stoics. The Stoics believe that the freedom of these unhelpful passions characterizes the eudaimonic state. Now, it's also possible to transform our shadow of unhealthy passions into healthy passions if we first acknowledge them in ourselves and see them as opportunities for change. Fear can be transformed into caution, which helps us to stay on the right path. Lust can be transformed into wishing, in this case, wishing the right things. Delight can be transformed into joy, enjoying virtue in others and ourselves. Now, the second one is ataraxia. Ataraxia is similar to apatheia, but there are differences. Ataraxia also refers to tranquility and equanimity, in this case the freedom of worry and distress. The state of ataraxia is not a goal in Stoicism, but rather a byproduct of living in accordance with nature. The Epicureans, however, do have ataraxia as an end goal, since their philosophy revolves around moderately experiencing pleasure while avoiding pain. This avoidance of pain also means the avoidance of certain elements of life that cause distress, like political life. This is where the Stoics and the Epicureans don't agree on. Because according to the Stoics, we should be useful for society, which includes sometimes taking the difficult position of a statesman. Instead of letting our peace of mind depend on external things, the Stoic seeks to flourish in pursuing virtue. Constantly practicing virtue produces ataraxia as a byproduct. Also, transforming bad passions into good passions will be followed by ataraxia. So a crucial difference between ataraxia and apatheia is that ataraxia was an end goal for the Epicureans, but not for the Stoics. The Stoics acknowledge this term, but prefer apatheia to describe a mind state similar to ataraxia. In Stoicism, both ataraxia and apatheia are seen as a byproduct of virtue. This takes us to the next term, eudaimonia. Eudaimonia is the ultimate state in Stoicism and equals life in accordance with nature. We could translate eudaimonia into happiness, but I don't think that's enough, because there are so many explanations of happiness that the term has become a bit vague. Living in accordance with nature is vague to most people as well, so I've created a video about this that explains this further. In short, with nature, the Stoics consider human nature as well as the nature of the whole when they formulated their philosophical system. The Cynics, for example, could be considered a bit extreme, and they have little regard for the notion that humans are naturally inclined to pursue things that aren't necessarily bad, like wealth, friendship, and intimacy. So a Stoic would say that abstaining from things like food or shelter is not the path to happiness and does not equal virtue per se. They actually sought to unify human nature with philosophy so that the one wouldn't block the path of the other. When we look at Stoic virtue, we can see that virtue and vice are independent of one's, for example, financial state. Virtue can be subdivided into moderation, courage, justice, and wisdom. Vice can be subdivided into intemperance, cowardice, injustice, and foolishness. Instead of deliberately seeking peace and quiet, or trying to get rid of unhealthy passions, the Stoics propose to follow virtue and avoid vice. Simply put, eudaimonia is the goal, and ataraxia and apatheia will come naturally when achieving that goal. Eudaimonia isn't just a feeling of bliss, it's the morally virtuous engagement with society and life in general, in ways that benefit all. The ability to do this does not depend on external factors, like how much money or friends you have, or sickness or health. So it can be achieved by anyone who is willing to improve. That's it. If you have anything to add, or any questions, please leave them in the comment section. Thank you for watching.
What?
When studying ancient scriptures, we discover a love-hate relationship between the Stoics and travel. So is there a Stoic way to travel? And how can Stoicism benefit those who engage in traveling? In this video, I want to present you the beginner's guide to Stoic travel. The travel bug is a common phenomenon nowadays. For some people, travel has become an addiction. I think we shouldn't forget that today's recreational traveling is, for the most part, a luxury. People pay large sums of money to board expensive and polluting flights, going from hotel to hotel, from mountains to beaches, and jungles to deserts, just for the purpose of experience. Others travel with a specific goal, like work or charity, while enjoying the change of scenery that comes with it. I would like to explore two questions. The first one is ethical, exploring how and for what reasons we ought to travel, according to Stoic philosophy. The second one is practical, exploring Stoic wisdom to make travel in general more enjoyable. Now, let's start with the first question. Is there a Stoic way to travel? Knowing that the main focus of Stoicism is living a life of virtue, and that so-called preferred indifference are secondary, we can safely say that the Stoics won't support the massive decadence that goes hand in hand with several forms of travel. Another common occurrence is the usage of travel as a means of escape, or to find peace and resolve emotional turmoil. The Stoics don't see travel as a valid method to find tranquility. Seneca argues that travel is no solution if we aim to improve ourselves emotionally. He states that instead of leading our emotions, we are carrying them. I quote, "What benefit has travel of itself ever been able to give anyone? No restraint upon pleasure, no bridling of desire, no checking of bad temper, no crushing of the wild assaults of passion, no opportunity to rid the soul of evil. Traveling cannot give us judgment or shake off our errors. It merely holds our attention for a moment by a certain novelty, as children pause to wonder at something unfamiliar." End quote. Seneca ensures that no matter how far we travel, it will not resolve the emotional state that we were in before we departed. The constant change of scenery will not change anything within us. During the time I created this video, I was traveling myself, spending a while abroad, and I noticed exactly what Seneca said. When the novelty of being away from home or a new location wears off, we will be confronted by ourselves again, our anxieties, negative thinking, personality traits. Not much has changed just by the moving from one place to another. When traveling, the external circumstances may change, but we will carry ourselves everywhere we go. According to Seneca, it is essential that we fix ourselves to truly enjoy traveling instead of expecting our traveling to fix us. Quote, "If you would enjoy your travels, make healthy the companion of your travels. As long as this companion is avaricious and mean, greed will stick to you, and while you consort with an overbearing man, your puffed up ways will also stick close." End quote. Even though I agree with Seneca, I think it's also possible to travel and fix ourselves along the way, without expecting that the change of scenery will solve anything. It surely is possible to do some inner work during our travels. Traveling can give us unique opportunities to expose ourselves to what we fear or to learn new skills. In some cases, changing location can benefit us in becoming better people in the form of seclusion. For example, in his letters to Lucilius, Seneca seems to value spending time in solitude and tells us that we should stay away from crowds. To consort with the crowd is harmful. There is no person who does not make some vice attractive to us, or stamp it upon us, or taint us unconsciously therewith. Certainly, the greater the mob with which we mingle, the greater the danger. End quote. So a valid reason for travel could be the avoidance of bad company, something that Epictetus also advises. When we live in a toxic environment at home, travel gives us the opportunity to escape that and find a better company that is more aligned with our values, or to simply spend time in solitude. Withdraw into yourself as far as you can. Associate with those who will make a better man of you. Welcome those whom you yourself can improve, wrote Seneca. Simply put, Stoics can travel when it supports or cultivates their ability to live virtuously. Another example would be to travel for a specific cause, when duty calls, or we have another good non-recreational reason to pack our bags and change location. Our traveling contributes to the common good. So when this is the main purpose of our travels, and we happen to encounter some preferred indifference on the side, so be it. Some examples of travel with purpose are traveling for work, traveling to teach, traveling for environmental. It's funny to look at ourselves and see how we quarrel about the small. The ancient Stoics aimed to be resilient towards the things beyond their control and were determined on their path of virtue. Mental toughness is necessary to be truly good in the Stoic sense. We need to be strong enough to control destructive desires, to choose virtuous activities over vulgarity, and to anchor ourselves in the present moment. Mental toughness can help us to live better lives, achieve our goals, and navigate through life when we're in dire straits. In this video, I will share what ancient Stoic texts can teach us on how to be stronger between the ears. You're more powerful than a god when it comes to your own faculty. Seneca and Socrates died in a similar fashion. Both were sentenced to death, and in both cases, the execution or forced suicide included the consumption of poison. But the most striking shared characteristic was the equanimity in which they left the world. Death is just a phenomenon that isn't up to us, since nature creates and takes life at will. The same goes for losing the people we're attached to, things we might be offended by, and injustice that may befall us. In the end, it's nature that decides the workings of the external world, not us. For many people, this realization could evoke a sense of powerlessness. For a part, this is just. The good news, however, is that the greatest strength of all is within our control, which is the power over our own faculty. This power is the essence of mental toughness, and also a muscle that can be trained. Complete power over our own actions, as far as that power stretches in a certain moment, makes our will untouchable, even by the gods. People can inflict damage onto us, humiliate us, but still we do maintain the power over our reasoning and the actions that come from that. In his discourses, Epictetus pointed out that people can influence his life only to a certain extent, the realm that's outside of him. I quote, "I must die. Must I then die groaning too? I must be fettered, and wailing too? I must go into exile. Does anyone then keep me from going with a smile, and cheerful and serene? Tell your secrets. I say not a word, for this is under my control. But I will fetter you. What is it that you say, man? Fetter me? My leg you will fetter, but my moral purpose, not even Zeus himself has power to overcome." End quote. Oh, a little side note. Shortly I'll publish a book that I've written about becoming resilient to what other people say, from insults to mere opinions we don't agree with, using philosophical ideas. I'll keep you updated. 2. Laziness and procrastination are unnatural. As human beings, we have never been so comfortable, but too much comfort can lead to stagnation and even the deterioration of the human spirit, as observed by Marcus Aurelius, once emperor of the world's most powerful empire. Now, the following may not be for everyone, since it's heavily based on Stoic beliefs about nature. I've made a separate video about this if you're interested. The Stoics aim for living in accordance with nature, and our human nature has set limits that vary per person to how much sleep we need, how much food we need, how much movement we need, etc. in order to function properly. Most people that spend days on the couch watching Netflix with a bucket of ice cream do this, probably, because it feels nice and comfy. But according to Marcus Aurelius, this is not the natural way of living for a human being, and therefore it's wrong. Quote, "So you were born to feel nice, instead of doing things and experiencing them? Don't you see the plants, the birds, the ants, and spiders, and bees going about their individual tasks, putting the world in order as best they can, and you're not willing to do your job as a human being? Why aren't you running to do what your nature demands?" End quote. According to the Stoics, you don't love yourself enough if you're lazy, because if you did, you would love your nature too. And it's your nature, they believe, this flame within that shouts at you to make something out of your life in a virtuous manner. An antidote for laziness is the cultivation of courage, a Stoic type of virtue that can be subdivided into endurance, confidence, high-mindedness, cheerfulness, and industriousness. These states are part of the eudaimonic experience that can be loosely translated as flourishing, or the Stoic concept of happiness. So considering that laziness and procrastination are unnatural, and that we are born to play a part in the whole, or to be concerned with putting the world in order, as Marcus states, can be a huge mental boost. Simply put, we do feel our best when we flourish. We do not feel our best when we're lazy and stagnant. 3. Contentment breeds mental stability. Surely, the mind is very unstable when it depends on external things to fulfill its desires and to stay away from what it averses. That's why Stoic sages don't want anything from the world, but merely use what they encounter on their path, granted by fortune. Foolish people, on the other hand, are in a constant state of wanting, while being oblivious for what they truly need. So, what do we truly need to be happy? Not much, as far as the Stoics are concerned, because when the mind is content with its own self and knows that the pursuit of externals is not a way to happiness, it can be truly free. As Seneca puts it, "For anything that can be added to is imperfect. Anything that can suffer loss is not lasting. But let the man whose happiness is to be lasting rejoice in what is truly his own." End quote. In this completeness and state of not needing anything more lies great strength. from the perspective of our modern times. It's the strength of not being encumbered with social expectations and peer pressure in regards to consumerism. It will also make one resilient towards the ups and downs of life on the roller coaster of constantly changing circumstances, equipped with a healthy detachment. Thus, so-called indifference, preferred or dispreferred, come and go, and will neither add nor subtract to the sage's state of contentment. The concept of mental toughness in Stoicism may be slightly different from what we hear and see in today's popular culture, which is highly geared towards external achievement. However, the sharp focus on our own actions, the consideration of our nature, and a healthy detachment from externals might help us live life more fully nonetheless. Thank you for watching. It's quite easy to offend someone these days. Even me stating this observation can rub someone up the wrong way. In the age of social media, we get bombarded with crude language, opinions we don't like, and stuff that's downright mean. That's probably why we see an increase in language policing and censorship. To some extent, depending on the context, this can be a good thing, for example, to protect minors. But when it's going too far, we can ask ourselves, aren't we getting too thin-skinned? From a Stoic point of view, we're not offended by what we deem offensive, but by our choice to be offended. Words of other people cannot hurt us, unless we let them. In this video, I'll show you Stoic wisdom that can help us thicken our skin. Seneca the Younger was a statesman, dramatist, and satirist, but I think that most of us know him as one of the great Stoic philosophers. Seneca was concerned with the nature of insults and being offended. He wrote down his thoughts on this matter in a work named the Constantia Sapientis, which is Latin for On the Firmness of the Wise Man. He criticized his friend Serenus for wishing that people, in general, shouldn't offend each other. According to Seneca, this is completely unrealistic and not in our control. Instead, we should aim for not being offended, which is in our control. This brings us to the first piece of wisdom. Don't demand the world to be nice. The world is full of people that are selfish, insolent, arrogant, ignorant, mean, cruel, and so forth. This may sound pessimistic, but it isn't far from the truth. We cannot expect that people are nice to us all the time, because they aren't. Humans possess the full range of emotions, desires, and mind states, from angry to happy, from compassionate to sadistic. Also, there are as many opinions as there are people, including opinions we don't agree with. Resisting this is a recipe for disappointment and will lead us to get offended all the time by what's simply a product of nature. Demanding that the world doesn't offend us is futile, because it's impossible to alter more than 7 billion people to our own liking. As Seneca stated, and I quote, "You are expressing a wish that the whole human race were inoffensive, which may hardly be. Moreover, those who would gain by such wrongs not being done are those who would do them, not he who could not suffer from them, even if they were done." End quote. Now, even though we cannot demand that everyone will always be nice to us, this doesn't mean that we should put up with people treating us badly. We can set boundaries and choose to not spend time, or at least limit our interactions, with people that don't respect us. But if we accept that people will be people, including their darker sides, we'll not only have a much easier time here on Earth, we will also give our fellow human beings the right to exist and speak their minds. 2. Accept the truth, reject nonsense. So in my book, which I'll talk about a bit at the end of the video, I've made a proposition inspired by the work of Seneca on how to handle insults based on truthfulness. With this method, it is logically impossible to be offended. Before I continue, let's take a look at what Seneca had to say about handling insults, jokes, and other stuff that people may throw at us. I quote,
Someone has made a joke about the baldness of my head, the weakness of my eyes, the thinness of my legs, the shortness of my stature. What insult is there in telling me that which everyone sees? End quote. Now, the approach is very simple. If someone offends you, ask yourself if the thing that you feel offended by is truth or nonsense. If it's truth, why be offended by the truth? Or as Seneca states, what insult is there in telling me that which everyone sees? If it's nonsense, why be offended by nonsense? If someone throws nonsense at us, isn't the person that does so the one who should feel ashamed instead of us? 3. Contemplate your ego. Seneca noticed that for some reason, people think that being insulted is one of the worst things that can happen. I quote,
spent
"Many think
100
that there is
hours
nothing more
in
bitter
battle,
than insult.
Pog.
Thus, you will find slaves who prefer to be flogged to being slapped, and who think stripes and death more endurable than insulting words." End quote. For your information, being slapped was a grave insult in the time that Seneca lived. He was a contemporary of Jesus Christ, so it's no surprise that the Bible speaks about showing the other cheek after being slapped. In this context, slapped doesn't mean physical assault, but rather
come on, I didn't get Melee
insult.
Master.
When we
That's
are
stupid.
insulted, our ego is attacked. This is a consequence of the story we tell ourselves about ourselves and how the world should be. That's why we see that in different cultures and subcultures, people are offended by different things. When something conflicts our story, whatever that may be, this could lead to feeling offended. The questions we could ask ourselves are these. Why are we getting offended? What's the root of this? Is it because of something that happened in the past? Is it because of a certain ideology? Is it because I've been culturally conditioned to be offended by this? In my opinion, it shows much more character if we try and seek the root of our emotional reactions within ourselves, instead of immediately finger point at the outside world. Our own faculty is our own responsibility, and what other people think is none of our business. But hey, that's just my opinion. Now, for those interested in reading my book, I'll give you some information about what you can expect. Unoffendable is mainly inspired by Stoic philosophy and shares different ideas and personal situations that examine the nature of insults, the mind, getting offended, and how to become quote-unquote unoffendable. This book is highly autobiographical, which means that I'm very open about my personal experiences in regards to becoming less offendable. The first chapter of the book is a light-hearted explanation about different types of insults. From the second chapter, it's going to be a bit deeper and more philosophical, like you're used to when it comes to my videos. If you're interested, please follow one of the links in the description or visit my website for more information. If you've read the book, feel free to leave a review on Amazon. Of course, I hope that your experience will be positive.
27 days.
Thank you for watching.
Do I want to play more?
Even though the Stoic teachings are geared towards tranquility, the end goal is living virtuously and in accordance with nature. So there's something as being successful as a Stoic, which is living a life of virtue. But no matter what we pursue, the works of Emperor Marcus Aurelius contain many teachings based on logic and reason that can help us improve our mindset in order to be successful. Here are 5 of them. 1. Create your teachers. Marcus Aurelius learned from many people in his close environment. It's very inspiring to read how he extracts the positive aspects of people and sees these as lessons to incorporate in his own life. For example, from his mother he learned generosity. From his great-grandfather he learned to avoid public schools and hire good private teachers. From Diognetus he learned to not waste time on nonsense. And from Maximus he learned self-control. Marcus described many different people as his teachers, from close family members to the gods. So for him, teachers don't have to be literal teachers, but they can
Maybe
be
I
anybody.
joined you late.
Instead of fault finding, he focuses on the good aspects of each individual that he can incorporate in his own life. This can inspire us to do the same. We can take a good look at the people in our own environment, and instead of judging their flaws, we can admire them for the good characteristics they possess. We can also look at philosophers, certain celebrities, and even religious figures to see what they can teach us. Also, people we consider bad or toxic often have something admirable about them, a trait that we might want to cultivate ourselves. This way, we create teachers out of the people around us, instead of competitors, enemies, and villains. By working together and benefiting each other, we're more likely to become successful than the other way around. The next 4 teachings are based on the 4th book of Marcus Aurelius' Meditations.
Bro, fuck it.
Let's start with number 2. Stop caring about them. This may sound a bit contradicting to the previous teaching, but when it comes to other people, Marcus points out the importance of not caring. Quote, "The tranquility that comes when you stop caring what they say, or think, or do, only what you do, not to be distracted by their darkness, to run straight for the finish line, unswerving." End quote. Too often, we see people hold back each other. When I started this channel, for example, many people were skeptical and thought I would be better off and more secure focusing on my regular job. In a way, they're right. The 9-to-5 jive is generally more secure. But the thing is, they speak from their perspective, which might be completely different than yours. This doesn't mean that it isn't useful to ask people for advice, but at the end of the day, the person who knows what's best for you is you. The skeptics didn't have my vision and my knowledge, so they weren't able to visualize my ideas the way I could. Even though I respect their opinions, I didn't let these people stop me from continuing my plans. A part of these skeptics probably have good intentions, but there are those that malevolently try to sabotage us. When this is the case, the advice of Marcus Aurelius is king. Don't be distracted by their darkness. Many people are envious. Many people take delight when others fail. This has more to do with their insecurities and shortcomings than with ourselves. My book, Unoffendable, discusses how Stoicism can help us to care less about what people think, so we can, as Marcus puts it, run straight for the finish line, unswerving. 3. Do what's essential. Now, another teaching by Marcus Aurelius can be seen as a form of minimalism. Many people, myself included, have fallen into the trap of doing many things that aren't relevant, wasting a lot of time and energy. When we don't have a clear image of what we have to do to reach our goals, we become aimless. The consequence is that we become stressed out or even burned out. That's why it's important to stick with the essentials. I quote, "If you seek tranquility, or more accurately, do what's essential, what the logos of a social being requires, and in the requisite way, which brings a double satisfaction, to do less, better. Because most of what we say and do is not essential. If you can eliminate it, you'll have more time and more tranquility. Ask yourself at every moment, this is necessary. But we need to eliminate unnecessary assumptions as well, to eliminate the unnecessary actions that follow." End quote. Depending on what we want, doing the essential never fails us. If we want more tranquility in life, do what's essential. If we want to build a business, do what's essential and weed out everything irrelevant. For me, I write down the tasks for the day on the night before. These tasks could be writing a script, shopping for groceries, or any other activity besides laying on the couch. This gives me focus, even before I go to bed. The clarity of what I need to do the next day helps me to sleep better as well. It also shields me from doing stuff that's not essential, because my tasks are clear-cut. 4. Change your perception. Hardship is part of life. When we're trying to achieve something, we can expect resistance. Marcus Aurelius experienced many setbacks during his reign as Emperor of Rome. The plague, betrayal, and his wife Faustina cheated on him with Cassius, the governor of Syria, when he himself was sick. But as the stoic he was, Marcus Aurelius stayed grounded, accepting these events as part of nature, and thus
beyond his control. Whether or not we are harmed by hardship doesn't depend on the hardship itself, but on the way we look at it. So it's a matter of perception. I quote, "Choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed. Don't feel harmed, and you haven't been." End quote. Marcus' advice sounds a bit simplistic, but it's actually the basis of a popular and widely used method in psychology called cognitive behavioral therapy. This therapy is based on the idea that emotions are rooted in thought. Thus, a certain event isn't the root of how we feel, but our thoughts about this event are. If we, instead of aversion, develop a neutrality towards the thing we perceive as undesirable, we don't feel harmed when we incur it. And if we don't feel harmed, we haven't been. Knowing this makes us more resilient on our path to success, because it's much easier to accept setbacks and continue despite of them. 5. Follow nature's way. The last teaching is a bit similar to the third one, but fundamentally different. The third teaching is to do what's essential. This means that we do only the things that are necessary. Following nature's way means taking the shortest and easiest route. This idea is also prevalent in Taoism, an Eastern philosophy that values the path of least resistance. So, how to follow nature's way? I quote, "Take the shortest route, the one that nature planned, to speak and act in the healthiest way. Do that and be free of pain and stress, free of all calculation and pretension." End quote. Well, I admit Marcus' advice is a bit vague. Although, considering the Stoic end goal, he might be pointing to living virtuously, thus conformably to Stoic ethics. However, in the second book of Meditations, he tells us to consider the nature of the world, our own nature, and how we relate to the world. So we could ask ourselves, what are my strengths? What are my weaknesses? What activities are most fitting for me? In what way can I contribute to the world that fits my own nature? Do I perform better alone, or do I work better in teams, etc.? By respecting our own nature and just being who we are as humans and as individuals, we might discover the shortest and easiest route to success. There's no fixed set of criteria when it comes to following our own nature. We have to find out ourselves what's right for us. There's an ideological and ethical side to this. From a Stoic perspective, our success must be a contribution to humanity. One can be a successful drug dealer, but from an ethical point of view, this person's success...
Oh, I love my squad, my fucking NPC squad, fuck.
But for the person itself as well, as this quote-unquote profession goes hand in hand with great stress, calculation, pretension, and the risk for violence in the name of greed. As a Stoic, it's essential to take into consideration in what manner personal success benefits the world. If it harms the world, it isn't success. As Marcus states, "My city and state are Rome, as Antoninus, but as a human being, the world. So for me, good can only mean what's good for both communities." Now, that's it. Thank you for watching. Of what use is anger, when the same end can be arrived at by reason? Do you suppose that the hunter is angry with the beasts he kills? Seneca. Anger is an emotion that everyone experiences at some point in their lives. There are different ways in which anger manifests, and also different ways to handle it. Some people throw temper tantrums when they don't get their way. Others respond with anger when they are in danger, and a respectable amount of people cling to the idea of being wronged, which results in a form of anger that slowly consumes us, also known as resentment. In this video, I would like to talk about anger, the dangers of anger, and some suggestions on how to deal with it from a Stoic and Buddhist perspective.
Even though anger is natural, we cannot deny that the consequences of unrelented and uncontrolled anger can be devastating. It's not uncommon that anger leads to murder, and history has taught us that deeply rooted anger, also called hate, can lead to mass violence, war, and even genocide. Still, many people justify anger, calling it righteous anger, when they have solid reasons to be angry. Also, people see anger as a functional emotion that assists us in asserting ourselves and self-defense. And Aristotle declared anger to be a desire to repay suffering. We could also see anger as a form of energy, and when harvested the right way, it may help us to attain our goals. Stoic philosopher Seneca, however, is critical towards the validity of these claims, telling us that anger is a form of madness. I quote, "For it is equally devoid of self-control, regardless of decorum, forgetful of kinship, obstinately engrossed in whatever it begins to do, deaf to reason and advice, excited by trifling causes, awkward at perceiving what is true and just, and very like a falling rock, which breaks itself to pieces upon the very thing which it crushes." End quote. There's a Buddhist story that challenges the notion of righteous anger by telling us about a young boy with a bad temper. His father was concerned about this, but instead of fighting anger with anger, he gave the boy a bag of nails and a hammer. He told him to hammer a nail into the fence every time he loses his temper. On the first day, the boy hammered about 30 nails in the fence, but when the days passed, the daily amount of nails decreased, until the day came that the boy didn't lose his temper once. He proudly told his father, who gave his son the instruction to pull out a nail every time he was able to suppress his temper. Finally, the day arrived that all nails were pulled out. The father showed his son the fence and said, "Well done, my son. However, I want you to look closely at the fence. It's full of holes, which means that it has been changed forever. When you let anger out, it will leave scars. You can stick a knife in someone and pull it out, but no matter how often you apologize, the scar will be there forever." End quote. Even when we may seem to have a very good reason to be angry, which is basically a sense of being wronged and violated, we only risk to do further damage, especially to ourselves, if we throw our ability to reason in the gutter and let our emotions take over. "When reason ends, anger begins," said the Dalai Lama. Now, there are many different forms of anger. There's rage, surliness, resentment, bitterness, harshness. There's temporary anger that lasts a few minutes, and long-term anger that lasts a lifetime. Tibetan Buddhist monk Geshe Yongdong distinguished two types of anger: hot anger and cold anger. The first type of anger is the one that, figuratively speaking, sets oneself and the surroundings on fire. The second type of anger is the one that's internalized and repressed, and can be carried along for years, and eats one up inside. According to Seneca, we should not confuse human anger with the aggression we see in animals, since human anger is based on flawed reasoning, while animal aggression is based on impulses. A fundamental difference between animals and humans is our ability to reason. Seneca doubts the usefulness of anger for humanity by explaining the nature of anger compared to the nature of man. I quote, "Yet what is more savage against them than anger? Mankind is born for mutual assistance, anger for mutual ruin. The former loves society, the latter estrangement. The one loves to do good, the other to do harm. The one to help even strangers, the other to attack even its dearest friends. The one is ready even to sacrifice itself for the good of others, the other to plunge into peril, provided it drags others with it." End quote. Now, is anger useful? Both Buddhist and Stoic ideas agree on one point: anger is not useful. The Dalai Lama pointed this out in his book, A Policy of Kindness, stating that anger is not necessary when we have the power of reason. Moreover, when we resort to using force, we probably don't have good reasons to do so. I quote, "If there are sound reasons or basis for the points you demand, then there is no need to use violence. On the other hand, when there is no sound reason that concessions should be made to you, but mainly your own desire, then reason cannot work, and you have to rely on force. Thus, using force is not a sign of strength, but rather a sign of weakness." quote. Therefore, when we are about to throw a tantrum, it's always good to ask ourselves the following question. Am I doing this from a place of power or from a place of powerlessness? According to Seneca, there's nothing reason cannot do what anger can. In his work Of Anger, he makes a distinction between using force and using force with anger. In some situations, it is necessary to use force. Many people believe that using force goes together with anger, and that being angry can somehow assist them in their use of force. But Seneca compared anger to drunkenness. In a battle, angry fighters have no control over their movements, like drunks. Eventually, their rashness leads to defeat by a more intelligent opponent that isn't led by the passions. So what can we do about it? Well, anger comes in different stages. It may start with a light irritation, which then builds up to one angry outburst. When the latter is the case, it's too late. Seneca argues that in order to remedy anger, we should become aware of it in the early stages and apply antidotes when it's still small. I quote, "That which is diseased can never bear to be handled without complaining. It is best, therefore, to apply remedies to oneself as soon as we feel that anything is wrong, to allow oneself as little license as possible in speech, and to restrain one's impetuosity. Now, it is easy to detect the first growth of our passions. The symptoms precede the disorder." End quote. So it is clear that the Stoics prefer tranquility over anger. But how do we achieve this? In Buddhist as well as Stoic sources, we'll find different approaches and ideas that can help to kick anger to the curb. An important one is patience, which, according to Seneca, is a form of reason. The thought behind patience is actually an important Buddhist doctrine called impermanence. Everything is in flux, and what's happening in this moment will soon be the past. Not only the things that we are upset about will lose their significance, the feelings of anger will start to subside. That's why counting to 10 is excellent advice. Although in some cases it may be better to count to 100. Another one is acknowledging that we are angry. This doesn't mean that we act out. It's just that we accept that the emotion is present in our body. Denying the fact that we are angry, for example, because we want to be goody-goodies that never get angry, regardless of our true feelings, we're fooling ourselves and the world. It's just another form of repression that will end up in the unconscious. We can just say to someone, "I feel angry right now," without hitting the person with a rock. When we acknowledge our anger, we create space between the observer and the emotion, without identification with that emotion. This way, it won't control us. Another one is forgiveness, which works better when it comes to long-term anger like resentment. When we forgive, we can finally give ourselves permission to let go of the grudges that we have been carrying around for so long. The Stoic idea of control is a good argument to practice forgiveness. Some things are in our control, some things aren't. We can't change the past. We can't control what the person who wronged us says, does, or feels. But we can change our position towards it. We can let go and forgive, or we can choose to drink poison and wait for the other person to perish. But it's more likely that this leads to our own slow and painful death. Thank you for watching.
Hey, we captured it at least. Hey, got the tank. Let's go.
As Emperor of Rome, he was the most powerful man on the planet. Yet, as opposed to many of his successors and predecessors, Marcus Aurelius aimed to live virtuously on a consistent basis. He followed a philosophical school called Stoicism. Part of Stoic philosophy is the ability to keep a calm mind. As a matter of fact, the Stoics believe that humans in a state of flourishing have attained true happiness, which always goes together with inner peace. Needless to say, Marcus Aurelius was a busy man, carrying the burden of leadership over an empire, and all the stress that comes from this. His work, Meditations, gives us an idea of how he coped.
Marcus Aurelius is famous for his negative visualization, which modern Stoics use as a meditative practice to start the day. Since I've got a separate video about this, I would like to focus on his lesser known teachings that we can use as practical advice for more tranquil lives. The first one is very simple. Do less. It's a no-brainer, right? In order to become calmer, we should simply do less. Now, it's important to mention that the Stoics hold productivity in high regard, as they see it as a virtue to be industrious. On the other hand, moderation is a virtue as well. So how exactly should we do less when we're supposed to be industrious? Marcus Aurelius observed that people do many things that aren't necessary. In the current age, we have access to almost unlimited entertainment, so it's very easy to get caught up in all kinds of non-productive activities. With doing less, Marcus Aurelius also meant talking less. Many conversations are nonsensical, lead to nowhere, and only waste our time and energy. So doing less means doing the essential. And doing the essential not only means that we cut out the nonsense, but also that we work more intelligently and efficiently. A big advantage that we gain from this, besides tranquility, is that we can do less better. Doing the essential consistently takes a mindful approach. I quote, "If you can eliminate it, you'll have more time and more tranquility. Ask yourself at every moment, is this necessary? But we need to eliminate unnecessary assumptions as well, to eliminate the unnecessary actions that follow." End quote. A good habit that helps to stay focused on our daily endeavors is making a list of tasks the night before. This way, we premeditate on what we have to do when we get up in the morning, which has a calming effect on the mind. Because when we design our days beforehand, there's one less thing for the mind to worry about. 2. Short escapes. In another video, I've explained that the Stoics aren't too fond of traveling for recreational purposes and don't see it as a good way to seek tranquility. The reason for that is that wherever we go, we take ourselves with us. So the effects of traveling are only temporary. Thus, as soon as the novelty subsides, we'll be confronted with our own minds again. Marcus Aurelius was critical of people seeking refuge from daily worries by traveling or residing in quiet places like the mountains or beaches. In his mind, this was an idiotic thing to do, because why should we travel when we can get away by going within? Nowhere you go is more peaceful, more free of interruptions than your own soul, he said. There's nothing wrong with changing scenery once in a while to facilitate our mental retreats, as long as we keep these escapes basic and brief. What Marcus Aurelius proposed reminds me a lot of meditation, or perhaps moments of reflection and contemplation in order to renew ourselves so we can calmly proceed our daily lives. He gave us 2 things to ponder over if we choose to briefly retreat in our minds. I quote, 1. That things have no hold on the soul. They stand there unmoving, outside it. Disturbance comes only from within, from our own perceptions. And 2, that everything you see will soon alter and cease to exist. Think of how many changes you have already seen. The world is nothing but change. Our life is only perception. End quote. Which brings us to the next piece of advice, which is remembering that all shall pass. The Stoics are infamous for remembering the frightening reality of life, that it's going to end. Memento mori means the remembrance of death, which is the ultimate acceptance that the changing nature of the universe also means the decay and vanishing of ourselves. Marcus Aurelius tells us to keep in mind how fast things pass us by. We can be immersed in something in one moment, and in the next moment it could be something totally different. Trends come and go in the blink of an eye. And when we look at the history of this planet, human life is just a tiny little hiccup in this cosmic evolution. The fact that everything is in flux could be a source of anxiety, because nothing is stable, and eventually we will be separated from our possessions and loved ones. But it can be a source of calm as well. The realization that everything is temporary means that there is no point in clinging to good times and being strongly averse to bad times. Happiness is a relative thing. Even in prison, there are good and bad days. And even millionaires experience joy and suffering. This means that our inner world,
Thus, the way we perceive our life situation and how we react to that is also in flux. Moreover, we can influence how we react to change. So why should destiny concern us so much? As Marcus Aurelius wrote, the infinity of past and future gapes before us, a chasm whose depths we cannot see, so it would take an idiot to feel self-importance or distress, or any indignation either, as if the things that irritate us lasted. Thank you for watching. Even though they followed the same philosophy, Marcus Aurelius was an emperor and Epictetus was a slave. The fact that someone from the lowest class became one of the greatest Stoic philosophers indicates that Stoicism isn't just for the elite, it's for everyone. Part of Stoic philosophy is the ability to keep a calm mind. As a matter of fact, the Stoics believe that humans in a state of flourishing have attained true happiness, which always goes together with inner peace. The works of Epictetus reveal the importance of tranquility and that we should value this over lesser things like money, reputation, and even the body. He tells us that a calm mind is not achieved by trying to alter and control our surroundings. It's achieved by the way we think. The main work of Epictetus is called Discourses, a collection of lectures that were written down by a pupil named Arrian. This same pupil also compiled the Enchiridion, which means handbook, and is quite easy to read and digest. In these sources we can discover how Epictetus thought about coping with daily worries, stressful events and hardships, so we can keep a calm mind regardless of what the world throws at us. Let's start with the first one. Act in accordance with nature. When Epictetus was teaching, one of his students told him that he wanted to go home because he was sick. Epictetus then sent him home, but also asked his student whether or not he thinks that with his condition he is able to improve his moral purpose, and thus him coming to class was the right thing to do. He said, "Go back and tend your affairs at home, for if your governing principle cannot be brought into conformity with nature, no doubt your paltry piece of land can be made to conform with it." End quote. The lesson we take from this is that we should do what the current situation asks from us. Whatever overcomes us is the way of the universe. There's no need to force things. So when we're sick, we shouldn't force ourselves to do things we cannot do. In many cases, the best way to treat an illness is by accepting it and doing what's best for us in that given moment. Sure, Epictetus also stated that illness is a hindrance to the body, but not to our ability to choose. Which doesn't mean that we should force ourselves to perform our duties, which might only make it worse. It means that despite the physical hindrance, we still can choose to panic or to make rational choices in a more tranquil fashion. When we look at a pandemic, for example, we see two extremes. On one end, there's panic. On the other end, there's this complete nonchalance. In the first case, people are overtaken by fear and emotion. And in the second case, people refuse to see the problem and perhaps try to make themselves look tough. But acting in accordance with nature, meaning the nature of the universe, as well as our human nature, starts by acknowledging the situation, doing proper research, and taking the necessary measures while keeping a cool head. No matter how we choose to react, it's important to remember that sickness and death are simply part of nature. We all go someday, which brings us to the next one. Watch your judgments. Anxiety isn't caused by the environment, it's caused by the position we take towards the environment. We all have our frames of reference, and from that frame, we decide what we tolerate and what we don't tolerate. There's nothing wrong with that. Oftentimes, it serves a purpose to discern right from wrong. However, Our judgments become a problem if they make us feel entitled to things that we're naturally not entitled to. For example, we can be angry for a lifetime because we feel entitled to good parents we never had. But Epictetus points out that we are not entitled to a good parent, just to a parent. And this is true for many things. So why should we feel distressed by the things that are entirely natural? I quote, "Distinguish within your own mind and be prepared to say, it's not the accident that distresses this person, because it doesn't distress another person. It is the judgment which he makes about it." End quote. Again, this is important when we face illness or death. These things are nothing new. They are part of nature, as much as war and violence, and should rather be approached with equanimity than strong aversion. Moreover, when we don't carry strong desires and aversions, we're more capable of dealing with the situation in a rational way than when we are led by irrational thoughts and emotions. 3. Focus less on things outside of your control. At the beginning of the Enchiridion, we'll find the famous dichotomy of control, which is a cornerstone of Stoic thinking. It emphasizes that some things are up to us and others are not, and that we ought to focus on the former and have contempt of the latter. As living creatures in this universe, we have to deal with what's around us. We might desire to control the outside world, perhaps by money,
throw the goddamn
a position
grenade.
of power, physical strength, intelligence, or intimidation. But at the end of the day, these are just instruments that can influence but never control. And even if we do manage to control some things, there's always a billion of other things that slip out of our hands. What we do control, according to Epictetus, is our own faculty, and that's what we should focus on. What happens around us isn't that important. It's more important what we do with it. Therefore, we can choose to focus our attention on our own thoughts and emotions, rather than constantly worrying about stuff we can't do much about anyway. This doesn't mean that we close ourselves off completely. It means that we develop a healthy indifference towards outside events, so that they won't stress us out too much. This is where amor fati, the law of fate, comes in. Because is there a better way to deal with the unavoidable
I'm done after this one, holy fuck.
Thank you for watching. When a crisis is upon us, how can we deal with it in a Stoic way? When we look at Stoic literature, we'll find some good advice that we can apply during times of hardship. Crises come in many different forms. We can have personal crises on a micro level, but we can also be faced with a global crisis that hits us all, which is the main focus of this video. The nature of crisis is that we are temporarily in a different state, often characterized by danger, and with an acute need of measures and solutions. Being in a crisis doesn't have to affect our behavior in a bad way. In fact, as opposed to what's happening around us, we're still in control of our own actions. This doesn't remove the fact that crises can be highly stressful and cause many to suffer. This video explores Stoic wisdom that we can use in times of crisis. Marcus Aurelius endured many hardships during his reign as leader of the most powerful empire in the world. He faced war, but also the plague that broke out in the east, which eventually caused the death of 5 million Romans. Among the victims was Lucius Verus, who was not only Marcus Aurelius' adopted brother, but also reigned with him as co-emperor. In his meditations, a theme that Marcus Aurelius frequently writes about is the human connection between each other and nature. In a crisis that affects lots of people, the awareness of our connectedness is key when it comes to coping, supporting each other, and finding solutions. Hence the first one, working together, playing your part.
As most of you know by now, Stoicism isn't about becoming an emotionless rock. It's about virtue. And part of virtue is acting for the benefit of the world and humanity. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes that we're interdependent, and therefore we're not supposed to be egotistical hermits that only think of themselves. It's appealing, I know, especially living in a free and individualistic society in which we can go our own ways. But when a crisis hits, we're again reminded of how much we rely on external factors, like technology and other people. The structures we are living in are threatened. And when the system fails us, we will be condemned to each other again on a more primitive level. Hence, in crises, it's particularly important to recognize our connection and set our egos aside to help a fellow human, and rely on our ability to forgive and tolerate, instead of solely engaging in selfish pursuits. As Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations, we're born to work together like feet, hands and eyes, like the two rows of teeth, upper and lower. To obstruct each other is unnatural. To feel anger at someone, to turn your back on him, these are obstructions. End quote. 2. Doing what you can, accepting what you can't. Now, when we deal with our fellow humans, we'll undoubtedly be confronted with people that are selfish, irrational, emotional, mean, violent, greedy, hostile, etc. Some people are in full panic mode and go overboard when it comes to taking measures to protect themselves. With their heightened survival instincts, their main focus is self-preservation. There's nothing wrong with self-preservation, of course, but when it becomes an obsession, it may damage those around us and only worsen the situation. This is especially true for those that see the crisis as an opportunity to screw people over and make some big bucks out of it. But it's essential to remember that we only control our own actions. We cannot control how people behave and whether or not they flout the measures necessary to improve the situation. We cannot control various aspects of the crisis itself and how everything plays out. Therefore, we rely on our own thinking capacity to navigate ourselves through the crisis, regardless of how it unfolds. It's up to us how we act, and to act despite the actions of others is all we can do. 3. Adapting to the new situation. Whether we like it or not, times have changed, and during a crisis, we play by different rules. When we're stuck in our routines for so long and have taken our lifestyles and the comforts of society for granted, a crisis can be a very humbling experience. Things that seem so normal and stable have suddenly become very uncertain. The economy takes a hit with all consequences. Necessary measures to fight the crisis lead to the disruption of our daily affairs. It shows us that we, despite our technological advancements, are still very vulnerable, and that our well-being isn't self-evident. Especially in times of turmoil, we're forced to do an appeal on our ability to adapt. To do this, it's essential to accept the changing nature of the universe, so we can let go of the past and the things we took for granted and focus on the present and make the best out of it. I quote, "Change and flux constantly remake the world, just as the incessant progression of time remakes eternity. We find ourselves in a river. Which of the things around us should we value when none of them can offer a firm foothold? Like an attachment to a sparrow, we glimpse it and it's gone." End quote. Work together, do what you can, accept what you can't, and adapt. That's in a nutshell how we can be stoic in a crisis. Thank you for watching, and be kind to each other. Worse than war is the very fear of war. Seneca. Human history has never been free from adversity. Events like war, the outbreak of plagues, and natural disasters have caused dark times, tainted by suffering and death. Without a doubt, the ancient Stoics had their fair share of hardship, and the difficulties of life are the core of their philosophies. In hard times of great uncertainty, many people start worrying about their stable, comfortable lives falling apart, which is not only realistic, sometimes it's inevitable. The prospect of undergoing significant changes by the hands of misfortune, not knowing where this change leads to, can be nerve-wracking. The Stoics had some profound things to say about dealing with external circumstances and how to live peacefully in the face of hardship and a troubled future. Living in a society in which mass consumption is the norm and companies brainwash us into believing that we need their products to feel complete, the distinction between what we truly need and what's obsolete has become invisible. In wealthy countries, people rarely concern themselves with their basic needs because these are a given. But when hard times are knocking on our door, it's time to create clarity, decide what our priorities are, and learn to deal with uncertainty. First of all, it's essential to remember the dichotomy of control and to be constantly aware of the fact that we only control our own actions. According to Epictetus, things like our body, property, and reputation are not up to us. When the economy declines, for example, there isn't much we can do about it. We could lose a lot of money in the stock market, our jobs, and thus our income. But from a Stoic point of view, by tying our happiness to these things in the first place, we have already set ourselves up for disappointment. As Epictetus stated, and I quote, "The things in our control are by nature free, unrestrained, unhindered. But those not in our control are weak, slavish, restrained, belonging to others. Remember then that if you suppose that things which are slavish by nature are also free, and that what belongs to others is your own, then you will be hindered." End quote. Now, the Stoics make a distinction between virtue, vice, and indifference. Virtue and vice correspond with our own actions. For example, doing something for the benefit of the community, like providing food to the poor and elderly, can be considered virtuous. And trying to sell necessary goods for exorbitant prices can be considered a vice. But indifference are neither good or bad. Examples of these are wealth, health, disease, weakness, and poverty. In short, indifference are external circumstances that are beyond our control. Now, why is this important? Well, what characterizes difficult times is that these indifferents are threatened, but not our ability to act. Does that mean that we shouldn't care about these external things at all? Not necessarily, as we need at least some of them to survive. However, when we are facing hard times, we might want to reconsider what we truly need. Basic needs like food and shelter, for example, so we can let go of the rest and stop worrying about them. On the verge of economic collapse, how important is it really to possess all kinds of luxurious goods? And to what extent does social status bring food to the table and protects us from an illness that doesn't discriminate between rich and poor? The more we are attached to these externals, the more we are disturbed by the prospect of losing them. The truth is that one can be perfectly happy and content without them. Another essential Stoic lesson concerns death and suffering. This may sound blunt, but at the end of the day, death and suffering are part of nature. In the West, this is kind of taboo. Death is seen as something negative, something tragic, and needs to be avoided at all costs. And our comfortable lives minimize the amount of pain and suffering as much as possible. But in hard times, we might want to consider that no one is entitled to a long and healthy life. The history of our planet is a bloody one. Animals and humans kill each other every day. Children die at birth. And the Black Death killed half of Europe's population. Why should we, modern humans, have the right to be spared by the ways of nature? Memento mori means the remembrance of death. By reminding ourselves that death and suffering are inescapable and inherent parts of life, we might find some tranquility in the idea that the worst things that can happen to us are actually quite natural. Like Socrates, Seneca died peacefully. Moreover, he saw relief in death. I quote, "Death is a release from and an end of all pains. Beyond it, our sufferings cannot extend. It restores us to the peaceful rest in which we lay before we were born." If anyone pities the dead, he ought also to pity those who have not been born. End quote. A final piece of Stoic advice for finding a sense of calm in adversity is to remind ourselves that we do not control our destiny. We can influence the future by our actions in the present, but the results are so dependent on external circumstances that it's impossible to guarantee a certain outcome. The economy may fall apart, we may lose our jobs, mass poverty may kick in, and huge numbers of people may pass away, and no single worry can change that. So why don't we allow ourselves to just let go of the burden of the future, knowing that whatever happens, we are in full control of the most powerful weapon available, our own faculty. If we can cope with death, we can also cope with life. The good news is that everything is in flux and born out of change, like night and day, and fall and spring. So this too shall pass. History has shown us that people have endured the hardest of times, and that this experience often made them more humble, more humane, and more grateful for life. Thus, every outcome has its positive sides, and regardless of what the future brings, no one takes away your power to make the best of it. Thank you for watching. How should we act when people around us are panicking? And how can we avoid panicking ourselves? Panic gets us nowhere, as it is a state of emotional turmoil, during which our rationality is thrown overboard. So when we're faced with a wide variety of opinions, the strong language of influencers, and decisions based on fear and greed, it can be difficult to find direction and maintain course. But during times of mass hysteria, it's essential to use our capacity for rationality. From a Stoic point of view, our decisions should be based on facts and logic, and our actions have to be in the interest of the common good. In times of hardship, it's not an unnecessary exercise to fortify our minds with philosophical ideas, so we don't slip into the trap of panic. Roman Emperor and Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius had some valuable insights on how to strengthen the mind, so we don't deviate from the right path.
Another one.
Now, let's start with the second question, as it paves the way to answering the first one. How can we avoid panicking ourselves? To navigate our minds back into tranquility, it is important to become aware of the nature of what we are panicking about, and also the reasons why we panic. In his meditations, Marcus Aurelius mentions that no matter what happens, it is something that has happened before. When we are ruled by the issues of the day, we lose sight of the bigger picture. So what unfolds in a moment may seem totally new and alien. In a way, this is true, because nothing that happens now takes place in the past. However, when we look at historical accounts, we see that they are filled with the same old, same old. Marcus Aurelius shifts the paradigm by pointing out that life is simply history repeating itself. So we could say that we experience the same archetypal storylines over and over again, just with different characters and in different formats. Lost all your money? Your job? Millions of people are going through the same thing as we speak, and have been in the past. Is the world ravaged by the plague? We had the Spanish flu, the Black Death, SARS, MERS. Humanity has gone through many different crises. Individual people have faced a lot of hardship in their lives. There have been good times and bad times, and we have gone through peace and war. History taught us that this mechanism never changes as long as we exist. It is simply life manifesting the same patterns. Everything is transient, like yin and yang. So why do we panic when it's just another manifestation of the same? Probably because the thing we panic about disguised itself as something unprecedented. It triggers our fear of the unknown. while in reality it has happened many times before. What's new and scary now will be old and familiar tomorrow. That's because we are adaptable creatures who can change along with the transient nature of the universe. So to keep a cool head when things around us start to change quickly, we might want to repeat the following quote by Marcus Aurelius. No matter what happens, keep this in mind. It's the same old thing from one end of the world to the other. It fills the history books, ancient and modern, and the cities, and the houses too. Nothing new at all. Familiar, transient. End quote. All comes down to seeing things as they are, as much as possible, and doing the right thing based on rationality and not based on fear. Thus, in a crisis, we ought to prepare, but not overdo it, especially when it undermines the community. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes repeatedly that we should work together and act conformably to our own nature and the nature of the whole, or as he puts it, to do what the community needs done. When we panic, we are often inclined to act unintelligently and in ways that only make things worse, or overlook the things that actually need to be done. That's why it's essential to keep calm in the face of adversity, because if we don't, we can screw things up. In the case of a virus outbreak, for example, instead of trying to be the hero of the day, it's probably much better to simply stay at home. Also, we may want to keep in mind that the media are companies motivated by profit, so they recreate and inflate reality by constantly
I've spent the last 100.
I'm on the edge of glory, and I'm hearing the truth. I'm on the edge, the edge, the edge, the edge, the edge.
I truthfully hate that song.
Is that Lady Gaga?
Katy Perry? Wait, Edge of... that kind of sounds like a Lady Gaga.
Let me...
Edge of Glory. You'll edge me until there's some glory? Okay. Dude, I like that. We gotta start doing that more. We gotta start whipping out the...
Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga, okay.
Edge of Glory.
Can I be honest, dude? I've never been a big Gaga head. I just... Nothing... I think Lady Gaga's style is cool and stuff. I just... The music has never captivated me. It's never, like... The melodies. I've just never really vibed with them, dude. They give me anxiety for some reason. I can't even explain it. Don't like it.
Gaga, ooh, gaga, la, la.
Don't like it.
Coming from the guy who what is it? You like Justin Bieber's Yummy? Or what was it called?
Yeah, it's a great song.
Yeah.
Yummy, 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 yummy. It's a great, fantastic song.
As like a kind of like a more of a gauge of what Matt likes versus what he doesn't like. He doesn't like Lady Gaga.
Do you like Lady Gaga?
I like some of her songs. They're fun. I mean, I'm not like obsessed with... I mean, I'm not really obsessed with like any musician really.
Besides me.
I do, of course. Not... I'm not even sure you can call yourself a musician. Maybe a SoundCloud rapper. Maybe a musically artist or something.
What were you saying before that?
I was saying that you probably couldn't even call yourself a musical artist.
I think that the chorus of Poker Face is pretty good, actually. It's pretty good.
Yeah, whenever I hear that specific chorus, though, I always think to myself, you know, Ed Sheeran could do it better.
Oh, 100%. Well, when I hear most music, I think Ed Sheeran could do it better.
I listen to the Beatles, the Beach Boys, any B's really, like Beyonce, any artist that starts the letter B that I've heard of. The Buzzbees.
The Buzz Boys. The Bus Boys.
The B-Balls.
And the Beach Says. The Beyonce. Hmm?
Yeah, you know,
Yeah,
that's
sure.
I'm sure
Beach
that's
Boys and Beyonce mixed.
Yeah.
I like the emphasis you put on Beach Boys. You said the Beach Boys.
The Beach Boys.
It's actually
They're the boys from the beach.
Dude, I saw a video on I was on Reddit on r/cringe, guys. Get ready for this story. And
You saw yourself.
We're gonna have to talk. No, I saw a Beach Boys concert at the inauguration or something a couple years back, and it was the Beach Boys and Mark McGrath, and they were doing a beautiful performance of a song where the voices were like auto-tuned to like a corny degree and pre-recorded, and it's insane. Dude.
Where's the cringe come from?
How bad it is. It's the cringe comes from like
That's
the
on
performance.
McGrath, I'm sure, not the Beach Boys.
No, actually, I think McGrath might have been the only one that wasn't pre-recorded. It looked like he actually was singing his part, and I love McGrath.
No, the Beach Boys wouldn't do that, dude. I don't know. I think you're just looking into things too much. I think sometimes, you know, you get on the internet and you go down these rabbit holes and you get filled with like confirmation bias. The Beach Boys would never pre-record their tracks and then lip sync to them.
There was a point when you couldn't lip sync, like it wasn't a thing yet, you know? Like the technology was not there. Like artists, they had to play it live.
A lot of artists are open now. It's like, hey, you know, I'm sick sometimes, so if I'm not going to cancel a whole show unless you want me to.
Well, what's really normal, what most artists do, is they sing over the like backing track. Yeah, so it's like they're not lip syncing, but they're singing over the track. So it's like both of them. Just to kind of carry the
in case
voice.
they forget their lyrics.
You can just go.
You can mumble through maybe some of them.
Oh, I've forgotten my own lyrics before on stage and just kind of mumbled through. Just. It's hard. It's a lot of words.
It's almost like it's almost like an improvisational beat in your song where people usually are, oh shit, he's doing something different here. He's just feeling himself, which you should stop doing at your live shows.
They like it when I feel myself.
I know, but I mean, it's more so.
Or most of them do.
Bad apples spoil the bunch in this case.
I know. They went on Reddit and they were typing all sorts about it. They said they're in front row, they could smell it, and all this stuff. And it's like, okay, well.
I mean, luckily it didn't reach as anywhere astronomical levels as our former boss Brent's smelly penis thread.
No, absolutely, and I have owned up to it. That show specifically, I didn't shower leading up the 2 days before that. It's busy on tour. When you're on tour, it's nonstop, dude. It is carrying boxes, packing, setting up, closing shows down, and getting on the road. Has a really good quote right there about showbiz.
The tour life.
Yeah, the tour
Matt
life.
on the tour life.
Do you miss
Featured in Newsweek.
You miss it?
Tour life?
Yeah.
There's a part of it that's nice, and there's some camaraderie. But I think at the end of the day, I love being anchored down to one spot for the most part. It is a fun experience, but like long leg tours or just there was I feel like the last tour we did was pretty long.
The last
like
one we
two
did was
different tours almost.
Last one we did was Texas, which was the shortest.
Not the which I'm talking about the one where we all. Okay, not the last one then. I'm talking about the one where like we went to Canada and.
Okay, so we did the Northwest, which was pretty long, but then we did the Northeast and almost.
We went to
took
New
a little
York
break, and then we did the
to
South.
To our little locations back home. We went Charleston, Columbia.
I threw up. I like projectile vomited the day of the Charleston show because I was so nervous.
It was awesome.
Yeah, I ate up and I hadn't eaten anything. I was nervous. I ate a banana and then just went in the bathroom and just. I think it's the only time I can remember throwing up from anxiety. I don't know why. Just not fun. But touring is.
See, the way you explained it, it sounded fun. But I'm glad you specified
the tone. I know. I could see how you could.
I thought you were smiling when you were vomiting.
But touring is stressful. It gives me a lot of anxiety. Like I don't know. I just get a lot of stage fright. Even though like, when you see me and Ryan on stage, you're like, those guys are naturals. Like they were born to do this. You would never guess that we're nervous. But I don't know about you, but I get pretty anxious before performing.
Not at all.
In front of an audience. No.
No.
Well, I do.
Okay. Do you want to talk about it or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's
what
normal.
makes you anxious about performing? Your voice.
What
that
if I
would
mess
be one
up?
that I'd think about, like your voice, like cracking and
Damn.
messing.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just I like being hunkered down, like you said. I like being in one place and being away. I guess weirdly what stresses me out is knowing that I have to do these shows. Like, it's like, oh, we have to do Seattle and then Vancouver and then X, Y, and Z. And knowing that, like, I cannot go lay in my bed or I cannot go, like, really relax until these things are done and they're days away and I have to get through them. So it's just, I don't know. It almost feels like I'm trapped.
See,
in a
my
weird
show
way.
anxiety doesn't feel more so like it's not like from the trapped nature. It's more from like it's more directly just from I'm about to be in front of a lot of people. It's just like eyes, like the whole public's like back when you first got into like public speaking, you had to read one of your first like paragraphs or essays out to the class, that type of vibe. And the one thing I will say, and I think I think I can speak for the both of us because we've talked about it before, but where it really comes into play is like you get out there, get through like the first 5 minutes or like that first round of applause, and I heard thump.
Yeah, there was a
Are
thump.
we still haunted? I think
we might be.
We got an exorcist specifically, and I swear to
No,
God,
go
'cause
away.
you said that you knew this guy, and that he was
He's good. He's really good.
You swore by him and everything.
And he exercised the place. I'm telling you, that thump was probably something else. Something probably fell out there, not ghost related.
You wouldn't go cheap on an exorcist.
I wouldn't go cheap. No, I would not go cheap on an exorcist. But
I was saying, you get into like the first round, then all of a sudden, that anxiety turns more into adrenaline.
Yeah.
You're more energized and you're having more fun. And then of course, there are spots where the anxiety comes back. Where you're like, oh no, that joke didn't land.
That's what what my anxiety is the most about. My anxiety the most is about not being funny or like floundering, where it's like we're riffing and it's just really not like.
It's just the vibes are off.
The vibe, exactly. It's like the vibes are off, and the whole room, the whole audience can feel it. Because I've seen that happen before when I've been in the audience. It's awkward. My biggest fear comes from that, like creating that situation, saying something, not a lot of people laugh. Or
I would say the lucky part about YouTubers or anyone who has developed a fan base, though, is that suddenly now people are here to watch you.
Right.
That's their reason. Their reason is to watch. So I feel like if we're mainlining, from our perspective, I think that means we have to try our damnedest to get them to laugh or to really make sure they're having a good time. Whereas then from the audience perspective, I could honestly see it be the other side of the coin of like, they don't have to do much to really make me enjoy this show.
Yeah.
And then also can lead to like very uncreative YouTuber live shows where it's just kind of like a bad stand-up.
If you put that in front of just a regular crowd of people that aren't YouTube fans, they'd be like, what the hell is this?
Which, I mean, granted, we had a few unfortunates that were at bars because I remember specifically Charleston. We performed
it was at the Music Farm, which is like a pretty casual venue.
Yep. And there were people there just to be there.
Yeah. So for the most part, it was super mega fans.
Yes.
Because it was sold out and it was pretty packed, but you could still come in
go to the bar or something.
I think you could go to the bar, and an older couple did, and they.
It started with Family Guy dubstep remix or something. So.
I think it was Gangnam. Oh no, wait. Gangnam Style was the Christmas show. This was it was Family Guy. Yeah, we came out to that, and I'm sure they were just very confused.
Lucky there's a Family Guy.
Those shows were fun. Obviously, if we did live shows now, I would want to do it a lot differently. Yeah, I'd want to.
Well, the progression of our live shows did kind of.
Yeah.
They were veering more towards that. The first few live shows we did were very much like we're gonna get drunk and just talk.
Yeah.
It was they were super mega cast lives, right? They were never
super mega live, but it was essentially just us. Kind of just shooting the shit on stage, and we did a drunk drawing segment.
Ross drinking an entire bottle of wine,
smoking a whole blunt,
getting very belligerent on stage.
Oh my god, he was intoxicated,
feeling us up and down, left and right. And usually I don't complain, but there were no thank yous or yes pleases or yes thank yous in there.
Exactly, and it embarrassed me because he got me hard in front of the whole audience.
Yeah.
I didn't want them to see that.
And the shape of your pecker is comical.
Exactly. So I said, dude, we agreed on this.
It's like a cartoon mushroom in a Bugs Bunny, animation.
Exactly. And then the whole audience saw that. Luckily, it was only like 150 people, but
yeah.
The audience at these shows, you're right. It's like we're lucky because these are not random people for the most part.
If we were just doing
that
stand-up.
are judging, if you're doing stand-up, that's nerve-wracking because none of these people know who you are, and you have to make them laugh. Which, the vibe of the audience really decides everything. Because sometimes an audience can just not be feeling it, and everyone else picks up on it from each other, and
And maybe I think we also look too much into it sometimes, where we feel because there are audiences who are way more energetic than others.
Oh my God, yeah.
And a part of that you also have to think maybe have to do with the venue.
There's a lot of factors.
I understand people not going to a YouTuber show and going ending up just being okay, no more of those. I
give it a shot.
I get it, but. It is more of a nice communal thing where I look at it with our shows. If we were to do any more in the future, where it's people with the same sense of humor can come, especially if we want to do more pre-recorded, pre-scripted stuff.
Sure.
It's more like putting on a show instead of where our last tour was very much had those scripted parts, but there were segments where it was just left up to the air a lot of the time.
Those were the best shows.
Which is fine, and I love the improv, and I think we should keep improv in our shows to an extent.
Yeah.
But I do like there being a framework, and I think
too.
A structure, and that really helps me feel more comfortable when I go out there, because I know if this isn't working, we're moving on to this a little more quickly.
The first shows we did, the first tour, it really was there was no framework. There was framework. It was just super loose. So I think that's where a lot of my anxiety came from with those shows was okay, we're going to go up there and talk. What if we're not funny? And then we have to fill an hour riffing with each other. And what if the vibes are off?
And we're just riffing and just trying to, essentially, it's not even we're trying to be funny now. My worry, one of my worries was what if then we're just kind of stuck, forced to be unfunny for a crowd that doesn't like it for an hour because they paid for an hour of a show.
And then the vibes,
Which is what something
spiral, and I don't think, I don't remember having any, particularly bad shows. There's ones that were definitely not as good as other ones because of vibes, but I don't think any of them were necessarily bad. I don't remember ever walking off stage.
Got booed, or there was never,
or being that was a bad show.
There's just, the place where it was, a dining room. The vibes just weren't for... we talked about it, I feel in the Super Mega Show.
Oh, yeah.
There's that one, and then there's the venue, which I think they still had good energy, but you could tell there was this feeling of, I think was it in Tennessee?
Nashville, when everyone was standing?
Yes, Nashville, Tennessee. I was about to say, is it Tennessee? Then yes. Was Tennessee also the place where it's you can have an open, not carry, but an open container in your car? Where was it? I thought we went somewhere.
Yeah,
where
I think it is Tennessee. You can have alcohol in your car. What's the law? It's weird. It's the only state that.
The driver can't, of course, be drinking it, but open containers are
yes,
allowed.
You can have open alcohol in your car, which is
passengers can be drinking.
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe we're wrong. It wouldn't be the first time.
Well, just go, guys. If you live in Tennessee, try it. Just crack a beer and
send us what happens. Cheers a cop.
Yeah, but I do miss doing live shows. It's really fun. The anxiety is there for me, the hour before you go on stage. That's when it's tough. And then, like you said, after the first 5 minutes, the adrenaline kind of when you get out there. If the crowd is really good and energetic, it eases your worries, and you're okay, it's a good crowd. And
but if they're all ugly,
holy shit!
I'm kidding. Ads.
Hey friends, it's Matt Watson from Super Mega Show. It's 2025 now. Can you believe it? And it's a new year, new start, new you. At least for me, at the start of every new year, I think about all the things I want to do and build and design throughout the year. And, what better way to start a new project than with Shopify? That business idea you've been kicking around forever, why not make it real? And Shopify can help you do that real lickety-split, real easy. The best time to start your new business is right now. Shopify makes it simple for you to create your brand, open up an online shop, bada bing, bada boom. You can get your store up and running super fast, super easy with, tons of customizable templates. The templates are beautiful. With Shopify, your first sale is closer than you think. Here at Super Mega, we use Shopify almost every single day. It's how we do our merch operation because we run our whole merch operation right here out of our office. We don't use some big company or, corporation to produce it all. We do it all ourselves, and Shopify has made it super easy, super streamlined, and honestly fun. Shopify has made it pretty fun to pack orders and shoot things out into the mail system, and learned a lot. It's fun. Established in 2025. Has a nice ring to it, don't you agree? That could be you with your business. Sign up for your $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/super. Go to
First, I want to apologize. All of our fans are beautiful in their own way. I do not think that they're ugly on the outside. Maybe some of you are ugly on the inside.
Definitely. Oh, Ryan, we've seen it. Some of them are.
But you're all beautiful in your own way. Like you for your eyebrows.
And
you know I'm talking about you.
And you. Your nose piercing. Your brand new nose piercing. It looks really good.
The one that's like a bowl?
Mm-hmm. Looks fantastic. So good job. But fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh, if you would, in the future, if I go back to doing show tunes and taking it on the road, which I have no plans to at the moment, but who knows? I would love for you to travel with me and be my opening act and do some ventriloquism or something, or some magic tricks, open, do magic, or whatever you want. You just open for my shows.
Can I have chess competitions with the audience?
Sure.
Where an audience, I get to play someone for money.
It's like a 4-hour chess game, just sitting there in silence.
So put in the contract, I can, if they don't have the money to compensate me, it comes from the tour.
Yeah, and they get thrown out of the venue.
It's a $1,000 prize each game.
Yeah, you have to put up $1,000.
Maybe it's speed chess, so I can get a few more games in the beginning.
Okay. One guy loses like $4,000.
Can I sell some of my merch, some of my chess sets? Ryan McGee's chess sets?
Absolutely.
They have a nice, velvety, kind of like cut cloth on the underside of the pieces. So
you can slide them.
Mm-hmm.
I was saying though.
Carved wood, by the way.
The ventriloquism you've been doing is good, so maybe a little better than the chess, but it's your like if you come on tour with me, you can obviously do whatever you want.
The old saying goes, I think I'm going to stick with it. There's no money in ventriloquism, but there's a fortune to be made in chess.
Yeah,
and that was by that was by Thomas Jefferson.
Like I see that quote written in by a quill and feather. There's no money to be made in ventriloquism, but there is money to be made in chess. Thomas Jefferson, 1883.
The man who enslaved his own children.
Yeah. Shout out Tommy. That's crazy.
Good old Tommy.
I said 1883. He was definitely not alive in 1883. He was like 17.
Yeah, 17.
Okay, 7. Dude, I was thinking about this because I recently have been watching this YouTube channel. Oh, fuck, I forgot the name. But basically, he just does videos on medieval stuff.
I was going to guess the channel.
Guess the channel.
Hot Ones.
Not Hot Ones.
Okay,
Old Ones. It's about medieval stuff. And
is it actually called Old Ones?
No.
Okay, so you just lied.
But it's a good idea, right?
You just fibbed. It is a good idea, but you fibbed.
I bared false witness, and I apologize.
And you didn't say that you were fibbing. You just went on.
No, I'm saying right now
I was going to be stuck
fibbing.
with that fib. And I was going to, if I went up to someone in conversation and told them about Old Ones, this channel that I heard my friend Matt talk about, I would be embarrassed because they'd go up and look, and who knows what they'd find on YouTube.
I don't know what comes up when you search Old Ones.
But regardless, go on. What is this channel?
He does videos on medieval stuff, but fun medieval stuff. So it'll be
torture things.
Yeah, a lot on that. But it'll be where did peasants sleep on their journeys, or what did a peasant
been doing
eat?
videos for years?
Yeah.
Because there was this channel I was super into that just went into how does the plumbing work in castles?
He does videos like that.
I watched
British accents.
I think so. It was videos from 2 something. It would go into even the normal life of a common folk, and it's the streets were covered in shit.
He does those videos. In fact, he has
love those. I got on a stint of them for maybe 2 weeks.
They're great. There's another one I watched that's called Told in Stone, I think, and he does it about ancient Rome. Anyway, The medieval stuff, I've been on a big medieval kick
Boys
because of
alone.
Elden Ring.
Elden Ring.
Elden Ring. It got me into. I'm having a medieval phase.
YouTube killed.
Fuck you, YouTube. I shouldn't say that.
Frick you, YouTube. You bunch of crunts.
Crunt is a fantastic word, dude. That's a good one. Did you come up with that?
I just didn't want to say the other thing.
Crunt.
But you know what I mean, YouTube.
It's open for interpretation. They might interpret it in the worst way possible, so.
Well, I hope they do interpret it in the worst way possible. But they can't say anything because crunt is not a bad word.
Nope.
It might allude to a bad word.
Well, see, but that's the thing. That's what matters, is that it's with the intention.
Well, actually,
for sexual content, it's for sexual gratification. So not just nudity. Like, nudity in itself isn't super
I mean, we've
bad.
seen the guy, that guy, roll the clip, Luke, the guy spreading his asshole. You know, it became popular on TikTok.
For Patreon, yeah, there's the clip. And Luke also put this YouTube video up of, you know, how to put on a condom. Just for educational purposes, of course.
Of course.
But, man, the medieval stuff has been very fun to watch. And Elden Ring got me really into learning more about medieval shit.
Miserable of a time now.
Exactly what I was going to say. That's where I was
Just
going with
because
this.
we have everything today.
Yeah.
We have, like, we think about, a lot of people think of it in kind of like in the way of, what's that movie called? It's where Martin Lawrence goes back in time. Where it's like a modern
Martin Lawrence's time travel adventure.
Yeah, sure. But there's I can't remember what it's called, but a lot of like Hollywood and a lot of probably people, they'll conceptualize going back to medieval times as like, whoa, it's like everything's kind of just what it is. You know, I'm just gonna go over and tool around and have some fun, but you're not gonna first of all, you're probably not gonna understand a word these people are speaking.
The English is so different. It's gonna, like, the accent and everything. Well, it depends on, I guess, how far back you go, but like
even taking a time machine back to no, I was about to say Western time.
Well, I think like 1600s even you'd have a hard time understanding English.
Let alone medieval times.
Oh my God. What? So medieval times is what, like 1200?
I was thinking 12 to 1400.
Yeah.
Sound about right?
Yeah, I think so.
I hope it's not
maybe
700
even like
to 800.
700. Okay, I think medieval time in my mind. 600 feels way too early, but I would say 700 feels like it's medieval. 700 to 1500 in my mind, because past 1500 it starts to not feel very medieval.
Well, we have a lot of wiggle room. It lasted from 476 AD to the late 15th century.
Okay, so
we were correct to an extent.
Why did it start at that year? Like, specifically, that's a random ass year.
1456. Maybe it's when like a monarchy was put in place of like a king, like that type of shit.
Probably, yeah. But I was just thinking about how fucking miserable life would have been back then. Like, also I love back then, like, you're working at 12 years old. Like, you're just like going out in the fields.
Where's all the piss, shit, and garbage going? A lot of it's in the streets.
Oh, that was in one of the videos I watched. They were talking about that, where it's like you would just piss and shit in a bedpan, whatever, just throw
Toss
it
it out the second floor of the
disgusting. And then people just walk through it and think about how bad shit smelled, and they didn't want to, like, why did no one go, guys, what if we all pissed and shit and, like, we poured it out in a designated area, like maybe we dig a hole and then it doesn't smell bad?
Well, eventually plumbing was mostly for the castle,
the rich, yeah.
The castle systems had their, except, you know, plumbing as much as plumbing could be. It was, you know, chutes for your shit. Longer chutes so you didn't have to see it, or like bedpans that would be replaced instantaneously by the chamber maidens, whatever they were called.
Chamber maidens, I think.
There's no way.
No, I think chamber maiden is that is a cool.
The chamber sounds like a bathroom, you know. It's
cool.
Chamber maidens.
Cool band name. The Chamber Maidens.
Well, we could start it.
Oh, yeah, we can be the Chamber Maidens.
Yeah, we could use like voice modulation and have like VTuber personas.
Ooh, and we'll be like medieval women with large bosoms that are, you know,
fat moose knuckle.
Huge moose knuckle. Like you could go fucking like cave diving in that thing.
Oh yeah.
But there was one torture method where they would put you in, I think it's called the oubliette, which was like toilet in French or some shit. But you would get dropped down into the bottom of a castle's toilet, and the toilet back then was literally just just like a well
Yeah,
with no
it
water
was
at
very
the bottom.
far. You die from
Stone.
the, yeah.
And they'd push you down, so you'd be incredibly injured from the fall after falling like 20, 30 feet. So you survive that most likely, and with broken bones, and you're stuck down there, and then you are just down there getting pissed on and shit on until you die.
Until you drown in piss and shit.
Till
or become sick and die from infection.
And I think, dude, they had this one torture that was so insane. Like, well, all the tortures they did back then were insane. They got really creative. And
the feather on the feet.
That's almost kind of sexy.
Diabolical.
Yeah, it's absolutely diabolical. When that torture where they would suck your toes one by one, over and over.
When they put itching powder in your pantaloons.
Torture methods, but they're like cartoon ass.
You're chained up. You're like, ah! That would suck. If someone put itching powder in your pantaloons and then chained you up so you couldn't itch.
That would fucking suck. That would be awful.
That would be torture.
It is torture, yeah. But they had one where they would put you in this like box where it's not big enough to stand up, but it's not like
it's not. You can't sit down as well.
Yes, you can't sit down or stand up.
So you're always in. I remember that one too.
You're stuck in like an uncomfortable
this
position. Yeah. So you can't actually ever like rest, and they will not feed you or anything until you're on the brink of death. Then they'll give you food just to keep you alive, and then it just keeps going.
I feel medieval times people were literally just having fun. They were bored as shit.
They were just literally coming up with like, what's the most fun way to make someone suffer?
Let's create a helmet that screws into someone's head a hole.
Okay. And then maybe it can pop both the eyes out, and
Yes.
you know, the tongue gets pulled 5 feet out the mouth.
How about a machine that I mean, these are essentially saw traps. I'm picturing them and I'm like, these are literally just saw traps.
They had, I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. They had the fucking pear. I forgot what it was called, but it was something pear. And it was this like metal ball that they would put in your mouth and then start like turning a crank or some kind of Inspector Gadget shit, and spikes would slowly come out of this ball until it just pierced through, you know, your head and like your jaw and your, you know, everything. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Tarred and feathered. You know, if Luke is, if Luke's acting up, you know, uploads the podcast later or something, I think we should tar and feather him.
It's gotta suck. Because, you know, I learned about tar and feathering when I went to Charleston on a tour when I was young in middle school.
Do you die from that?
Due to suffocation. Because your skin can't breathe.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
You die from suffocation from your skin?
Not being able to breathe.
Whoa.
That's what I remember that person telling me on the tour. It's because, like, covering your skin in, like, tar.
You're gonna get burned.
Yeah.
That sounds miserable because you're fucking burning like fucking crazy. Tar is...
You can't get this shit off of you. What, are you to scrape your skin off and grow more skin like a... Lizards don't do. Well,
it doesn't work.
They just do tails.
You can't grow more skin.
Who regrows skin? Snakes.
They do.
Who else sheds? I'm sure some fish shed. Crabs, crustaceans.
Yeah, crustaceans do. I think. I mean, snails switch shells. Do crabs?
Crustaceans do. Crabs do.
I don't know.
They get really. Remember, there was an episode of SpongeBob where Mr. Krabs gets really soft and pink.
Yes.
And then he gets a new shell.
They molt?
Yeah, something like that.
Bugs. A lot of bugs do. You know, like cicadas and stuff. You'd find the exoskeletons. Wish humans did that. It'd be fucking awesome. And you'd be saved from tar and feathering. If you could just, you know, get out of your skin. Have you ever like gotten tar on your hand before? Dude, it is fucking sticky. It does.
Where'd you go play with tar?
Sometimes I would just roll around in it when I was a kid.
Okay. Is there just like a tar pit or
tar
something?
pit, yeah. My dad dug one in the backyard because he knew I liked it.
You know, there's a lot of money to be made in tar pitting.
Is that also Thomas Jefferson? Did he say that?
No, that's I was about to say Ruby Roundhouse, and I have no idea. That's
who the fuck is Ruby Roundhouse?
That's the character from the recent Jumanji movies.
Dude, your brain,
the redheaded one.
Your brain, it's so fascinating how it works when it comes to pulling names out of your head
Out of my
noggin? Out of your hat?
Hey, names out of a hat.
You keep
Pulling
names
names out of my hat.
Well, it says Waleed on it, so there is a name on
It's
that hat.
Waleed's hat, I guess.
That's not even like his merch. That's just his hat, and it has his name on it because he puts his name on all his clothes so he doesn't lose it. And you stole it from him, and he's losing his shit trying to find it.
Well, I hope he's not worried about it. I love you, Waleed.
In fact, Waleed has a message for all of you.
I was about to say, hopefully, like, in my head, in my self-edit, there was, like, Waleed comes in and goes, it's like, no problem, Ryan.
Well, sure,
but now we're giving him more. I like this more screen time.
You want to give him more screen time?
So can that
Sure.
idea of, and no more thank you, Ryan. What does he get, Matt?
Maybe we can have
a message from Waleed.
A message from Waleed, but specifically on the topic of, we've been talking about medieval stuff, so maybe Waleed can bring
Your
in
favorite medieval torture device.
Yeah.
What is Waleed's favorite medieval torture device? Here we go.
Hey everybody. I would probably say my favorite medieval torture device would be the brazen bull. Now, if you guys don't know what the brazen bull is, essentially it's like a metal bull statue kind of thing, like a like a sculpture almost, but it has a door inside, so you could put someone in there, right? Like a bad person. You put them in there, and then you light a fire underneath, so then they burn from the inside. The metal gets really hot, right? So when the metal gets hot, they start screaming like, ah, and then because it's in a bowl, it kind of sounds like the bowl is screaming. So I kind of like it because both it's like painful, but then also has this really cool elevated approach where it's kind of like, oh, it's like a 2-in-1, Anyways, yeah, the brazen bull is my favorite medieval torture device.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Waleed. And now we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we're back, we'll talk about all sorts of fun things.
Matt Watson. Right, begin. Fight.
What's up? Welcome back from the commercial break. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I figured I would get started without Ryan. Ryan is out in the bathroom, I think, draining some piss out of his penis. So I figured, I'd do a little solo segment and just talk to you guys one-on-one, uno in uno. Let's talk about space, guys. There's been a lot of cool...
Hey, no space talk. No space talk. We have whole 2-hour podcast dedicated to it.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't.
We have one of our longest podcast episodes recorded of the Super Mega Show recorded is about space and aliens and all that stuff. And then I see one of the longest episodes of the Super Mega Cast is about space and aliens and all that stuff. So no more.
Just a little bit.
I mean, is there any alien updates?
No, I mean there was the New Jersey drone shit, and that kind of just died out of the news real quick. Sorry, no, you looked at what looked like my shoulder, and at the corner of my eye, I saw something kind of like sparkle on my shoulder, on my jacket, and I thought that maybe there was a bug on me.
No, there's no bug on you. I was making sure that this was spinning.
It is spinning.
And it is spinning.
And for the audio listeners going, what is he talking about? I'm talking about my erection.
Yeah. Oh, it's spinning all right. Like that one old internet thing that you would click on.
You know what it is? You know the name?
See, my brain is doing. I know it's not Lemon Party. I know that's the old man.
That's the old man having gay sex.
What is this one?
Me.
I don't. Oh, Meat Spin.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Meat Spin.
Okay, I just needed the first part.
Meat Spin. Who owns that domain? Hey, dude, wouldn't it be so fucking cool to own a classic domain like that?
Well, I think Meat Canyon should do the original Meat Spin.
Oh my god, dude, like as a reference?
We're challenging other YouTubers to do the Meat Spin.
We're doing the Meat Spin Challenge. We nominate Meat Canyon.
Jack's Films. Cutie Cinderella.
No! I love the idea of nominating other YouTubers to have gay sex. And film it with their penises spinning. Well, dude, Meat Spin...
Asmongold.
Oh, I'd love to see that. His dirty-ass bedroom.
XQC
and Asmongold.
Emily CC. We can't have just a fully male-dominated space.
But it's gay sex. I don't want to get into it, but
yeah.
Aaron and Dan?
100%.
Gay sex.
I've never heard of it. One of those.
Danny's but you actually find out he's never heard of homosexuality to begin with.
What? How does that even work?
Wait, two men can't kiss? What?
Could anyone be a homosexual?
Well, yeah.
He starts looking out, like going out in the street and seeing
like his heartbeat, you can hear it as he's
like
walking, looking, like shifting his eyes side to side.
Like the same anxiety of like a schizophrenic who believes they're being spied upon.
They're being gang stalked. Yeah. But it's Danny realizing that gay people exist and they could be anywhere. There is an old like PSA video about homosexuality from like the 50s that it pretty much is that premise, and it goes, beware, one may never know when the homosexual is about. And it is like gay people can be anywhere and anyone.
That is true.
It's true.
They can be anywhere, and it can be anyone.
Could even be you,
the viewer.
Are you gay?
Good. Welcome to Super Mega Show.
Yeah. The remaining part of this podcast is just for the gays.
Yeah.
So,
no finger wagging to the gays from us boys.
No, we're not gonna do any finger wagging. Maybe a little meat spinning though.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, dude, meat spin is awesome though. Like, do you remember you'd pull it up on a friend's computer, fucking prank the shit out of them, and it would say how many spins it's gotten through?
Oh yeah. I'd prank friends with it. So, I was just about to say, I thought that was I treated it as like the YouTube before YouTube when I was a kid. Did you prank your friend?
Yeah, it's a GIF. It's just a looping GIF.
Well, I know what it is.
So I mean, how is it
fun.
the YouTube before YouTube? If
you just sit there,
watching
it's the
just sitting there watching it.
It's old internet. I mean, you didn't have much to do on old internet, you know.
How long did you watch it for?
I mean, how long's your average YouTube video? I guess you know.
Well,
it depends.
Nowadays.
Sometimes I just click in to check, and sometimes I'd binge. You know.
To check like there's some new update or something's changed. Yep, still spinning.
Sometimes I just binge meat spin,
dude. I binged meat spin this weekend. Oh my god, dude.
That's some crazy shit. Have you done that? Have you seen it yet? Have you binged it yet?
Dude, you guys gotta see this.
You gotta get through the whole thing. I still haven't been able to.
I just realized something. You're 30. I am
older.
Just shy of 35.
Okay.
And our audience, there's probably some people listening to this right now. They're going, meat spin? What the hell is that? Because they're born in like 2000 or something.
Yeah, so what, you want to introduce our younger audience to meat spin?
I'm trying to show them some gay porn.
True. I mean, if they were born in 2000, they're 24.
Yeah, so
going on 25. Some of them are already 25, depending on
crazy.
when they were born.
Oh my god.
Penis and balls.
I guess our audience that's born after 9/11. I think 9/11 is a good comparable point for meat spin, if you know it or not. If you're born after 9/11, you probably don't know. But if you're born before 9/11, you've seen the meat spin. And for those who don't know what meat spin is, just a fair warning before you go looking it up, it is gay porn. Dude, it's full penetration. It's sodomy. It's anal sex.
I mean, but it's not done for sexual gratification. It's done for a good giggle and gaff and goof and laugh.
Which means it would be allowed on YouTube because it's not done for sexual gratification.
Like our Elden Ring video.
Exactly. Like the part when my character was emoting and it was close up on my face and I was getting mad. That was done for the purpose of sexual gratification.
Apparently.
Yeah.
And if it's a mistake, we're just going to leave it as the mistake that it is. And we're going to say that it was a mistake and then not fix it.
Mm-hmm.
Even though people make a living off of this platform.
They do.
We're a bit red about that one. Red in the face.
We're cherry red in the cheeks, and I'm not talking about our bottoms. I'm talking about
spanked.
I'm talking about these cheeks.
Yeah, our face cheeks.
Our face cheeks, very, 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 very cherry red. Because YouTube.com, aka Google.
Not to be confused with U2, the band.
No, they're wonderful. I don't want to throw any shade their way.
Or light, because we don't really listen to them that much.
I do.
Oh.
I'm always listening to YouTube.
It's a beautiful day.
Every damn day.
Wake up and I throw my YouTube on. And I go, I I listen to my U2 while I'm playing with my U2s and watching some U2.
What were you going on though? You were gonna say something.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're cherry red in the face because Elden Ring, guys. If you haven't seen it yet, it's our new video, which we worked very hard on.
The views are going.
Oh my god,
dude, we 100,000. Oh, 200,000. Oh, almost at 300. Got age restricted.
I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I mean, like 2024 views were not the highest. They're currently not the highest they've ever been. So we've been trying to, we've been praying for a miracle. We dropped Elden Ring after putting a crazy amount of work into it. Like, I would say between
a bunch of other people.
Yeah, between you and me and the editors.
That we paid
in
thank yous and exposure.
I went on the Twitter and I tweeted their ads. So
that was the pain.
Yep. But I would say, like, legit, I know this might sound dumb. You might be like, how? We probably collectively sunk 200 hours into that video.
Yeah,
like,
easy.
Editing and we were very excited for it. You can see we put our blood, sweat, tears, a little bit of piss into it.
People are saying it's the best edited video on the channel. Well, again, we'd love to take full credit for it.
Yes.
'Cause that would be sick.
And we are.
But we while Matt and I did do a lot of the the editing, there was also two others that did a lot of the editing.
Shout out
Wade
Mikey
Barnes.
I'm sorry. I fucked up. I cut off a fantastic bit you were doing.
No, but you
well, Mikey and Wade Barnes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but shout out to Matt and shout out to
Tolek.
Yeah, his name is Tolek. I'm not giving myself credit. It's just another editor named Matt.
Yeah.
From Poland. And then shout out to Mikey, Xtopia.
Mikey boy.
Yeah, two super cool dudes that we met over the interweb, who hit us up and they were like, "Hey, I edit," and we looked at their stuff and went, "Holy smokes, you want to help us?" So they did a fantastic job cutting down almost 6 hours of footage into what it is. So thank you guys. But this video, I was surprised. It's monetized fully. It's
for days.
And
for days it is monetized fully and creeping up in the algorithm.
And that was the big thing for me. I don't care about any money it makes. Like, I care about it helping us grow.
Yeah.
And for the first time, it did. But for the first time in like 6 months, I would say, we were finally experiencing some like decent growth on the channel because I mean, even years ago, Super Mega has always been
we get stuck at like one number, and then we kind of tick up. That's kind of honestly been the history of Super Mega.
Honestly, yeah, minus little bursts here and there. It's been a very steady,
it's
like you're going
little
up a roller
burst,
coaster.
and then we usually tick to our final goal. That's typically what happens. We're waiting, and we tick to the final goal.
Yeah, we're not blowing up or anything. There have been times where something has boosted us temporarily with a big influx of subs, and times when
it was
the
mostly
opposite.
at the very beginning when we announced the channel, and a lot of people came in, and of course, like it did grow exponentially. But I do feel like the biggest growth we have ever seen in the channel was when we just made it live and people came in and subscribed. But other than that, it has been just kind of like a steady, slight boost, ticking, slight boost, ticking,
like a roller coaster going up.
Yeah.
And what happens at the top? What happens when a roller coaster goes up?
A big loop-de-loop.
Yep. YouTube age restricts our video out of the blue, and I'm frustrated because when a video gets age restricted, guys, I'm ripping my hair out because that means it kills all momentum. Like the momentum that this video has in the algorithm, helping us grow. We're getting new subscribers. We're getting good views. Finally, like you and
It's
I.
a video we're proud of.
So it's one that we worked hard on. It's growing the channel. We were really stoked. And YouTube came in, age restricted it, which kills it in the algorithm.
Age restricted it. So they gave us the time code too. They age restricted it for nudity and sexual content, which they say is like content for the sake of sexual gratification.
Yes, they specifically say that they have examples of what counts as sexual content, and they have like exposure of genitals, blah 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 blah, for the purpose of sexual gratification. They gave us the timestamp. We watched the part, and it's literally my character emoting and it zooms in up close on his face, and the other half of the screen is a close-up of my face looking at the TV screen going, oh, fuck, why is he doing this? Stop. That's it. So clearly, no nudity or sexual content. So we, of course, appeal this because YouTube allows you to submit an appeal. And it's late at night, so I'm like, I'm sure they'll respond tomorrow. Boom. 20, 30 minutes later, they have manually
damn phone.
That means someone apparently, I don't believe it, but apparently a human did go, yes, there is graphic nudity in this video that is for the purpose of sexual gratification.
Which this fully makes me believe that their
You
manual
looked
review,
good in your costume, I will say.
Thank you. But I think that when you do an appeal, the manual review, I think that is just a second bot. I don't think that it's...
No, God, no.
Maybe it's like a more meticulous bot, but...
They've lawyer worded it to use the word manual, so it incentivizes people to kind of just give up and be like, okay, I guess a person looked at it. When I think it really is just terminology they're using to kind of placate.
Because they don't say human review.
No.
Manuel. I mean, it could be a Spanish guy named Manuel.
True. I didn't think about that. But there's no accent or anything.
That's true. Anyway, so this was...
Or tilde.
In the middle of his name?
Enye.
Ooh, I love Enye. Love an Enye shape. And I love Enya. But, dude, we were pissed because this means there is no chance.
Chuffed to bits.
Yeah, absolutely. It means there's no chance of our video getting unage restricted, which now also means that no monetization, so no money is being made.
That's it. Come on, man.
It's dead in its tracks. It's just sitting dead in the water. So we were fucking bummed. So we do.
We reach out on Twitter.
What any good YouTuber does.
You know, we at the Team YouTube on Twitter. We have this post. We explain what the problem is. That it incorrectly flagged it. We even provided the video clip ourselves in that response.
You can go look.
We wait probably not even 10 minutes, and we get a response from Team YouTube. I mean,
we're looking into it.
We can pull it up so we can better.
Basically, I'll let you read through it. You just want to read through the whole saga so people can get an exact clear image. And the video that I attached, I mean, Luke could even just put the video up, silently playing, but you can see that there's no nudity at all, and
So,
the timestamp given.
It starts with us at Team YouTube. Our video was wrongly age restricted for nudity and sexual content. Here's the moment that was flagged, and as you can see, there is no nudity at all in our
I don't
video.
think I've ever seen
We
that
appealed
before.
and it was almost immediately manually rejected. What gives? Please help fix this. This unfortunately completely kills any, and we talk about it killing traction. YouTube responds, totally hear you on this. Want to make sure we're looking at the right video. Can you share the video URL so we can take a look? And so we send them the URL. We wait a bit, and then we get a response. Thanks. We'll take a look at this and let you know what we find. Hold tight. It may take a couple of days to hear back. So already we're going, the video's already dead. Like, it's already
There's no reviving it.
Yeah, it's like, and we're okay with limited ads.
Yeah.
That would make sense because we've, for language and stuff like that.
I mean, it's a vulgar video.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, we're not going to try to fight this and pretend like it's not a
But
vulgar
age
video.
restriction.
That's the thing. Limited ads make sense. We say a lot of swear words. We're smoking marijuana. I get it. It's vulgar. But YouTube saying this, you know, I got a little hopeful because in the past when we have
I'm a fucking...
gone at YouTube
I
on
forgot
Twitter
to
over and
equip him with the goddamn mortar. God damn it.
generally been helpful. They've fixed things. They've overturned a lot of
YouTubers in the past. They did it with Dr. Drew recently.
It's really kind of a roll of the dice, but I was a little bit hopeful. The video is dead, unfortunately, with no revival, but at least if we can get it unage restricted, it can keep just at least breathing.
So we see that it would take a couple of days, and we're like, but this is your mistake. So we respond back, and you know we're kind of fine with them. You know, it's like you can see how age restrictions just stop a video's growth and its tracks. You know, we're really laying into them.
I put a graph.
You did.
I
did put a graph.
graph of the views where you can see where the age restriction happened, and they went.
So after that back and forth, we finally get a response from Team YouTube.
Drum roll, please.
Update, After reviewing the video that you appealed to, we found that the content does violate our vulgar language policy because it contains language that may not be appropriate for viewers under 18. The video is age restricted. So that's what we got back. So my first thought about seeing that is one, I don't think many videos, a lot of videos are put on limited to no ads or whatever for vulgar language.
Yeah.
Not many videos are age restricted for vulgar language, and the only ones that I can really imagine that are for when people use slurs. Like that is vulgar language that would be age restricted. Like hate speech, but even like shown in like a documentary.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like hate speech, like shown in a documentary purpose, could be age restricted.
Yeah.
But I have never seen a video age restricted, and it just doesn't really happen. They'll demonetize
for language.
it. Yeah, for language. And also, they said that, oh, it violates this policy, so it's age restricted for this. We go on our YouTube backend, it still says it's age restricted for nudity. So the only place that says, the only official like documentation of it being age restricted for vulgar language is just in their tweet. So it's not even official.
There's more to the saga, believe it. Well, you were part of it, so you would know. So we weren't kind of having that. So because in our heads, we're okay with you doing whatever you want to the video. Do not have our video tagged as if it has nudity and
wait, oh no, ×4. I was like, what? I only got one person,
flag.
but
that is just wrong. It is an incorrect thing to flag our video for.
Hurry up.
If you say it's for language, then go into the back end and change it.
Because regardless of the like vulgarity of the video or it being age restricted, the fact that it's age restricted specifically for nudity and sexual content is factually incorrect.
And I'm sure there's something in the back end that like like I'm worried in the future we have a problem.
It reminds me of the Halo,
looking through fast
like
reports,
Master
not looking
Chief
at all the
just hitting
details, and
someone
I'm just
with.
going, we see that you've
I don't even know
you were
what
age restricted
weapon
for
he
graphic
hits
nudity.
like that with.
You have posted graphic nudity.
And it's like, no, we haven't. This is like this shouldn't be something that then we have to go and correct them on in future altercations we have with the system, because we know that we will have future altercations with their fucking system.
And I worry that on the back end,
their freaking system. I'm sorry.
I worry that on the back end, like no one understands the algorithm, but it's so complex, and I do worry that now having a video age restricted on our channel for
I don't know why I didn't
sexual
switch
content will
squad mates.
not promote our channel as much because it's flagged as having that content, so it pushes it back in the algorithm.
Yeah.
You know, it's not safe for advertisers or viewers. So we try to get YouTube to at least fix that, and just like if you're going to keep it age restricted.
Well, we sent a response.
We did.
We said, hey, Team YouTube, our video is still being falsely flagged for nudity/sexual content. We request your help in resolving this issue as it is incorrect to attribute sexual content to our video that isn't there. We would prefer our video be flagged accurately rather than having it mistakenly marked for something that isn't present. Please help us fix your mistake. Here's the video.
Fire writing right there, McGee.
And then we get another response from Team YouTube after this, not too long after. There's nothing more we can do on our side to change the outcome. These decisions are made very thoughtfully, and our community guidelines exist to make YouTube a safer community for everyone. Thanks again for understanding.
Bro, what the fuck is even
like
going on?
There is no understanding that we've come to. Also, we ratioed you guys on a ratio of like 10 to 1 essentially.
Sheesh. But now we're not getting on age restricted. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
But we sent a response that was very. We were just biting back a little. We said, in quotes, very thoughtfully, genuinely please explain why this clip is flagged for nudity and sexual content. There is zero nudity or sexual content in this clip or within the entirety of our video, yet it's yet it's still age restricted for that specific reason. That's not thoughtful. It's just flat out incorrect, which is true.
Yeah.
We don't mind if you tell us your system made some sort of clerical mistake or just any sort of mistake, but there should at least be when usually, like, I don't know, a conversation doesn't go, you did something wrong. Okay. Like, usually there's some sort of like, okay, how can I help fix this, what I did wrong?
Yes, I think that it was mistakenly flagged, and for some reason, instead of just correcting it, they doubled down, and now that they've doubled down, they are not going to turn back. They're saying there's nothing we can do. It's like, it's your website. What do you mean there's nothing you can do? And also,
you've helped us in the past before with stuff of similar of like honestly stuff that like this one seems like the most glaring of something they should fix.
Yes, because it's just factually incorrect. You can literally go look at the clip that they flagged, and there was zero sexual content in it.
But we meant for language.
Yeah.
Then put. Also, this is something I brought up to you today. It's like language is like an audio thing. The graphic nudity is like a visual thing.
What did you say? You said something about like they could hear the nudity or
oh yeah, like they heard the nudity or something. It was just like this. How does the system make a mistake in accidentally like? Apparently, this is what the system did. It heard curses, and then something happened to where it misunderstood those curses and turned it into graphic nudity within its own back-end system to flag it as nudity. Jeez. Like, it doesn't make sense. That it just...
I don't get it. And legitimately, like, I think they got caught with egg on their face. And
we like that post you put, which was very well
Thank you. I fire back at them. But I think that the double down is just insane because they... I feel like they just go, oh fuck. Well, I mean, there's
why you not gonna quit? Oh my god.
Age restricted. Here's the real reason it's age restricted. Then it instead, and it's just unheard of to age restrict for language. And it's not like this.
I
video
only got
is any more vulgar than
435
any of the other videos
silver.
on this channel.
Come on
any
now.
of the 2,000 fucking videos.
Also, all of them get age restricted. They're like, you're right.
Yeah. And also, I'm just gonna say the most glaringly obvious thing in this. I thought
drug use.
Yes, the easy way out for them would have been the same
Only
age
two?
restricted
Come
for
on
the
now.
use of marijuana.
But if they go back and say that it is that now, it's like, what, you've changed your mind three separate occasions to just find a way to make sure it just maintains age restricted instead of just switching it to limited ads?
When it was age restricted, and before I saw the reason, I was like, oh, 100% it's for weed. It's
and
because we smoke
would
weed.
have understood that.
Yes, that I would have understood because the other You Die You Smoke videos, those are age restricted. I don't know about all of them, but some of them are. For what reason? Drug paraphernalia and stuff. And I understand that. And as much as it sucks, I get it. This is just fucking flat
That's something
out
that
wrong.
we can't really fight on.
Yeah.
But we can fight on this because they're just wrong.
Right. This is not like a debate with YouTube where we're saying, no, our video is appropriate. And they're going, no, it's inappropriate. And we're going, no, it's not. This is just factual.
I really gotta go
incorrect.
bathroom.
We want
BRB.
them to fix it.
the error, and well, they've recognized the error
and
publicly.
So my next step, we put out another tweet. They have not responded. They're ghosting us as of right now. So we contacted a rep at YouTube that we know, and
pretty much the same type of response.
He basically just sent back a response, very short, that was like, "Oh, this seems to be a clerical error," with no anything else about how to fix it or if it's going to be fixed. He just stated, "Looks like a clerical error." And in my original email that I sent, I was like, we worked really hard on this. It's just factually incorrect. I attached the video. Here's the Twitter thread. Can you help us in fixing this mistake? And then he just said, "Looks like clerical error." So I was like, "Okay, could you help us fix it?" And he basically said, "They put a lot of thought into this stuff, their team, and I don't. There's nothing I can do."
Yeah.
And I said, "Okay, well, can you?"
There's no thought put into it because it's just incorrect. It is like it's not even like a basis of like it's not like debating is God real or not. Who's correct in that debate? This is just a like it.
Is it red or blue? And it's red.
Is this a shade of green?
Yes. No. It's not a shade of green. I mean, you tell me I'm incorrect, and then.
But as you can see, Matt and I are. Well, I mean, there's no happy.
There is a
happy
conclusion to the emails. I say, well, would you be able to point us in the right direction to get in contact with someone that could help us? And he just said, I think your best bet would just be YouTube support chat, like just the YouTube general support chat, which is mostly bots, and also we've used it before. It is bullshit. They're not going to help. So that's where we are.
The truth of the matter is, we're not like many other who even like 1 million is a large number to get to. But even with 1 million subscribers, those like YouTubers, like there is the hierarchy doesn't really start to come in unless you're like, and this is no shade, but unless you are like Hot Ones, Markiplier, Jacksepticeye,
they'll listen to you then.
They'll definitely like they don't want to upset you in that case.
Which I get it because it's a capitalistic system, so the big boys are
It makes sense, you know, but
it's just fucking frustrating.
It sucks for the medium man.
Yeah. I don't want to call ourselves the little guy.
Yeah.
I mean, relatively sure, but it's like
we're the middle class of YouTube.
Yeah, I'd say that. It's just fucking annoying, guys, and we're not sure what to do. We're gonna keep trying to fight it. Maybe we'll make an expose video on YouTube and
calling out YouTube for their grievous error.
They are about to wish that they never fucking touched us.
They're gonna wish that they never bought YouTube.
Mm-hmm. In fact, if you look on screen right now, there's a list of names scrolling. These are all lists. These are all names of YouTube employees that we will be stalking and doxing and
gang stalking.
Yeah, we have hired a lot of gang stalkers.
Ooh, they should be careful.
I mean, you could probably do that.
Pretty sure Actman got
Do you think if we put a
his
Craigslist ad
channel
for
almost
gang
taken
stalking-
away for
Like,
threats like that?
I need you to gang stalk my friend.
Oh well.
Do you think we get replies?
Probably, yeah. I'm sure.
I'll gang stalk. What, $20 a day?
But thank you all for supporting the show. We have a little extra slice of this show over on Patreon as the Super Mini Show.
That's right.
You can go enjoy that. We also have extra behind-the-scenes content as well as a little show called Uncle Sleepover where we talk over movies. Not just that, but there's not just one type of tier people can have, right, Matthew?
That's right, and that's why there's names on the screen. If you are a podcast producer or an executive producer, you get your name in every new episode of Super Mega Show, and you also get stickers in the mail every month. Look at these stickers on screen. Beautiful.
God damn, look at that mini map.
The best stickers.
We're the best stickers because we have fun envelopes.
Like a
that
bunch
change
of
colors each
ants.
month. And the stickers, you get multiple, unless it's like a big bumper sticker. And they're
And we
great.
secretly kiss some of the stickers.
We do. And we just work very hard on it. And I'll throw out real quick. Because we had a switch up with our sticker club management with the person who was packing it, and we trained someone new. It's been a bit of a switch up because it was so out of the blue. So
Did not know I could come up here.
Receiving your stickers for any months, or
now would be
think
the
it's
time
lost
to
in the
send
mail.
an email.
Yes, stickers@funnybrothers.com. Luke, put it on screen if you can.
Oh,
This is the support email. So go ahead and send this email and we'll get you all taken care of. Same with if you have any merch issues, merch@funnybrothers.com. And
that's all, folks.
Like the circle closes.
Yeah, you know. Yeah.
Okay. You could nut on a frying pan and try to cook it up.
No, I'm not here. Leave me alone.
I am actually very curious about that now.
It's a lot of cum you'd have to do because like an egg has a good bit of yolk in it.
I mean, if you want, you can just do a little splat and tiny.
Like a mini egg, like those cute little TikTok channels making small tiny foods for their small tiny egg.
Wait, what the fuck is going on?
So it's 2025, and you're probably thinking to yourself, it's a new year, it's a new me. The world is my oyster. I can start that new business I've always wanted to do. And let me tell you, Shopify is how you're gonna make that happen. The best time to start your new business is right now. But what happens if you don't act now? Will you regret
Bro,
it?
what the fuck is going on?
Beat you to the idea. Don't kick yourself when you hear this again in a year and realize.
Can
oh,
they
I
not
missed
hit
out on
me
a good
here?
opportunity. Because with
What the
Shopify,
fuck?
your first sale.
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
I mean, after all, established in
No.
2025 does have a good ring to it. You know, it sounds like a.
That was.
Sounds like
I
a
need
nice
to get
year.
back there. Holy
Sign
shit.
up for your $1 per month trial period at Shopify.com/super.
Your bestest friend in the whole wide world?
Whoa. There you go.
Right.
Yeah. That was a full loop. There you go.
Oh,
Okay, that's good. Wait, no.
All right. I've been working on it.
It's pretty good, dude. Very helicopter-esque.
Yeah.
Nice.
Welcome back, everyone, to another episode of Super Mega Show, brought to you by myself, Ryan McGee, and my bestest friend in the whole wide world.
Your bestest friend in the whole wide world?
Fuck, I didn't know you were sitting there. One of my best friends in the. I'm kidding. Yes, of course, Matthew.
Ryan, would anyone other than your bestest friend in the whole wide world buy you a Christmas present?
No, and you saw me before the podcast episode. I was struck with not just being simple, that's more of a general sense, but I was struck with alertness because I didn't have a shirt that I felt comfortable in to wear on the podcast.
Yeah.
And then
you were freaking
I was
out.
like, wait a second. My friend Matthew just got me a shirt, and boom, this is what I'm wearing now. I even am doing the stylish thing like they do with the like flat bill hats or whatever. Like I have the sticker on.
Oh.
To be like, yeah, this is some new shit.
Oh, like the price tag sticker?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that was still on there. You don't have to leave that on. That's not.
Well, I mean, they always leave the price tags on the like hats and stuff.
Sure. But I think that's like, I don't know, hats maybe a little different. The shirt just, yeah, dude, you could do whatever you want.
Like if I'm rolling out and people see this sticker, they're gonna go, damn, that's new, right?
Yeah, they'll go, damn, he paid for it.
What does it say?
Wait, does that say 3XL? Did I fuck up?
No, this is 2XL.
Oh, sorry, I don't have my glasses. So.
We both should be wearing our glasses today, but we're not because we wanna feel young.
And I feel like that's gonna become like a new catchphrase of ours as we age over the years. It's gonna be, I don't have my glasses. I don't have my glasses. And
Velma.
Exactly, and people will start, doing like take a shot every time they mention that they don't have their glasses. The easy thing to do would be just to have a pair at the office and a pair at home. And I brought a pair to the office, and I think I wore them home.
I should have an office pair. You're right. That would be the best thing. Just because usually they ask you, do you want to buy a second pair of glasses? Now I've only done this once. You're a little more seasoned in the getting glasses thing. In fact, I remember there was a time where you were ranting and raving about this specific service that was like, it's so cheap.
I buy direct, dude. They rule.
Is that still them? Is that still who you use?
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's like they have a bajillion different. This is not sponsored, by the way. It's just good, cheap glasses.
But if they wanted to give us money, we would be so excited.
I use your service.
No.
You can buy a bunch of glasses from them and put them on and send them back if you don't like them. I think. I don't know. Now I'm speaking on the brand. I might be confusing them with Warby Parker or something. But
how the
glasses
fuck
are
did I
good.
do that last?
I buy direct.
Wasn't there another place called I Buy Frames or some shit that you use? Something frames?
Everyone's ripping them off these days. Their business model's great. But you can even upload a picture of yourself and like see what the glasses look like.
I'm busy, assholes. Leave me alone.
Their system gets hacked. People upload a bunch of pictures of them, and it's just like a cum tribute instead of like glasses on their face. It's just like loading, and it just puts cum all over. What the hell?
What the hell? That's actually, if there's any hackers listening, I think that's a really fantastic hack idea.
It would be nice for you to credit us. I know you're hackers and, manners aren't your forte, but it would be nice to get a little thanks.
Say sponsor the Super Mega Podcast or else. And when people go to upload their photos, instead of seeing glasses, it's just cum right on the face. That's a great fucking extortion racket.
I mean, Face App, you can put mustaches on people's face. How come there's no cum tribute, option? Where it's like, do you want newly shot out cum? Do you want the cum to have aged a little bit, like it's been sitting on there for a little bit?
Very yellow or very white?
Yeah, exactly. Are they healthy?
Right,
Maybe in the future when you can use smell-o-vision on your phones, you could give it a certain scent so it smells like what semen would typically smell like.
I'm waiting for Apple to unveil smell-o-vision on the next iPhone or something, because I feel like they're going in that direction.
So when people are watching porn, they just get they just all of a sudden sweat and just gooch sweat and some nice some fresh pussy,
some metallic pussy smell, some ass sweat,
some of that zinc pussy.
Yeah, it's like, oh, she's definitely been taking her
vitamins and
heavy metal
minerals,
vitamins. I'm sorry, guys. I shouldn't be speaking about the smell of a woman.
There was a loud thump. So
it sounded like someone knocking twice to be like, "Hey, stop talking about pussy."
Yeah, so don't blame us for that awkward little stumble there and dialogue. That was just because of the as they once would say, there was a rap tap tapping on the roof.
Not upon the chamber door, but upon the roof. So I guess that's a cue to change the subject from our overlords.
I know we're past Christmas, but how did they describe it? He up on the roof, something. There rose such a clatter.
A rose. So and then.
That's him
out
going
from the lawn?
Right?
No. Up. Something from the lawn. There arose such a clatter.
The lawn or the roof? The roof.
Dude,
it's past Christmas. We shouldn't be thinking that. We shouldn't be.
I shouldn't be wasting any brain power on this. It's
we should
January.
save this for next Christmas, for the next Christmas season.
We're not going to have any ideas or content if we get all this Christmas stuff out now in January. We got to save this up.
I love talking about Christmas.
God, I'm going to be real. There's almost a weird, and I feel bad saying this, but once Christmas ends,
what the fuck?
There's almost a weird feeling I get where I'm almost every year slightly relieved. I love Christmas, and I love Christmas time, and young me, if young me heard myself say that, I would have tears streaming down my cheek. But it's like, I don't know, once the clock strikes the 26th, for sometimes almost just like a...
I kind of prefer...
God, I wish I just didn't suck.
The days after Christmas. It's good to, of course, see family and stuff, but, I mean, you're typically busy with, for us... Typically, we travel to family, so we're there's travel involved. There's
oh my god,
the time zone change, and us trying to get our internal clocks reset back to something that could actually be beneficial towards doing all the scheduled things that the family has planned.
You gotta play board games with the cousins.
Yeah,
and
Russian roulette with the uncles.
Yeah, I don't like that too much, but.
I mean, to sit at the adult table, you have to play Russian roulette.
Yeah, it's a give or take. I don't
want to be at the kids' table anymore. I'm tired of it.
You have to take a shot of bourbon and play Russian roulette with the uncles.
It's or you have to sit at the kids' table, where there's just screaming toddlers mashing.
Fine. I'll do Russian roulette. Someone watched Squid Game 2.
Ooh, I have not watched it.
Oh, there's a whole Russian roulette thing.
Okay.
Have
you seen the whole season 2?
Fuck, stay up here.
This could be like a TikTok clip. Ooh. What is Matt's review of Squid Game 2? And there has to be some sort of music going on. Now, Luke, there better be music playing, because there was a time where I asked you to do an a cappella tambourine, and you didn't do it.
Oh,
and I would much prefer you come to me as a man and say that you're not going to be doing
Why not? I guess
what we asked of you. Instead, you could even come to us, and I would have been more. Matt would have probably even been more than happy to do the tambourine noise.
Of course.
But one of the episodes was missing an a cappella tambourine, and me just remembering that and how petty I am. Luke, here's Luke's a cappella tambourine.
And while that's going, Luke, just double check that the red filter for the super mega neon sign is aligned just right.
Yeah.
Because in a previous episode, Luke, I punched a hole in my wall when
More
I
like
saw
a
it with a few pixels astray.
Previous few episodes, more like.
And there's a few holes in my wall. Yeah, so it's only 7 episodes.
Okay, never mind. Sorry, it's grinding a little bit. Stop, Luke. Stop, Luke. Stop. You just made it louder. Okay, we get it. You're throwing a fit because you're like, oh, this is kind of like the monkey's paw. You got what you wished for. Please stop. Thank you. Go on with your Squid review.
You're no Barry, Luke. I'll just say that.
Kramer?
Yeah, Barry Kramer.
He still streams on Twitch. I love going in and watching him. He probably would be elated with excitement knowing that his old pal Ryan McGee was watching him. It might give him more of a reason than he already does right now that to exist, to live.
Yeah, you know, he was going to give up hope, but then he's
easy.
Like, wait, Ryan is watching? Woo! But Luke, you are Barry Kramer. Well, you're
incarnate.
Yes, you're your own person, but you're just as good as Barry.
Yeah.
Anyway, Squid Game season 2. I don't know what
you watched the whole thing.
I did.
Okay.
It's only 7 episodes. I don't know what the general consensus is, and I kind of
give me a Gladiator review. You know.
Yes, I'll do that because I didn't want to know the general consensus because I didn't want it to sway me one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
And here's mine. Ready? Wait, Gladiator. He starts like this, right?
Yeah, he's
then you know, he's kind of shaky. Here's what I'm gonna do. Ready?
13.
I'm not going full all the way down, but I'm going less than It's more down than up. Okay, I'll just say that.
I am going to bed. Goodbye.